And this is where it gets really exciting. All of our teams joining us here to watch a live draft go down. Starting with the number 1 seed, representing G2, we got Taz. Next up, for Na'Vi, it's Blade. From the Vitality side, X-Taz. On Spirit, it's Magix. Coming from our bounty hunters, BetBoom team, Magnajez. Pain, Big Uzera. Eternal Fire, Maja. And last but certainly not least, it's Heroic and Saw. Now this is the fun part. You guys get to have your picks. I get to decide how this is all gonna go. But I got some questions for you guys first. Taz, for you, how do you rate your team's performance for the opening couple of games?
I would say I don't really rate these because we are still like in the process of building everything, and I'm just happy that we managed to win and we had like tough games.
Yep.
Because these games are very important at the beginning.
Certainly. Now, Saw, you had a lot of successful fun with the bounty hunting. How much did you enjoy this format, and how much did you have to kind of theory craft and plan things out?
I think it was fun, like exciting to pick the teams and choose your opponent, plays a bit of mind games, of course, and can basically do the decision based off different things. So it was a nice aspect.
Maja, you gave us a fantastic quote saying they have Nico, we have Xantaras. Now we've got some tougher opposition for you. Still, Xantara is going to be enough?
We will see. We will see.
Blade, people thought the opening game from Na'Vi was a little bit shaky in there. Obviously against the Charlottes, it looked very good. How are you feeling considering how the end of the season was to these first couple of games? How confident do you feel for the season ahead?
Well, it's early to say anything, but it's obviously the start of the season. Every team is not in the best shape. But I like our dynamics, like how everything goes.
Do you feel like you have an advantage as well, especially because you kept the same players?
Yeah, like most sports, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, it's a huge advantage. Imagine we can take like all our experience like from previous year.
Yeah.
As a team, like we made such a long like path, and this is a privilege in my opinion. Like new team needs to build a lot of things to become or to be where we are now.
Yeah.
So for sure we need to use this season.
X-Taz, you made a very exciting change with Rops coming on in. What kind of a difference is he bringing to your team right now?
Of course, Robsy is always special. This guy, he can bring a lot of things. He has a lot of idea. He doesn't hesitate to say it. So, of course, after 2 weeks, we are really happy. But let's see how it goes in 2-3 months.
Oh yes, time will tell. Big Uzera, you guys had a great game against FaZe. Obviously, another team that did well from the bounty hunting side of it. How important was that win for you guys, especially with a new player coming in?
I think that win was so important, but I think the main thing for us right now is like keep this level up, you know, and now have to prove it.
Oh yes, it's all about proving it, and you can definitely do it on this stage.
Yeah.
Now, Magnajez, it's a strange situation for you. Most people are coaches or in-game leaders here, except for Magix, because obviously no one's talking English so much on that side of things. Your in-game leader couldn't come here, so who's leading the team now?
We separated with Nefany, and I'm like representing the team, so I'm here because I'm in the main roster, but it is how it is.
So Nafani's going to be leading the team on the server?
50-50.
50-50, okay, interesting. Magix, you're looking good, I like this. What did you say?
New IGL.
New IGL. You want to be IGL next? Yeah, that's your next port of call?
Why next year? Why not tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, you troll me all the time. I would love to see you IGL, it'd be funny. I'll have a listen in whenever you play on your comms. Now, Saw, last question for you, because you don't get a choice here, yeah? You are at the mercy of whoever you're left with. How does it feel to be on the other side where you did well before from the bounty hunting?
Well, of course, it would be nice to pick a team. But I mean, all the teams you might pick are good teams. So it's also fine. We will get what's left over and we will see.
We will see. Okay, well, I think we're all ready. It's time to get our picks. And with how this works, our 5th seed gets the first choice. BetBoom team had a lot of success. Taking down Mouse was a very important one, but 2 stand-ins does make this a little bit harder for you guys. So just tell me how the current team you have decided on which team you're gonna pick.
Actually, we just speak to each other versus who we want to play. Everyone just say the same team.
Oh, okay.
That was actually an easy decision. And that's
An easy decision.
Yeah.
Okay, let me hear it. What is BetBoom team's pick?
BetBoom team pick G2.
Ooh. Taz, did you expect to be picked first?
I mean, a little bit. I think that a lot of teams underestimate us and the potential that we have after Nico leaving. And well, it's on us to prove them wrong.
You have proven the other teams wrong so far. Is that the right reason? Did you pick them because you saw them as the weakest
no,
one?
Obviously not.
Okay, why then?
Because G2 lost Nico, it's a core player, obviously. That's a really strong guy. So he brings a lot to their game. And if I'm gonna compare them to other teams, they have like less structure, in my opinion, and more individual game. So it's gonna be easier to us as a mix to fight with them.
I like the reasoning behind it. So there we have our first game. BetBoom team taking on G2. Big Yzera, you get the next pick for Pain. Is it just you and the coach deciding? Is it a whole team choice? How did you sit down and go through this process?
Was kind of the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we get some decision together.
Did you have any disagreements? Did some people say this team?
Yeah.
So there was different ideas?
Yeah.
So who made the final decision?
Was like we count the votes.
Oh, okay, you voted. Okay, I
kinda.
like it. Democracy. Democracy does work well.
Yeah.
All right. Big Yzera, who is Pain picking?
Pain Gaming is picking Navi.
Woo! Caralho.
Indeed, Blade. Now, first and second seed being picked out. First and second within this one. What do you think made them go for you, Blade?
I don't know, it's like choosing between Vitality, Spirit, and us. It depends, like, I don't know, what is their, like, strategy in terms of map pool, everything. Better to ask. Is that it?
Give us the reason, Big Yzera.
It's mostly map pool.
Okay.
Yeah. I think our map pool is so similar. So if they pick some map, it will be a good map for us. And will be the same by our side, I think. So will be a good map. So probably a good match.
Probably a good match. I'm looking forward to it. Blade, for you, a lot of teams, when we've been asking them about why they picked into Na'Vi, they kept saying you guys are predictable. What do you say about that?
I don't know. It depends, always depends on the match, depends on the map, what we played, how much prep we put into this map, and so on. But we are always trying to change a lot of stuff from tournament to tournament, from map to map, from match even to match. So, I don't know.
So you don't agree? You're not predictable?
No. Depends, like I said, depends on the map. If you play Nuke, for example, like imagine on T side, people always build some manipulative like strategy, right? Like always to guess or like to force the rotation, just to know the habits. So if you speak about this map, for example, it's impossible to be predictable. You always need to change. But it's always mind games, right?
There is a lot of mind games.
Sometimes you predict, and we know you predict.
All right, we're down to our last 2 picks. And this one gets very interesting because Eternal Fire get to decide the fate for Heroic. So I'm going to just ask you first. You got either Vitality or Spirit. Who do you think you might end up with here?
Who do I think? Well, 50-50, I guess, but
Xantares could challenge Donk? Then you
Could
might
be,
get a
could be.
Vitality?
but I think we are gonna play Spirit.
You think you're going to play Spirit? Maja,
So,
you now have the decision to make between the final two teams.
Yes.
Did you expect to have Vitality and Spirit left over when you kind of worked things out and said who the other teams might pick?
yeah, to be honest, we talk about this scenario or multiple scenario,
Yeah.
and this was a scenario that we talked with the team. Yeah.
Was there a scenario that surprised you here? Was there a different pick order?
Yeah, obviously we talk about multiple scenario and just took a decision about that, and I remember exactly the discussion about this scenario.
Ah, okay. So you're
So
definitely ready.
I know my pick, yeah.
You know your pick?
Yeah.
All right.
But
Maja. Oh,
before saying my pick,
okay.
my kids at home are awake and
Oh,
they
nice.
just watch me, and every time I say hello because
Yeah,
she's so
yeah.
happy, my daughter when she watch me and she has her name. So Jeren, I don't know where's the camera.
Somewhere
Jeren,
over there.
Defna, Aslan, I love you guys. I do it for you. That's all.
Beautiful.
pick.
Beautiful, man. Hello to Maja's family out there watching as they get to see you make the
So-
Eternal Fire pick. Give it to me.
So the pick of Eternal Fire will be Vitality.
Vitality. I personally would think it may be an obvious reason why, but just tell me why you picked Vitality over Spirit.
No, it's always an exciting match against Vitality. I always play against them, and let's see.
Does it help that also they made a change? Does that make it maybe an easier chance for you?
No, I think like choosing between Spirit and Vitality is like choosing a fight between Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. doesn't matter who you pick, you know.
You're not gonna win.
But it's always good match against Vitality at ESL Pro League Extra, so always exciting match, and I already have goosebumps to play against them.
Well, I'm looking forward to see you beat Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali, whichever one it would be. We'll have to see. Extas, were you expecting to be in this position over Spirit? Do you think they were giving Spirit the respect?
Yeah, I think so. And also they beat us twice last year. Hopefully it's time to get a revenge.
Okay, so something on the cards there with that. So I'm guessing, you already said it right, you would probably end up with Spirit, but does that mean you're very prepared for Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, and it was the most likely scenario for us that we are gonna meet Spirit. And the match will be tomorrow, of course, the first match. So maybe we have a couple of tricks here and there.
Oh. Magix, how did the Spirit team feel about it? You're just waiting, right? Again, in the same situation, but how did they feel about kind of guessing which team you might end up with? Did you expect it to probably be Eternal Fire or Heroic?
No, actually, the prediction was easily to get because from the previous year, you have seen Eternal Fire besting Vitality. You have seen tough matches between Navi, and BetBoom probably doesn't really want to play against Donk.
Yeah.
So it was pretty obvious, and also it went the same way in the previous round of picking, which was online,
Yep.
where we also remained the last team which was not picked by anyone. So we played FlyQuest. So actually, yeah, I think we have been expecting Heroic.
You think a lot of teams are just scared to pick into Spirit? They don't want to fight you guys?
I don't know.
It seems that way. It definitely looks like it. Well, here we have it. This has been the draft, and these are your quarterfinal matches.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, If Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Day of the Blast Bounty LAN finals have indeed landed, and we are kicking things off in style. 8 teams going to be joining us in the studio throughout the duration of this week. 4 teams today, which means we have 2 quarterfinals to be diving into. By we, I mean myself, Rose Spears, Pimp, and Maui joining me down here on the desk. Gentlemen, this is going to be an exciting 4 days of Counter-Strike, right?
We're finally getting to see some of these new rosters in action on LAN. The nerves are going to be tested. We're going to see if the boys remain boys and if the men can stay on top.
I know we had some cool online Counter-Strike going on, but Counter-Strike does feel slightly better when the players are in person, when they're on LAN in a studio. So for me, this season begins right here, right now, today.
And of course, we have a very unique format coming into this season of Bounty, not least because the teams get to pick their opponents, which did indeed go down live yesterday with James back. So let's have a recap of the draft show yesterday.
Now this is the fun part.
BetBoom team pick G2.
Did you expect to be picked first?
I mean, a little bit.
Pangame is picking Navi.
Choosing between Vitality, Spirit, and us. It depends, like, I don't know, what is their, like, strategy in terms of map pool, everything.
It's mostly map pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Eternal Fire pick. Give it to me.
So the pick of Eternal Fire will be Vitality.
Vitality.
Choosing between Spirit and Vitality is like choosing a fight between Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. doesn't matter who you pick, you know?
You're not going to win.
We talked about it, and it was the most likely scenario for us that we are gonna meet Spirit. And the match will be tomorrow, of course, the first match. So maybe we have a couple of tricks here and there.
This has been the draft, and these are your quarterfinal matches.
It was a great way to be kicking off, the choices for the bounty hunters coming into the 4 most wanted, as we saw on the left side of Banks. We also got to see the reactions going down as well. I feel like Magma Jersey had quite, the good reasoning for picking G2. Yeah. Taz was there saying, like, I guess it was predictable. It was kind of predictable, right?
Deep win in Taz. He knew that he was going to be picked first. I don't think anyone out there in the world had any doubt that G2, out of those 4 teams, were the ones being picked the first. And it speaks volume to where people see G2 right now without Nico. Obviously, it's been a big point of conversation, losing him, losing the second voice. They are still here. They have won 2 games in a row. Heavy Guard have looked great as an individual player as well, but without a doubt, when you look towards Spirit, Vitality, and Navi for that matter, G2 were the obvious pick.
Yeah. I'm just going to say, even though I've been critical of G2 for some time now, the IGLing, the coaching, the strategies, everything, I want them to be good because when Taz and Snacks are succeeding, they have this swagger to them that I haven't seen for years. And if they're on top, they will give us good lines. So in some ways, I want it.
Since the old Virtus Plow time.
Exactly.
Are you not rooting for a certain free agent in-game leader who's suddenly just now been put on the bench? Is that what you may be hoping for?
I feel like we're going to have a lot of time between games 1 and 2 to discuss all of that.
Yes, let's put a pin in that conversation. You're right, Maui. Pain were then next up to be picking. They ended up going with Na'Vi. Blade's reaction saying, Na'Vi, Spirit, Vitality, what's the difference? They're there's a difference, right?
I'd say so. I think Spirit right now is a caliber above those two, and I think it also speaks volume to the new Vitality project. We spoke about it yesterday. You bring in Wops, and to me, that's an upgrade in terms of the precision within Vitality, in terms of the motivation coming in for that team as well. Right now, people are willing to pick Na'Vi before they pick Vitality. To me, that's a statement that people believe that Vitality and that new lineup will be a scary one.
There's got to be a little bit of comfort when you're picking Na'Vi right now because people have just seen what they're all about. And for whatever reason, people aren't expecting Alexi B and Blade over the break to be in the lab. I don't know what they're smoking, but I'm sure they're cooking something, okay?
I hope so. That was the only kind of question we had yesterday when we were predicting the draft on the Blast TV simulator, right? It was, were they going to go with Vitality? Were they going to go with Na'Vi? That meant that Eternal Fire obviously ended up picking Vitality. You don't really want to be choosing into Spirit. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, they took Mike Tyson, into that, fight. I'm glad Major was on that show. He saved us a couple of times in that regard. I feel that makes sense, Vitality was the obvious pick for EF, and that's probably also a matchup where they think they have a realistic chance of, at the very least, taking a map, which personally I don't believe, but it could be the case.
Madger reminded us that they played twice last year, were able to find 2 victories, so maybe they could find an upset once again and spoil this ROPS LAN debut.
I know that we're going to have plenty of time to talk about this because it is our first game of the day, but Heroic, they drew the short straw, rather, didn't they, Maui?
Unfortunately, everybody is looking at Spirit as a dominant powerhouse right now. You know what you're going to get from their lineup, just like Na'Vi. However, the firepower is on a completely different level. And so, lo and behold, the major winners are the team that people fear the most.
Good luck to So and the boys for Heroic.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that one does go down. But you have roughly 25 minutes to get your fantasy teams locked in over on Blast TV. Now, we had a couple of days head start to be doing this one. Pimp, who did you choose in your fantasy team?
Well, I did what nobody else had the balls to do, and that is going for the GOAT of Counter-Strike, obviously, instead of Dunk. Saivu is my GOAT, and Saivu is my pick coming into the fantasy team. Everyone picked Dunk. Was it up to 85% or something?
Really?
I saw that on the fantasy leaderboard. I thought to myself, I may as well win, and I may as well win in style. Backed up by JL, Magix, Chopper, and Apex, it's the team of the in-game leaders.
This is an aura-less fantasy team, Pimp, unfortunately. We're the fraggers, a lot of role players, 2 in-game leaders. Come on, man.
So I was your captain as well, so you're going for the low multiplier.
He's the GOAT.
I can't dispute that, but there is maybe a GOAT of GOATs, and that's going to be Donk, right? All the same people went with Donk, Maui included.
Exactly. This felt like the obvious pick. I don't know what Pimp's on lately, but it's not cooking, okay? Donk right there to kick things off. I made Shiro my captain. I always feel like he's going to be farming some points. If anything, he is the guy that breaks HLTV rating, breaks the stats from time to time. And then look at the aura, Pimp, okay? Read him and weep. Flames right there as my 3rd pick. Hunter, look at all the fraggers I got. And yeah, we shared Apex there at the end because we all know that he can really pack a punch versus a lower seeded team.
I think anyone out there could make a better team, but...
Wow, that's a takeaway.
And yet you failed. And yet you failed to do it, okay?
And you know what's so beautiful about that is that we can actually quantify how well all of us do over on Blast TV. But nevertheless, it is time to get into our first matches of the day. Later today, it's going to be G2 taking on BetBoom, not before our first game of the day. Heroic taking on Spirit. And now for Heroic, they've got a little asterisk next to their name because they're coming in with a stand-in nonetheless. They're looking to stand tall. This is going to be a tough task though, because as we talked about yesterday in that draft show, they have to go up versus not only the #1 team in the world, but the #1 player in the world. And Donk, he's been starting this season as he means to go on. He looked absolutely ruthless throughout the first stage of Bounty.
It does feel like Spirit have picked up where they left on in 2024. Winning that major obviously was a fantastic moment for Donk, a fantastic moment for Spirit, and some could have thought that, coming into the new season, maybe they would have slept a little bit, maybe they would have taken some time off and eased into it. From what we've seen so far, and I know it's been a small sample size, and I know the teams they've faced as well haven't really been of the caliber that they're going to face at this very tournament later on when they beat Heroic, but it still looks like a very scary Spirit. It still looks like a Donk who's been playing and grinding out Faceit, grinding out Deathmatch. So for that reason alone, it's very hard for me to imagine a world where Heroic, especially considering they have a stand-in, is going to be able to do anything against these 5 guys.
You could look at Spirit and say tactically, structurally, or even just pure firepower, all of those will likely eclipse anything that Heroic can bring to the table today.
I love that thought, you know, because you always try to put up the teams against each other. And I feel like if there was one position where it may be a little bit ungrateful to say, but I think Saw as a coach, you know, could be an argument saying that he could be better than Hallie. The thing is, we don't really know that much about the inner workings of what he contributes with.
Another thing is that Hallie's actually not here.
True.
Hallie couldn't make it, and so in those timeouts, it's just up to the Spirit players amongst themselves to try to problem solve. So that could be the one saving grace. It makes it so that those timeouts are a little bit less effective. If Heroic start on a heater, it's going to be hard to regain your bearings, but I just feel like if Spirit just follow any loose game plan, it will probably be good enough.
Yeah, we've seen moments, you know, in the past year where Spirit were getting a little bit emotional, a little bit frustrated during those timeouts. I think Hallie was kind of, you know, key in terms of solving that. But I'm not necessarily so worried about that today. And one key reason is that Donk, Mario, I didn't even get to ask you about this at the HLTV Awards. Not only did he absolutely have a clean sweep there, any category he was in, basically he won it. He had some aura whilst he was up on stage as well with the speeches, right?
I hate that word. Why, Pim? Because you don't have it? Come on, no, come on. I mean, the thing is, with Donk right now, he is bringing this sort of swagger to this team, and I feel like it's almost entirely unintentional. Because he is actually just being wholly genuine with how he's carrying out these statements, perceiving himself, and in some ways, it's exactly what you want from a guy that has reached #1 as quickly as he has. When you have a meteoric rise like Donk, it's a little bit easy to feel too big for your britches, that you're immediately just going to start getting a big head, you're going to kind of like lay off all the practice a little bit, but he doesn't really think that what he did was special, that he's going to just continue on that grind, and he's got many years to show that he can overtake maybe your GOAT, Pimp. Sorry.
I'm not sure if I beg to differ on that statement, in a sense that we saw Spirit, you know, 3 months ago, we're in a bit of a turmoil. We saw some of the body language coming out of Donk. We saw some of the interview from Suntix as well before they head into Singapore for the Blast World Finals. It was a Spirit where the conversation surrounding that team 3 months ago was, who are they going to kick? Who are they going to replace? They weren't really doing up to the level that we expected them to, and then all of a sudden they turn it around. So I feel like we have seen glimpses of when they face adversity, Donk could be a player that you need to take care of. Donk could be a player that you need to cater a little bit for. You know, he is young, as you said, and when you had a meteoric rise, you got to be able to withstand that pressure.
Yes.
We have also seen in certain documentaries that Shiro is a bit fragile in that whole aspect.
True.
So it's not necessarily me saying that Spirit is not in a good place right now. It's just whenever they do face adversity, I feel like we have seen that they are vulnerable in a sense. That's not going to be the case against Heroic, but probably later on in the tournament, it's worth noticing if we see some of the same body signals coming up.
But that's the thing that's so dangerous about Spirit, right? Is the fact that it isn't only Donk that's able to put that firepower. It's Magix and it's Zontix rounding out that rifling trio, right?
That has been what's impressive coming into the season, because there were a lot of questions being raised with that major finals performance. Is Magix going to be able to sustain that level he had versus FaZe? Is Zontix going to be able to bring his form up? Because at times in that major playoffs, he vanished, I would say. And so Shiro's been the right-hand man to Donk for some time, but it is up to Magix and Zontix to aid Donk so it isn't just the one-man rifle show. And thankfully for Donk, they've proved that. They've actually looked astounding. There has been no weak link whatsoever for Spirit.
Well, we have questions and potentially we can get some answers courtesy of James Banks and Zontix.
Zontix, to the end of last season, we were speculating that maybe Spirit would make some changes, you know, because of obviously you started the year so well, maybe some players are not able to perform to the highest level. Then obviously you win the major and we say, okay, obviously you're going to keep this roster. There's obviously a lot of good players on Spirit Academy as well. What is the feeling and what is the change in the team right now? Do you notice a difference after ending the year with the major win?
Yeah, we're feeling in the second part of the season, like after the summer, that we kind of not in shape all the time, and we just couldn't handle it, and we got a bit tilted towards like November or something like that, and we had some problems inside the team. Then we fixed it, and then we started to play better and better and better, and then in the end we won the major, and of course we have a different feeling, because if you win the major you think you're the best and whatever, but for me, when you win you are not as good as you think, and when you lose you are not as bad as you think. So we just have to see how we will perform here on Katowice and later, and I just hope my teammates and me will perform at our best, and we will not have any problems like we had before.
Hopefully, no problems today versus their first opponent in the studio, which is indeed Heroic. Jacob, I've got a lot of questions about this team. Please give me some sort of answer about what on earth is going on with this roster, because there's a hell of a lot of names floating around this squad,
It's a very good question, and it's a very weird scenario, because I feel just the fact that we have Heroic inside the building in itself is a massive result and a massive start for this lineup. However, there is something going around, you know, right now with the Heroic camp. They bought Nilo out of a seemingly very expensive contract, and he's currently not part of the starting five. I don't know exactly what's going on, whether it's personal issues or whether it's something unforeseen coming into it, but he was supposed to be part of the starting lineup within Heroic. A great talent. He's been around for a long time, NIP Academy, you name it. Always been a great player. However, that's not the case right now. And then you have this whole Madden situation coming in as a stand-in. That's a pretty significant stand-in to have instead of Tenir. Tenir, who, to my understanding, was one of the main reasons as why Heroic are even in this building right now. He was playing so well during the online stages. Unfortunately, couldn't guarantee himself a visa, which means he's not here. So I have a lot of questions for you, and I don't have a lot of answers, and that's my issue.
You got any answers for me, Maui? Make any sense to you?
The answer is that they're likely going to get bodied today, okay? And that's the unfortunate truth about this, but what Heroic did with their Blast Bounty performance thus far is that by taking down 3D Max, by taking down Liquid, they put themselves on the map. They showed everybody that they mean business, and once they actually sort out whatever roster constellation that they're putting together for the season, they are a team that everybody needs to worry about, because with Saw behind them, with the fact that they have a core that was actually doing very well online with Sangal, they have shown that they can take quite a few scalps at this point. It's just that it's an unfortunate situation for them today, given all of this whole stand-in situation.
It's a bit of a kerfuffle, isn't it? 25k bounty on their head, 25k in their bank at the moment. I'm curious to see if they wager any of that.
I gotta say one thing. We got Youngstar right here, the Linkin Park hoodie.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, regardless of how well he plays, in the end, I don't think it will even matter.
Oh, I'm feeling so numb right now, Maui. So numb.
I hate both of you.
Madden, let's talk about one of the stand-in that we see coming in replace of Tenir, which is interesting in itself because, as far as I know, for Academy's plans, Tenir is back in business. He's back in the team. What do you think Madden is going to be bringing to the server today?
I mean, a window of opportunity for Madden himself. Maybe he can put himself on the map once more. I know most of the roster changes have undergone already, and he was probably left out. He's, as far as I know as well, sitting on a contract within Vitality, which that's not Vitality, sorry, within Falcons, which means that he's still getting paid to play Counter-Strike, and maybe he'll part of the next shuffle. But for that to happen, he needs to prove right here on the stage that he can still be an attractive player to any team out there. Now, we get to play with Son Payers, and if anything, I don't think Madden is going to come in and make the big difference, but maybe Son Payers is going to feel slightly more comfortable around Madden. He knows him, been playing him for a long time, so if anything, I hope he can elevate Son Payers to a new level that we haven't quite seen ever since he joined Falcons.
And one thing about Madden really quickly here is just that he's worked with Saw before. He knows that if he's going to follow a game plan devised by this coach, that he can follow it to a T, he knows how to execute it, and because Son Pius already showed us so much in the group stage of this event, I feel like that is because of what Saw brought to the table, and Modern should be able to follow suit.
Now, I will say Tenir Online played great Counter-Strike, and we've seen him trend upwards as well. He's a great talent, but imagine being a young player who just recently transitioned into Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yes.
You're left out, you can't go into the LAN environment. That sucks, obviously, for visa issues. Now, Madden is going to come in. What happens if Madden's played well? You said it yourself, he's been playing with Saw for a long time. Son Payers knows him. Is there a conversation maybe to be had that maybe you want to integrate Madden into the lineup, or maybe if that continues being visa issues for Tenir, it adds some pressure to the lineup, adds some pressure to Tenir that no one is really asking for, because we saw online what they could do, but fact of the matter is it's a case, and it sucks for Heroic, and it sucks for Tenir.
You mentioned Saw as a coach, but I think he hopes to bring a lack of pressure for Son Payers, right? I think there's something that's key about him being in this team and just enjoying himself.
Peter said it, you know, he's a player that plays significantly better when he's happy. He needs a good mood around him. He's a bit of a mood player, just like Peter as well, Dupree, that we had in the studio last week. And I think that's a massive attribute that Saw could potentially add to Son Payers, make him enjoy playing Counter-Strike again, because we have seen what he could do in Ennis, where he was arguably one of the best AWPers the game had to offer.
And one thing that's great that Son Pius has under his belt at this point is that he's worked with an international lineup, because the transition from him to Movistar, people remember the first few months he was actually playing with Ents were quite awkward. awkward. His fit on the roster, how he wanted to integrate himself on the T side, it didn't look too pretty, but now he knows what it's like to play with a bunch of guys that speak English from different regions, and he also knows how to work with Saw. So I feel like all of this comes together to give him a better atmosphere, better environment, and one that he already has the reps and has proven that he can thrive in.
Well, gentlemen, speaking of playing, I think it's time to find out what we are going to be playing in our picks and bans. Okay, Maui, you have some thoughts coming into this. What should we be expecting?
Okay, so, well, we're already taking Dust 2 out of the equation, and I wanted to know if Heroic, what they were going to ban here, given that both of these teams ban Inferno, so that should be obviously coming next. And then for Heroic, Pimp, I've liked them on Ancient. I've liked them a bit on Anubis as well, so I would expect it to go to one of those, but yeah, okay, they go for the Anubis. They took Liquid down on this one.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, a bit of a comfort pick for Heroic. People at home may think, why not Train? But we've seen Spirit play Train already, and as an underdog, that could be an interesting pick, but it doesn't make sense against Team Spirit, who look great on that map. Nuke, a map we know Spirit can play, but not necessarily the most picked map in the pool.
Wow, yeah, I feel like actually coming into this new season, Spirit are showing that they actually want to make Nuke their first pick. They did that actually against another team in the group stage here, and Decider actually looks like it's okay. Well, they're taking Ancient out, and we got Train.
We
got Train as a Decider.
That is interesting to me. That's a comfort pick for Spirit as well. We only got to see them play it at the tournament where they looked somewhat decent. I believe that was against Fnatic maybe.
Yeah, opening
one
match.
of the opening games as well. So they know they can play it. And I think for Heroic, coming in with a stand-in, it's probably not a lot of time spent on the map for Madden. So I think regardless of that, if you're Spirit, you feel comfortable, should it go to a third map?
That's the thing. That requires us to get to that third and final decider. But we've also got to decide on who on Earth the Talent are predicting for our 2 series today. Let's bring them up and see if anybody has gone with the Bounty Hunters. No, nobody tempted.
2.0.
Yeah. Maui, you weren't even slightly tempted to go for the underdog. You were the one saying respect underdog.
My God, I mean, maybe in the second match I would have done something crazy if Boomwich was in the house, but unfortunately, his absence leads to me just following the trend of everybody else.
BetBoom we saw online, I would have been tempted to pick against C2, but apart from that, not really.
Well, yes, it is time to be diving into our game, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, bounty hunting is going to be beginning for Heroic, but this is going to be a tough hill to climb. They're going to be taking on Spirit after this.
ready for every team. I don't care, to be honest, about our bounty, that we are the most wanted team.
We have been in these shoes of underdogs. You can't underestimate your opponent.
Are you kidding? You all want a piece of this action? You know who this is, right?
Oh,
you know who this is! You signed up for this!
Taking down a top team, it would be really nice. It's a new season, and nobody can predict what we are doing. When you are the underdog, you don't feel like a big pressure.
They get them in control, but smoke blowing open to near. Hello? That's how you leave an impression.
This is where things get very exciting. We've got Spirit going up against Heroic, but this is where the Blast Bounty format comes in to be just a little bit spicier, as the teams have a chance to put their money where their mouth is if they're confident enough to get the job done. I'm going to start with you, because Zontic, Spirit have had some pretty easy games. You've gained a bit of extra money in there, but you now have a chance to show that you fully believe you're going to win and offer some more money up on this game. So what do you say?
We put all in.
All in. Okay, so an extra 7,500 there. I expect that from a team like Spirit. LNZ, for you, you've got the money to play with. Are you going to match them? Are you going to go in for this?
Nah, let them bet their money.
Okay, so nothing's happening this time around. I kind of expected it. It's a good amount of money you've already managed to hold on there. No front throws this time. You sure you can't push? Look, they're trying to tell you to do it.
Yeah, let them bet their money.
Okay, it's not going to happen this time around. No challenge will be here. Donk's trying to tell him to do it, but it's not going to work. We'll see what happens in the game.
Donk riling them up, telling them to go all in, telling them to put their money where their mouth is. But today it's just Spirit who feel confident in this head-to-head. I can barely blame them. We got Heroic with a stand-in on the other side versus reigning major champs. Donk certainly looking cut out to play today in the Blast studio.
Yeah, I like that Spirit were coming through, trying to rile up the opponents, trying to get Heroic to go all in on this. You can understand why Heroic haven't. That means that optional, 15K we could add thrown into this won't come through. Instead, it's just the $67,500 on the head of Spirit and $25K on the heads of Heroic. That's still, what, $92,500 on this matchup.
That's quick maths. That's quick maths, Harry. I'll trust you on that one. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to play for here. It's not just a spot in the semi-finals, of course, in this brand new spanking studio. It's also the big money that's going to build up by the time of that grand final comes in just a couple of days. Heroic in a huddle. We mentioned the stand-in. You can see Madden there on our screens filling in for Tanir, who couldn't get a visa in time. Heroic have had their troubles, right? Recently talking about Nilo not being able to join this main roster. We thought that would perhaps be the stand-in, the young Swedish prodigy. Now it's the old boy from Falcons making his way into this roster, and Spirit, they are looking locked in and ready to go. Safe to say, this feels like the most one-sided opening match we have. Is there any hope for Heroic?
Well, you can see Saw there leading this this huddle with the team, and that is one edge that they're going to have. What Saw's been able to put together with this roster so quickly, you've got to respect it. You've got to know that he's been doing his homework on all the opposition they face. They're the most successful bounty hunter team that we had in round 1 and 2, winning both times as those bounty hunters. So yeah, you can take a look here at the squads that they had to beat on their journey to building up this 25K split between the banquet on their heads.
Yeah, this is a true challenge. This is as hard as it gets, right? Didn't even get to pick their team, the last choice, and it was just Spirit who gets drafted against them. And you mentioned Coach for Saw, being able to put together a great roster. We actually don't have Hallie here.
Yeah, that's the
unable to join Spirit due to health reasons. So there's something there that works in Heroic's favor a little bit, but they're going to need more than just an extra man. They might need a couple.
Yeah, look, I don't think going up against Donk is ever going to be made any easier. No extra man on your side, and having, a coach behind you and him not is going to make a world of difference there. I think Donk is always going to hit hard, but Spirit are the team out of these two squads playing with some degree of pressure. If you're Heroic here, sure, you're coming into this not only with a newly formed roster, but now you have a stand-in after the already limited amount of practice time you've been able to put together. I think if you're Heroic, you don't go into this with any sort of crazy expectations or taking it round by round. Spirit, meanwhile, who do have to win this matchup, and there are eyes on them and there are expectations on them to do so. They don't have that sixth man. They don't have their coach, someone who has been such a huge part of these runs for Spirit. Whenever you see the behind-the-scenes vlogs from this team, you always see him being super involved, calming players down, making sure the mood is right to succeed. And so I do think having him missing could be something that makes this matchup a little closer.
I definitely agree. Spirit haven't been tested yet, safe to say, right? Taking on Fnatic and FlyQuest in their 2 games as favorites, destroying both matches. The only real challenge was Fnatic on Train getting 10 rounds against them, which is our deciding map of the series. But if we're going to get there, Heroic are going to have to earn it through Anubis, Nuke as Spirit's pick, and then, as I said, Train to finish this one off. We're getting ready to go in. Man, I do think Heroic have no pressure on their shoulders, no expectations. Anything they do is excellent here. So maybe that guides them forward, because online we saw some sharp shooters in this team. We saw some great calls from LNZ, some fantastic maps from Youngster as well, and even some Pyres coming back into form after 4 months having not played at a professional level.
Все хорошо, слышно. Вот, офигенно, ты сегодня.
Yeah, you know, I think when you look at Sampaya, see it a big turnaround. Youngster as well, go right here on your screen. He came, you know, strength to strength as they battled on through. So there are still some very exciting pieces going on within this Heroic roster. It's just whether or not that's good enough to mean anything to this Spirit team, who are just terrifying, right? You can list just on an individual basis, starting with Donk already. That is a scary prospect to have to go toe-to-toe with, but it's so easy to then lose sight of the other threats in this Spirit team.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're ready to get into this one now. So it is, you know, these wounded warriors who constantly defined expectations to make it here, and now playing with a standard, taking on Counter-Strike's unstoppable force, the reigning major champs, and the home of the best player in the world. It's about time to get into Spirit versus Heroic.
Pistol round the corner. Heroic's map pick to start things off. And we're getting in. It's ready for game on here. First match of the Blast Bounty Season 1 playoffs, the quarterfinals between Team Spirit and Heroic. We are in.
CT start for Spirit, so if they get the pistol, that is a lot of legwork done to open up this first half. Heroic, they've adopted for this little B-wood lean, but they still have presence over in mid and A. They're waiting to see if Spirit deal them any aggressive moves right off the top. And they will get given an opener over here at B. They hear Magic's jump spotting, they chase him down. You get a limited bit of info there if you're Spirit, but with this much time left in the pistol round, Heroic can now get tricky. They want to start this slow, and they want to try and manipulate some of these Spirit rounds. When they get openers like this, you know shuffles are going to be happening, and so Heroic now look for the gap.
Yeah, such a great read to group 4 middle. That's kind of how Passion upset Spirit in their debut back in Shanghai, right? They often just abuse the fact that Spirit will give up mid entirely in the mid round when they lose a man, and so Heroic, a similar vein here as they come sending in through the temple. It's into Shiro and his Julies. He can't stop them. He has to fight from the front, but that's the bomb dropped at the back of the pack. Can Youngster come in and save it?
Good turnaround from Xfire, but they're having to burn some of this util, just getting that bomb back, and now they've been pincered in towards the spawn. This started off as a really nice idea for Heroic, but this slowdown, losing the bomb there, has cost them precious time. They'll regroup for the A hit. Zontic's already here. Here's them get in, has a chance at this kill, but Madden's gonna win it out. Big opportunity for Madden to kind of throw his name back into the discussion as he dons the Heroic jersey as the stand-in here. Opener in the pistol. Try and stop this retake coming through, but he can't stay alive. Chopper will get rid of him, and there's one more back for Shiro.
One shot.
It's all eyes on the captain. Linus tucks himself away, knows they're going to try and bring the fight to him. He was ready for that, but it doesn't make dealing with it any easier. Shiro's dualies will provide. And this pistol round comes down to the wire, but in the end, it's Spirit walking away with it.
That's a bit of a nightmare for Linus. Feel like that clutch was teed up for him perfectly.
They were so low.
2 players for 1 shot health, and he couldn't even connect the body shot on Chopper. That's awkward. Yeah, it gets a bit cooked there in the mid-round for Heroic where they lose the bomb, but I actually like how they realize what's going on. They lose a player, Zontix, who fell back from A into CT spawn, and they realize that's the A angle. There's no one in A main, it's all stacked in the site. We can, you know, just gamble back and go through camera, which they initially smoked. So nice realization for Heroic. It gets them a plant, which allows for a buy. But Spirit, of course, start things off on the right foot. Heroic encroaching on the B site for a split. So they have good odds. The issue is Spirit still have multiple smokes available. So they cycle them and sit in their setup. Magic's in a precarious position. He has no cover from Dark.
Yeah, that's a awkward crossfire for them to try and build. Chopper run out by the MAC-10s, and so Heroic don't have to wait long. They bring the heat into this second round. With their force buy, they get all the rewards out of it, too, for Youngster as well.
Yeah, that Spirit expecting maybe a little bit of respect there with that smoke down, but Heroic, they've set up for a B split. They're going through your smoke every single time, even if that was going to be a triple B, which it wasn't. So they kind of offset the timings for Spirit, running through a smoke and picking up the round off a couple of entries. And if there's one thing that we know Heroic are going to play like, if there's one thing we saw in the online stage of Bounty, it's they play with confidence. They got nothing to lose. And so a surprising start from Heroic as they come through the Force and 5 alive. I even heard them call the guns, the Spirit safe.
I mean, dude, I think one of the things that's made Heroic that much more exciting, in spite of the fact they come here with the stand-in, was the arrival of Youngster as a driving force behind those Heroic wins, right? In the opening game, we saw it was Tanier, the guy who couldn't make it here to the LAN finals. He was lights out in their opening series. But then as the games went on, as the maps dragged on for Heroic and their bounties kept on growing, Youngster very much threw his name into the conversation as a guy to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because the argument was for this Heroic roster pickup is, oh, we're getting the Sangal core, we're doing it for VRS points, we're going to make this roster better over time, kind of doing maybe what Falcons are up to at the same time. And so if there was a name on the chopping block, it did always feel like Youngster was going to be that first guy to get cut, to make space for someone like Nilo. But now we've seen Nilo's not coming in anytime soon, presumably, and he's got to earn his spot, apparently, say Heroic. And I think Youngster's already proving himself as another young Swedish talent. So there's not an easy way in, as long as he can keep up these performances, because this is LAN at the end of the day. Spirit won a major in this route. This is a Heroic with at least the core of which we haven't seen proven on LAN to the same degree. Yeah. Sure, Sangal won a game v phase at Pro League. That's really all we saw from these guys on LAN. So put up or shut up right now, taking their time against the Force, and that's allowed Spirit to gamble.
Here's the mid-round aggression over at main. That is the rifle now spotted. Shiro has been burnt alive inside of the B site in the meantime, but it looks like Heroic, we're going to follow through with this A play. And because they've all lent here, they don't really have any options anymore. They do just have to commit to the A hit. That means going into Donk on this hero rifle. I don't know if this was the guy you wanted to face. Donk can end a round single-handedly, but it's just the one and done. Sampaio, key double opening there. An important trade onto Donk. The follow-up kill. Zontix caught out in the open.
Donk moves off of default so he doesn't get mollied, and then they molly the stairs anyway. That's a really nice util set for Heroic. That was the last thing Donk was expecting. So sure, he gets a kill, but mollied and flashed, and there's nowhere to play. He has to stand in the open. To think if he stayed back default, he might have had a couple of kills in him, been able to trade his teammates' peaks from camera, but burnt alive. Heroic. I don't want to delude myself and say that I came into today expecting an upset, expecting anything less than Spirit showing up and sweeping this series, but Heroic are playing to win right now, and Spirit are going to have to warm in. On CT Anubis, that's not a fun place to be.
I think there were already some good signs as well in how that round played out. I think it would have been very easy. You saw the moment of like hesitancy once they learned that Donk's rifle was here, that one big gun in the round. They all paused for a moment like they were going to change their minds, and usually it's those indecisive moments where you're not all on the same page that cut through these newer teams and end up like being their undoing.
Sure.
But it felt like someone just doubled down on the call. My guess is it would be Linus as the guy helming the ship here for Heroic. And he made the squad commit, and so they ran right into the rifle, but everyone's believing in the call, in the util, and so it all pans out.
Smoking camera, oh, we missed it. I mean, weird enough that you'd even want a smoke camera here. You just spotted a bit of a B stack. Spirit getting aggressive. But Heroic is still looking to put pressure on B with Madden lurking main, similar to how Turnier would be doing it in that T side. The push through the smoke is nice, but there's still rifles at range. Heroic should be able to sweep up this round easily enough. Madden not walking into that B side. They're going to pull back on the default and group up. Really like how Heroic are approaching these rounds to start the series. It will change a lot when Spirit start to get guns out and can play aggressively with weaponry behind it. But Heroic playing numbers again as they walk for contact into B. Flash set up for Shiro and Magix.
Oh, and they've actually smoked off Temple. So this crossfire is going to be allowed to happen. The flash play was going to be allowed to happen, but Madden, fully blinded, doesn't care. And so that one's kept nice and clean for Heroic. Chopper's going to be left saving.
Oh dear.
He hopes that they come hunting. He'd love to make a bit of extra money, but if you're Heroic, you don't really have any reason to do so. Let him get out with the MAC-10.
Yeah, Shiro can still buy the AWP even if Chopper gets nothing done, so it's not the end of the world.
You know, you were just saying there in that last round how you really like how they played the early game. I'm inclined to agree with you. I think it's been fantastic in terms of you're constantly waiting for Spirit to make these mid-round moves. With how Spirit even came into the conversation before this, when the teams were talking about if they wanted to bet anything on this game, it's clear that Spirit are super confident. They know they're the favorites in this game. And they're probably going to play like that. And so if you can punish some of these early aggressive moves, if you can scare Spirit out of making moves in the mid-round, and you do that by punishing them a bunch early on, I think that's how you really freeze this CT side setup. And that will work to your advantage as the game goes on. I'm thinking we're going to get a good amount of aggression from Spirit in this first rifle round, and I think that's exactly what Heroic are waiting for. So much of this hinges on Heroic successfully repelling that aggressive move if they want to continue picking up steam on this T side.
Madden just running and shooting, full blind, nails the headshot there. Here's the AWP for Shiro. Let's see if Spirit bring that aggression you're talking about.
Looks like Youngster's going to be the guy. If anyone gets given an aggressive move in this round, it's going to be him on this A lurk. That's now changed with Chopper leaving B and grouping. They're now set up on both sides of the extremities. So Spirit have options open for how they can get aggressive here. They can wait and see what info comes in across the rest of the map. They're here in this mid-take util. I think that probably triggers you to want to take a little peek out maybe in through dark, try and collect this info on if they're teeing up for some sort of A split here.
Well, if there was a guy for the job, it would be Donk. But even he is reserved in this round, sitting triple B. Again, Spirit just gambled. Mid won't be taken. And it's open completely. No one's even pushing it. Right now, Heroic group the bomb outside of the A side, taking main, miss smoke. Bit awkward. That's also going to put some fear in
aggressive move, Flash. Oh. Trying to get the info on B. Madden with the spot. It doesn't really work to anyone's benefit yet, but it looks like Spirit want to chase down this fight onto Madden while they've got him boxed in. If he can get out with a kill here, that would have been huge, but Chopper catches him, nades pulled. Heroic now look to hit the go button on this A play, and something's gone wrong there for Spirit. Back turned on Shiro, Zontix didn't spot them get out, and so now it falls onto Magix trying to keep this round in check. Bit of a gap in the comms for Spirit. Bit of uncertainty as to who was covering what. Magix is not able to chase down Youngster. And so that bomb plant will be held, 2v1. And Chopper having to go all the way around the world after that aggression in through B main. Picks up the first. The ball is now rolling on this clutch.
He's not going to be ready for Linus's post point. Such a powerful position up in the rafters. He's got to worry about main, pillar, everything. Nate can do a bit of damage, but Linus has the clock in his favor, and Chopper's got no kit. Quick tap, looking the wrong way, and Linus goes for the spot. Chopper turns back. He's not going to finish the kill, and that is the round. Done and dusted. Can't even get that AWP out as well. He just has to leave. Heroic 4-1 up on a T side. What a fantastic start. Also, small detail, you can barely blame Magix for believing in the mid-air MP9. That gun is so accurate, it's a laser. But if he doesn't jump there, if he just falls into the site, he probably gets that kill. He would have hit the ground way earlier, wouldn't have been flying, would have had accuracy. Really awkward. I want to know how they weren't ready for the main pop. That was through smoke, sure. Heroic did run through a main smoke, but Zontix is not covering Shiro there in the slightest. Maybe he's swapping sides of the site, but that just went awfully wrong for Spirit. Especially when they knew it was going to be A. The Chopper just cleared B main. So a confusing round for Team Spirit.
I mean, this is why the slower style of calling coming out of Linus for the Heroic squad has been so good to watch early. It's kind of forcing Spirit to play Heroic's game, which is a very hard thing to force through if you're the underdog.
Yeah.
Spirit are seemingly even aware of what they're up against as well, right? It took them a long old time before they made an aggressive move in that round, in spite of like the 3-2 split, mid left open. They still waited till there was only like 50 seconds left on the clock before they went for the info play. So they know exactly what Heroic are doing. That's not to say it's making dealing with it any easier. Some pious, keen opening there. Magic's caught on the jump spot, but there's the donk effect. Oh my god, full blind. That's nearly the third. Aware of someone crossing out on a jail, but Donk's going to do this all single-handedly.
Oh my god, he keeps it up.
They managed to get the plant in. The nades have found great damage. Donk continues to soften them up. Smoke spam connects though, and that is brought down. The Spirit star low on health. And maybe forced to play with a bit more respect in this retake. 3-on-3. Flank even spotted by Madden. Shiro's AWP now enters the fray. Best spot Spirit have been in a little while.
Tick-tock.
But a lot of time ticked off that bomb already. X-Floud holds the line, and now some Pius left up in the clutch. 4 kills deep as he puts a 5th round on the board for Heroic. Might have had a slow start in the beginning of this event, did some Pius online, but the moment you bring him back to LAN, he's bought the heat.
A momentum play for Heroic, just speeding out B main. Even though they lose the split, some Pius gets them in, and I love that block on Donk. They don't let him get back in the round, keep him smoked off the entire time. Heads up counter-strike from Heroic. A shift in pace. And now they've put Spirit on pistols.
All Linus is thinking right now is, should have betted that extra 7.5K. I didn't know we were going to do this. Oh, hang on a second, Donk. One thing's been clear over these last few rounds is that this guy has wanted to be a lot more involved. Brings the Deagle into the mid-fight early and takes that advantage for Spirit on a low econ round. Still this AWP left to worry about, and Youngster learns about it the hard way. Pays the toll for the A-main control. Some Pius now looks to go and take that line, but 2v4. Now's the time to lend Madden. Ooh. A little bit of a timing to explore his options. He knows he's found good room here, getting all the way into CT.
Wow. They never heard this. They can know about the possibility, but they don't know it's a reality. And this is a double fake as well. He's going to go backstab the A site while the bomb walks B.
I don't know. This introduces a lot of variables for Heroic.
Yeah.
It might all work out, though. As Spirit is shifting around the map, they're almost trading places with each other. Shiro's AWP is trying to watch this line, and he's taken a safe line indeed. Madden has to face him here.
Yeah.
And so Shiro well positioned to deal with the number of variables and question marks in that round. He isolates it all to just one angle. And for some Pius, there's no winning this. 1v4, he just writes it off, looking to hold on to this AWP. So Spirit on the pistols. With that AWP for Shiro, are able to get themselves back on the board after a little hiatus.
Yeah, you wonder if they overcomplicated it there, right? Sure, Spirit played it very well. They left B to go hunt that kill. They were boxing Madden in regardless. But Just both grouping for the same site, they would have been able to trade out way more effectively. So finally, Spirit net an important round since the pistol. They win it on eco. The mid-smoke push punished. And that's the issue. When you're Heroic here, you may be feeling great, 5-1 up T-side, everything's been working out. You're running over them. You can never let them back in. You can never let your foot off the gas.
No, especially not on Anubis, right? Like even a slimmer margin is giving your opponent 3 rounds after the start you've been on can be enough for a team to break back through on this map.
So Saw with an instant pause after they lose that awkward one. They know they've given Spirit a lot of money. This orb, they've always found a way to pull it out. It's been saving it a couple of times. But Shiro looking solid to start the game.
Gonna try their hand at this mid control again. Oh, Chopper's been seen, and that's a free opener for Sumpires. Now one jiggle drops the hint to the Heroic Orpa and gives them the opening runway to take this mid control. Man on a swing, though, instantly punished. Zontix on this aggressive push over at main. Entirely alone in this endeavor as well. Shiro did just lob a bit of util over.
Clean.
That's an important trade for Youngster to pick up. Dealing with the Spirit player further afield like that, cuts off some of the info, puts pressure on Shiro, who can't just watch mid now. Now his attention's split between main and middle, so he needs support. That means Magix has rotated over.
Spirit go for the gamble. Heroic should be expecting 2B1A, so this shift is trying to catch them off guard if they go back for an A split, which feels like the safest move right now. Magic's getting burrowed into the bomb site just in time, and they won't see him cross in. The Orb hears him coming from heaven. Magic's in a great position to swing off his contact. Sumpire's crucial trade turns back around in middle for more, and it's Shiro or bust at this point. Donk just chasing that Orb down. Last bullet through the wall. This round's on for Spirit.
They lose Shiro, but it's Donk now, the big threat. That's a clean shot out of Donk. And it's just xFloud left for him to beat. Knows he's in the sight, but xFloud a little bit sharper, ready for that swing over the top of Briggs. An important 1v1 to pick up, and they've just stopped Donk. #1 in the world in his tracks on his way to that clutch.
Yeah, you would have put your house on Donk in that one, but xFloud, very nice angle, playing off the site as well. Sumpires, he didn't expect that Donk chase, did he? He was holding the camera flank, but just goes to assist in heaven, just gets shot in the back. Donk running rampant, denied in this clutch.
I think it's another huge boost for Heroic, though, right? The fact that you've slowed Donk's roll midway through a clutch, you put a stop to him. Those are the moments that Donk is meant to be terrifying in.
You don't see a Donk clutch every day. But yeah, wouldn't change my...
With how this game's gone, right? Like, he is being left as one of the last men standing more often than not, and I think that's Heroic doing a great job of dodging him.
B-main looks.
Oh god, no one's looking. Linus, that could have been a double. That would have been the B site locked in, the round over, but Donk offering up resistance.
Somehow.
Gets out with 2.5, did all he had to and then some, but it still might not be enough for Team Spirit. xFloud with a lot of damage downrange. They've spotted Chopper tucked in at dark. Zontix on this rotate, tapped by the nade. Sumpius is Orp able to home in on that position and gets rid of Zontix, leaving the low HP Chopper to go and save. Heroic keep the good times rolling in as the 7th round arrives for Heroic.
Yeah, he might have a look in at the end. He's repositioned completely, but he's more so hoping Heroic fumble it and go to A, which they were never going to do. Both players set up. LNZ just runs through the smoke and gets into the back of the site, and Spirit have no idea. They're not even listening for it, probably thinking it's their teammate rotating in. Heroic just completely catching Spirit off guard round after round on T-side Anubis. They've done their homework, that's for sure.
Is there a kit dropped here?
I'm thinking there must be if Chopper's going for this kind of maneuver. But time is ticking and we don't see one, so it might be a done deal. Signed and sealed. Heroic 70 rounds.
I mean, having Pius play like this, 11-3, that is a huge boost to Heroic. You certainly saw him get better as the online stage went on, but he didn't have like those games where he would just sit up and single-handedly take control. The games that you know Pius is capable of giving us.
His match via Liquid was astounding, right? Considering how poorly he started in that first map, all the way back against 3D Max. He was like single-digit kills in an overtime game. I was worried for this guy, but hey, he wiped off the ring rust, oiled the engine. He's definitely hitting right now, 11-3, getting some crucial equalizing kills.
Yeah. And I mean, they've even been pulling out little gimmicks for him to try and search for these openers, right? Even in the rounds at the early stages of this first half, when he was donning a rifle, he was still a huge threat to try and contain. So Pius in this form, I think that suddenly gives LNZ so much more to cool around. And Pius, someone who's experienced enough. You imagine at the start of these rounds, he's just saying, look, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to get my opener on the AWP. And he's being given that freedom in this round, walking it solo in through dark on the AWP. And good timing to take this line, giving a swing. But he will miss that chance at the opener.
Well, if he wasn't clearing right side, that's Donk dead. It's a very good time. It keeps Donk alive. We don't really have the util to stop this B-pop. Again, not that Heroic have respected it in any of these gun rounds. That final B-site smoke goes out to stall for a few more seconds, but it's Magix and Chopper against the world.
Donk's making his way back over. We'll get here just in time, barreling through the temple smoke. He's managed to survive the first crossing, but not for long. It's Chopper with 3, digging deep back at the site, offering up that resistance to keep Spirit in this round. 2v2 on the retake now.
It's a hard clutch to win, though. Pius in B main with a bomb for him. He is the one to close this out. Zontix has the kit, but they've got to get a move on. Shiro's fully resetting. Is Zontix just going to go for a ninja or something? Shiro feels like he's out of position to win this round right now, given that he's shifting back in. Bomb is half gone. They don't have a smoke. Pius, this should be all his.
Linus hears the footsteps down in dark, but he thinks that's bait. He keeps his eyes over towards CT and rewarded for it. Good read of the situation. Linus standing firm. That round's all about the captains. It's Chopper's 3K giving Spirit a glimmer of hope, only for Linus to extinguish it.
Yeah, it doesn't even need Pius to fire a shot. Spirit very split, taking a lot of time to get back in that round. Chopper's 3K, not enough to even make that 2v2 look good for Spirit.
And here's the thing, it's in games like this where not having Hallie, not having the coach that has been behind Spirit for a long time now, was there during their major win in Shanghai, not having that external voice that everyone in the team respects to point out some of these issues. I think it's in a game like this where that really starts to matter. Because we were talking coming into it about how different the expectations and the pressure is between these teams. And I bet Spirit would tell you they don't feel any pressure. They don't feel like there's expectations, but there just is, because you are such heavy favorites in this matchup. I mean, with that comes the implicit expectation that you should be winning this. And I think everyone on Spirit is aware of that as well. So
how many times have we seen the post-major crash out, right? Like, usually teams win a major and then they just bomb out the next tournament. It's happened historically so many times. I mean, we haven't even discussed it because our expectations for Spirit as a roster and for these players is still so high. But I don't want to get ahead of myself because it is first map, it is T-side Anubis, but the eye test is really good for Heroic right now. They're feeling like the born and bred upset team. They did it through both rounds of the Bounty online. Now they're doing it on LAN to the world's best. Spirit don't want to feel constricted. They again get aggressive. It's a lot of real estate to take, but Madden gets the spot. So Heroic, if they just commit to their setup right now and go into A, there is essentially no resistance. MP9s are fun, but they're not going to get you out of this sticky situation. Careful.
He hears a bunch of players in there. He's called for support. And now they look at how many players for Heroic are like waiting for this creep in around dark. Swing out from the window for Chopper. He didn't see anyone on that little jiggle, but it was being held. Still, it comes as a surprise, right? And on a kind of deeper line, didn't spot Chopper, sneak past. And so xCloud death is for free. There's Magic's catching two, back turned. Linus and Madden attempting to gain some space over at B. Everyone's making these individual plays for Heroic. Finally, a gap has been found. Youngster has given them a route back into this round. 2v5 as it begins. Goes looking for the fight in heaven, not ready for Shiro. Tap on that bomb as this all falls to Sunpius. Can he save the day? They're running at him. Don't give Sunpius these fights. There won't be time to get that bomb planted. Takes them all to the grave on his way out through the door. Just Chopper surviving.
He's feeling it. That is the objectively right play for Donk, though. Donk should not sit behind that smoke. It gives Sunpius the chance to actually plant that bomb and get in a post plant. If Donk runs in, he does one of two things. He either kills him planting or he confirms he's not on the bomb and his team can wait. So, sure, it's an expensive round from a sense. Spirit lose four players, but they were on half by anyway. So it's worth the casualties. Now they've got everything and they need to hit the ball here. They need to find a fourth. Heroic in full control of this game.
I think that last round just showed Heroic, okay, like the spreading out, kind of taking this default and making some individual plays is not the way. We're just going to group up, look for this B opener, but it's Shiro to secure it. A missed shot from Sunpius, who after a lights out attempt at the clutch in the one prior, you felt like he had hot hands coming into this, but he's been silenced early on.
That's
xCloud caught on the timing push out through middle. And so now that Heroic didn't just lose that opening pick, they haven't just lost their AWP, but they've lost the best thing they had going for them in the round, which was the flank from xCloud.
Yeah, they saw him rooting B as well, so that's huge information. They're still sat outside this B site. Linus needs to draw some attention right now on the other side of the map, otherwise they can't go.
An opener here would be so valuable, but Zontix is also aware of that, and he's not going to overplay his hand. Yeah. Calls for the rotate back, and they're just going to wait. They know they've got to kill boxed in over here at the B site. Chopper still committed to this push out through middle. That's still the info for Spirit, right? That's the bomb spotted, 30 seconds left. Linus's flank won't do a damn thing anymore.
They burn out Donk. He's in the middle of the open right now. 25 seconds. Linus is still shifting around in the water. He's a long way from home. We're not in the A site anymore. They've got to go.
Donk dead, back at the site, but it's still this Shiro AWP.
No way.
Overran. How? They're making this happen, holding the jail, walk around, Magic's dead as well. 3v5 looking to come through from Heroic, playing this one at the final margins of the round. And they find comfort in it. The final 20 seconds looking to be their friend as it's just Zontix left. First kill goes his way, but now there's a lot of uncertainties for Zontix to piece together, and that first skirmish sees him low on health. Low on chances, time ticking off this bomb, and being held from Dark. Linus brings it home at 9-3. Heroic with one hell of a T-side put forward to open up their run in the LAN finals.
Dog! What are you doing, bro?
Oh, okay, so some grimy stuff at the end of that first half. It's some Pius putting the pain back in Spain right now as he is spanking Spirit in that first half. You see Donk head in his hands there. Saw him in the timeout as well, flicking through all those notes, trying to read up on this matchup, but feels a little late to be checking that all now as Heroic run away with that first half. Now they move on to the CT side. We always talk about how heavily these rounds are weighted, but Heroic, if they can find success in the pistol, that could be this map laid to rest right there.
And what's crazy, in both the games we saw Heroic online against 3D Max and against Liquid, they got 8 and 6 rounds respectively on their CT side of Anubis. So either of those would be more than enough to close out this game. They've started strong against the major champs. Can they keep it going? Some Pius headshot early in middle. We've seen him in this position before, tucked down behind the brick as Spirit move in for an A split.
This aggressive move is going to come through. Zontix holding for it, but this isn't the easiest of skirmishes for him to find success in, right? They're already out through A main. He's at least got the spot, but the A site's now empty. Some Pius hot on the heels with a backstab. No reaction yet. All the kills found. As Spirit battle forwards, they've got Youngster trapped over in main, and so a dominant pistol round falls in their favor to open up this second half. Can that springboard Spirit back into this?
Understandably, Heroic want to get aggressive when the whole map is quiet and some Pius is given away middle and he has no information, but that just tells Zontix there's a stack in A. Spirit are super aware. Some nice entries from Donk and Chopper. It's been at the forefront. Simply done for Spirit should be the first step in the right direction. Heroic take a full eco.
A little stack for Heroic.
Furia would lose to this.
Fury would lose to anything in a versus full USPs. Damn, they found out our one weakness.
Nothing. It's going to be a methodical anti-eco for Spirit for the best. Clear out those close positions with mollies, do their early default, then just group for the hit into the stack with no bomb. What could go wrong? They don't care about the bomb. They're just saying, guys, just kill them. Just kill them.
Does this get weird? It shouldn't, especially now that Shiro's got the spot. Yeah, they wait for the reaction. That's well handled for Team Spirit. Even though they walk into the stack, they never break a sweat. Shiro able to get out of there. And then his teammates hold those more passive lines as the pistols get forced into them. But Heroic didn't play for that round. They played for this next one. The gun's getting to come out early here on the Heroic defense. They need to try and stop Spirit soon. These T-sides can so quickly build. And suddenly that lead that you were left with at the end of the first half is reduced to just a round or two.
Yeah, we'd very quickly forget about all the mistakes of that first half if Spirit pulled this game back into their pocket. That is not the most unfeasible.
Is this just going to be a bit more of an up-tempo B here? It's looking like it.
3 Mac-10s.
Put their Mac-10s to work, right? Lurk smoke in, more util to follow. Chopper and Shiro lining that up, and so the Galils lead the way. The Mac-10s in behind them. They've lost Magics early. First to fall here is that jail player's even been spotted. Donk dealt with. Zontix reclaims one, but none of these players survived the crossing in through main. And Shiro took a super long route to reposition here. He was throwing smokes from up on top of the ruins, now pushing out through dark. Gave him the element of surprise for that first kill, but these next two have got to be super clean. Lots of damage done to the back plat player, but well handled as Madden swings in tandem. And so the round saved by Heroic.
Yeah, great hold. I mean, they had one player on the B site until about 5 seconds before the hit came in, but because the rotates are just getting in, they're playing from far back positions. M4 through the smoke in CT. Some Pius pushes in. Youngster smokes his molly, which is a really nice move. It gives him so much room, and Spirit can't force that kill on the anchor. Heroic shake themselves off as they find that first gun round. It was only a bonus. Spirit now have AKs. Need to slow it down, see something more default. They have a long road ahead of them.
This is the most important round of the game right now, especially if you are Heroic. You could win it on winning this round. And even though this is the 4x for Spirit, it's still missing a lot of the bells and whistles they would want when it's the map 1 lifeline on the line. Donk doesn't care though, runs in through dark, double opener secured. And the round will follow.
As soon as that molly fades, he just sprints in. They're buying 7 seconds and not a second more with that Molotov. And a reality check for all the aggressive B hits through utility, all the splits Heroic round in that first half. Spirits throw one right back in their face.
Yeah, it's frustrating if you're Heroic. You know, after such a good game, this one would have, as we were saying, won you the game essentially on the back of this one rifle round. And not only did you not win it, it wasn't even close. You lost 2 players so quickly that Spirit now get out with 5 alive as well. And so you won't be in this position again in the remainder of your run on Anubis. You're going to need to now grind through Spirit as they start to bank up some money early on.
Yeah. Donk getting warmed into a T side is a terrifying prospect as well. Quick transfer on the B site. He just makes it look so easy. Love the over-the-shoulder POV shot onto his monitor. Telling me this guy's playing the same game as me?
It is mad. Whenever you watch it in the replays, it just looks so smooth. It looks like anyone could do it, but you can't.
Yep, don't even try.
All right, couple of little gimmicks.
Are you sure you're stood up? I can't see anything. Yeah, I don't know how you win this. 3 rifles. Spirit leaning A. 2 rifles pushing main.
They also have Madden to go in as like a bit of a test on this push, right? He can get the info, he can see exactly what's coming their way. Pistol's going to take first contact. It's hoping then that the rifles will be able to trade here. Line is tucked in.
Oh dear!
And he will pick it up. Madden with 1 on the USP as well. Even a dink down range on a Shiro, but that nade picks up the double stack in main. Chopper doesn't catch them as they flank the bomb in through water. And so they're right here. They are hot on the heels of Shiro, who was dinked up by that USP earlier. Plant in. Shiro waits for Chopper to group with him. Heroic are now armed and dangerous. Youngster retrieves one of those guns. Shiro full blind, but you wouldn't know. Controls that AK beautifully as Shiro keeps things clean for Team Spirit. It's another one of these rough rounds passing by Heroic.
Oh, just robbed, just snuck right out from under them. Heroic didn't even know they get pickpocketed in A main. And what a spray for Shiro to close it. Helps that Sumpires actually tanked the Molotov to chase Shiro down once Chopper missed his shot, so he was already low. That really set Shiro up for the clutch. All the pain of tanking the molly, and he still didn't go for the swing on his own. That actually may have caught Shiro off guard. Timeouts have been getting burnt in this map so far. We might have a long one ahead of us. Very dangerous for Spirit to just make that play dry with no utility, no flash. Almost come to regret it. Talk about the donk slide. How about the Shiro crab? Full buy for Heroic. No ult for Sumpires with how much of a pivotal piece he was in that offensive half. The sooner we get him on that, the better.
I think that's where, you know, if you're Heroic, it's gonna suck a little because the route to the AWP is either you have to win a round or, you know, the more likely with how this is started, it's like you're going to need these saves to come through. But thus far, they've always made the rounds interesting. They've always made them close. They've had a reason to attempt them. So I haven't got to do that all too much, meaning, yeah, this AWP is still a ways away on coming through for Heroic. They've scavenged some openers early on here, though, with the opening move out towards A. Aggression into Dark, and now Linus collecting a freebie on Chopper, getting aggressive out through middle. Heroic have put themselves in a very strong position here, where it's just Shiro and Magic's left to get past, but this game's kind of taught us anything about Shiro. It's don't underestimate him on this rifle. Starts to play his hand now out through main. Shiro knows where both these players are. First one lands, but he's not able to flick back on a Sunpius, leaving it just on Magix, who's caught in the crossfire out of the fountain. That's all too easy for Heroic.
Magix need to hit that heaven smoke if it comes in, and Shiro actually has so much room after that entry kill. He can get in, they can plant, but it just allows Sunpius to swing out top and take 2 more kills with him. So an awkward miss bit of util. Best part was this flash. I think they hear the Spirit A main flash pinned, and so they immediately counter it and get a free kill in A main. And I also like, they know Donk's going to be fighting Dark every round. So what is it this time? It's 2 players, not inside Dark where they can eat grenades, but both jiggling in the corners, trading that kill. If you're 1-for-1 on Donk right now, you've done a great job. Heroic know what they need to do to win this game. Right now, they're seizing the opportunity. Nade, but no one across the bridge just yet. Spirit go back for contact, feeling punished from that reflash setup for Heroic, but again, it's mid conceded, 3 players in the bomb site.
The fact that Donk is over here in A main means this is going to be the A play, but the flashes wreck him early. Don't know how he's been able to find the opener there. There's the split through middle.
There's more.
And so it's all Donk pushing that smoke in main. It was another one of these rounds where Heroic could have looked to put a stop to this entire map if they want it. And Spirit break through. Much like last time, it's another multi-kill from Donk to make that happen.
Yeah, he's just keeping them in this map right now. No one else really winning rounds on the T side yet for Spirit except for Donk. Guess that Shiro 4K, actually, I take it back. But,
I mean, it's reminiscent of how they open up their RMR into the major playoff run, where you had these insane games put forward from Donk and Shiro, and even then they were still super close.
In those first few rounds when Heroic on T side, I did get the feel of like that Passion UA Spirit game where we saw Spirit leave all those gaps open, and Fear just kind of out-cooled Chopper and made gambles and did smoke shifting through smokes in mid. When Spirit were playing 3-2 in the bomb sites, they were finding all the room. They were gambling, they were making the right calls, and even if the firepower was there in that match like it was for Shiro and Donk, it wasn't enough to win the match. This time, I'm not so sure. I think Spirit have a shot at this comeback right now. Like you said, the 2 times Heroic could have shut this game down and broken Spirit's money, they've been unable to close. Couple of guns saved, got to put them to use. Look how static this is. Spirit really think after all these slow executes that Heroic are going to call out a spawn and make a move. Nothing of the sort. There's no kit. There's 1 smoke in the round. This should be where Donk absolutely farms them.
Oh God, you've been spotted.
Good luck.
It's a horrible place to be, and there's the swing. Molly to tee it up, forces the reposition out of Youngster. That was a fight he was just trying to delay, trying to avoid, but Spirit gave him no choice. Might be full flashed, but Donk still full control.
Simply done. Simply the best. And no eco shenanigans here from Heroic. Just gonna save that other gun. Try and get some upgrade on X-Cloud.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be interesting both throughout the remainder of this series, but also just throughout this year coming for Spirit, is I think they're one of the teams that actually can get upset, right? And I think it's because they almost have like one level of respect, and that is just how they play. You know, it always feels like they're willing to respect their opponents to a degree. This was what we saw from them even back at the RMR. Now it's kind of keeping up in this Heroic game with the slow style of T-cycles that we're getting, where they're not afraid to give the opponents some runway to play their game and do their own things. And you saw that almost come back to haunt them on their run at the RMR, where they had to play in the like that final deciding game, right, to make it through. And so as a result, it actually feels like, you know, for a squad like Heroic, usually when you come into a game as the underdog, it's hard for you to be respected. It's hard for you to do the things that you get to do in practice. Whereas whenever you play Spirit, you usually get to run your ideas. And I was curious if that was something they were looking to change coming into this year, if they were down to play a bit more disrespectful, let Donk off the leash and farm the opponents. But that doesn't look to be the case.
Oh, he ate the flash. It's first Sunpire's AWP with the CT side, Harry. Could this be the solution for Heroic? He's gonna, oh, he scoped. They're gonna hit that. He peeks deep and gets a tag, but they're chasing him down. Timing's not good for Sunpire's. I'd be surprised if he survives. Walk back through the door. Donk gets the entry, but it's Linus out of nowhere. Puts on a show. 3 kills in middle. Keeps this round alive, but it's not done yet.
Yeah, Linus with the line up over in mid has given Heroic a fighting chance. They weren't able to catch that bomb crossing. However, Madden is quickly on the scene here. Is he ready for Zontix, who took a very aggressive path into the heavens. That kill gets collected for free. Madden looking the wrong way, homed in on the planter, and so it's left onto Youngster. 1v2, and they have good idea as to where he's coming from. Both players eyes on, and Zontix with the spam will keep this comeback coming through for Spirit. That's after another round of Heroics, Linus 3K out in middle, meant to be enough for Heroic to finally close this one out. But Zontix has just kept this game going that much longer, and he's kept Spirit in with a chance to win it.
Yeah, that's a scary body shot, Merchant, onto Heaven there. Madden could have flicked in time, but it's this entry that really gets Spirit back in with a puncture on that A side. Poor Youngster spotted through the smoke. Spirit, they've done it again. Right when you're ready to write them off, you question why. They forced Heroic's final timeout. They are just chipping down at this very difficult to play CT side.
We got really good situation out of it. Let's keep fighting, guys.
So trying to re-inspire them. Already done more than you'd expect, but after a 9-3 T side for Heroic, this might be a bitter ending. No flashes in this round either. They may have smokes to try and buy some time, but nothing to force any kills. They are at the beck and call of Spirit's moves in this round. They can block this round down to 20 seconds with the utility if it's placed right. Spirit get nades in the A site. It's all a bit of a ruse. And that's maybe calling the gamble. Heroic know they have to just pick a site and play it right to win a round like this. You're not going to get it with 5-7 split up. But unfortunately for them, the dice rolls off the table.
Yeah, the thing that feels odd on this reposition, on like leaving the B site, leaning heavier over towards mid and A. Oh, hang on a second. Linus on the push.
Okay.
Youngster with another. This could still get interesting. Youngster's now buying a bit of time for these rotates. Madden's going to get there with the rifle and the backstab from X-Flat. It's going to connect. Shiro dead. And it's going to come down to this. Donk and Zontix 2v1. Madden in the right place and a chance to stop this bomb from crossing.
Oh my God,
Donk might have dinked, but there isn't time for this.
Yes, it is.
Plant just goes down. Zontix able to get it. He's bagged the plant and now has a chance to clutch up. Madden thought he'd done enough. He didn't even attempt the reswing. And that might be his big regret. Dealt with Donk, but is he ready to tango with Zontix, who's already gone deep, back turned, and Madden dead. Zontix clutches up in the 1v1. Milliseconds the difference on that round. And that might be Heroic's last best chance they had to break through here. It was pistols, a low buy, so close, but unable to get it over the line. And Heroic have got to come to terms with the fact that they have had now 3 great chances to lay this game to rest, 3 massive opportunities to walk it over the line, and every single one of those swing rounds have gotten the way of Team Spirit to tie this game up at 11-all.
Oh, so decisive from Zontix, not just grabbing that bomb and sticking it, not trying to risk trading Madden. If he makes the call to actually pull his gun out and fight, he's gonna lose that round, and then immediately repositions aggressively, which Madden does not expect. That's a very tense clutch for Spirit, but it's going to keep this comeback rolling. More than that, it puts Spirit right and ready to shut down this map. Heroic's pick. And a damn shame for this underdog squad if it were to end like this, but they have one more shot to keep it alive with money. Sunpius's orb yet again. They make him play out the spawn. Oh my god. How do you stop that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Donk effect, isn't it, right? You have a whole idea, you've got util to supplement the push. Doesn't matter, that guy just shoots harder. 2 quick kills and that opening move denied. Here's the thing, Heroic, they have been calling from the front up until now. They go for this aggressive move at 11-all, but they haven't really run into this Spirit default that Spirit have been holding at the start of every single one of these rounds on the T side. They finally clashed with it in their last rifle round on Anubis, and the results are disastrous. Sunpius reclaiming a freebie on a Donk over at main. And Madden in the right place in middle, but now they know that AWP is A-wood bound. Madden falling means that bomb heads B, and there's no support, there's no chance for Sunpius in this 1v4. He might have thrown the AWP away, but he should not be attempting this round. Sunpius, 21 kills deep, left out of play in the last gun round for Heroic.
I think he's taking the rifle because he knows he has to fight for his life. There's no way Spirit are going to let him run away in this round, knowing the impact of removing that AWP. He shoots a dead body, and Zontix turns him into one. 12 rounds for Spirit off the back of a 3-round CT side. Just beautiful again from Dom. He has been a titan on this T half. Barely vision.
Undefeated in opening duels. You can see the frustration setting in for xFlout there as well. That's what happens when you try to trifle with Donk after he starts feeling it a little bit. 25 kills deep.
Oh, that's a terrifying feeling when that smoke breaks.
More aggressive moves, but like the problem Heroic have is they don't have the util to do many of these.
They're out of flashes at 130.
And so now, like, what is it? Just a dry peek in through main. Shiro on the angle, has support from Magix. If you go swinging this, you might be able to trade even, but I feel like that's the best case here for Heroic. Magic's in a strong position. Shiro's AWP takes the line, and there it is, a 2-for-1 out at B main. They lose Zontix, sure. Donk was dispatched to try and trade this. Heroic have actually kept this very competitive considering what they bought into this round. But is it all for naught? Donk on an aggressive line, calls for that bomb to move back in and join him. That double swing, the first time Donk hasn't been able to fare well in one of those double peaks from Heroic. And it's in the final round of play. Chopper and Shiro, the ones left to beat, and a 2v2 for this A control.
Linus just one chance, but he's not going to nail it. Chopper finds that clean headshot. It's a low health xFlout sitting in the heavens. Chopper finds the angle wide, and he takes 2 with him. Just when you think Heroic might give us bonus play, they get locked out of this map. They get locked out of this series, and maybe blast Bounty entirely. Team Spirit on a monstrous comeback, and Sunpius with the world against him. It is too heavy, it is too hot to handle. He's got to let go. Spirit 13-11, a monstrosity of a comeback to take away Heroic's pick.
The wire, the full 24 rounds required, and despite Heroic having a red-hot start to this one, somehow, someway, Spirit claw their way back. It was by no means pretty, it was no means beautiful, but Spirit, they've done the job. They've taken down Heroic on their map pick.
They get the win, and you're right in saying that, Freya. I don't think it was the best game of Spirit. I don't think it was the prettiest game of Counter-Strike, but it was a game that had a lot of nerve, and it was a game that throughout the entire first half, and the second for that matter, kept that on our toes, because we couldn't really predict, is Spirit gonna win? Is Heroic gonna make the comeback, or not make the comeback, close out the game from having a favorable position? It was scrappy, it was ugly, but it was an entertaining game of Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Slow start for some of the stars for Spirit, but at the same time, I mean, to see them come back in the fashion they did, for Shiro to have an incredible round, Zontix to pop off with some of his A plays there, and of course, Donk just doing what he does best.
But that was the crazy thing, right? Because it wasn't like Donk had a fast start to this game, like anything but.
Yeah, anything but it. He couldn't really get it going to begin with, and nor could Spirit as well. This round is interesting in particular. It feels like Zontix and Shiro are miscalculating what's going on over on the bomb side over here. Magix then finds the bomb, and look at this. Places a perfect nade, you think to yourself, perfection, fails the Molotov, and then gets a little bit irrational, jumping down in a straight line, missing that kill, and that essentially loses them the entire round. Chopper cannot win this clutch despite getting very, very close to the action right here. Magix did everything correct in that scenario until he completely messed it up by getting a little bit too ahead of himself.
The nade was good. The molly was almost good. I'll tell you, if that was a team molly, he burns him. Yeah. So unfortunately, the nerf hitting him pretty hard right there. I feel like Spirit in this game, they just didn't feel like they were completely focused for the first 6-7 rounds. Like, they were all playing at what I would say is maybe 80% of their capabilities, but they showed up later on.
We got to see the round distribution graphic, which I'm going to let you confirm this one, Maui. Was that a T-side masterclass coming out of the cooling from Linus?
That was fantastic. Honestly, I really do feel like Heroic here showed exactly why they wanted to pick Anubis. I feel like the structuring in many of these rounds was just fantastic. And I want to really know, like, is this Linus doing this? Is this Saw coming up with all this? What is it, Freya?
We've got the man with the answers, because Banks caught up with Linus ahead of this series.
Obviously, this is your Sangre core. So when you're calling, are you calling like the same style you would there and fitting the new pieces in, or how is it working?
A bit of both, I'd say. Like, the style is probably the same, but obviously you have to change up some stuff, and you also bring in some of the Heroic old playbook, and you kind of mash it together. So it's a bit of both, I'd say, but I didn't want to stick only to our old. I want to be a bit open-minded and also just see what there is to learn.
Well, that's great that you want to learn, and being open-minded is key. I want to ask you then, how is Saw helping you with implement new stuff? What is he adding? Because we talk a lot and praise him a lot with what he's able to do with teams. Are you noticing a difference already? I know it's obviously a short time.
No, but I'd say like he's for sure a very good coach in terms of he's letting everyone do their thing. Everyone has their responsibility, but he's also pretty assertive, and you know what's expected of you. And yeah, you can just shine when you have him as a coach.
I really like that answer coming out of Linus, because not only, of course, he's come from the core of the team before, but he's around a few new players who are able to offer him those kind of ideas and the insight that he needs to, as Linus said, keep open-minded.
I definitely feel like Sunpius is chiming in mid-round. I feel like Saw is probably just ironing everything out. You could see that it's a bit of a hybrid style of calling right now, and I feel like round number 8, this is both the structure and the individuals popping off, where we were able to get a great site hit onto that A-bomb site. But this was off the back of some great space taking from some of the individuals from Heroic in terms of the overall structure, the way that they're defaulting, the kind of liberties, the individual liberties that they're taking, and of course, capped off by an X-Cloud clutch right there in the 1v1 versus Donk. We're seeing this Heroic team just kind of shine brighter than we imagined from the get-go.
And I'm glad you said spacing, because I think that was one of the reasons why Donk didn't shine in that first half. I think the spacing was good from Heroic. They didn't make the playing field easy for Donk. Whenever you had to get a multi-kill, whenever you had to get into those retake scenarios, it was always some incredible tough kills he had to get on his hands. So I think in that regard, you gotta give credit to Heroic for making the playing field very I guess, uncomfortable for Dunk to some degree, which is why we didn't get that, I guess, fast-flowing Dunk coming out from the first half that we kind of expected.
And even when Spirit had those man advantage situations, a la the last round of the first half, Heroic was still able to make magic happen, right? This was how tough it was for Spirit to get anything done in that first half.
If you're Heroic, you can't really rely on your individuals. You need to play great team Counter-Strike the way that Spirit in this round kicked things off by getting a couple of kills, but they get a little over-eager, you know, a couple individual swings. And I'll say right now, like, that Spirit playing with confidence. They know that they are the more individually skilled team, but it's nice to see Heroic punish them and to cover all of their bases in these kinds of instances. They hold the smokes, they hold in double peaks, they make sure that if anybody from Spirit overswings, over peaks, they just take them out in the way that they're supposed to. They're playing proper CS.
Proper CS. And speaking of punishment, I think Sunpeas was one of those playmakers in that first half from Heroic that was able to constantly punish over and over again. We have some very cool highlights from him, both from behind but also in the game. Fact of the matter is, we spoke about him coming into it, saying that Sunpeas needs a good game if Heroic want to stand a chance of winning this one. And he had a great game. We also said that Madden coming into the team perhaps could elevate him a little bit or make him feel slightly more comfortable when it is new iteration of Heroic, which I think it did. So for Sunpeas to play well and be consistent throughout the entire first half, massive part of the reason of why this game was so competitive.
Yeah, Saul recognized that Sunpeas needed to be enjoying the game, needs to be having fun in the game. You need to let him get a bit of freedom. Do you think how Heroic are using Sunpeas at the moment, do you think that's contingent of, you know, him being able to excel and feel the best that he's feeling in the team?
He's being set up for opening picks here and there. He's being given some freedom, it seems like, in the mid-round. I'm not really just seeing him stand in the back line holding a flash for the entire round, trying to set up a rifler. He's active enough, and he has enough of his own in terms of autonomy, what he can do in the round, that it feels like, yeah, he's slotting in right now. I'm not sure if it's going to get more structured or looser, but right now, this is a Sunpeas that many people said when he was on Falcons, like, he's not the problem. Like, he was never really the problem. It was everything else was going badly around him. So it's nice to see they're competitive against Spirit.
Let's talk about maybe the problem that they face coming into the second half, though, because obviously we're giving Heroic their flowers. I think that's absolutely deserved for that T side that they pulled off. Then we move into Spirit's T side. They win the pistol, they convert, and chaos kind of ensues from this moment on, right?
I mean, the game from the second half and onwards became even more ugly, I'd say. As you said, Spirit winning the pistol, you think to yourself, okay, that's going to bound for a great comeback. I think CT side Anubis is going to be incredible tough for Heroic. They come back instantly, and you think to yourself, the first buy round from Heroic coming into the game is going to be a successful one. So to my understanding and for what I saw from that second half, it was Heroic still playing well, but also we saw the limitations of the lineup. You said that individuals cannot win the game for Heroic. I think that's what we saw in the second half. The individuals from Spirit were stronger in these clutch scenarios. You see this nice spray transfer from Shiro. You see some individual plays coming in from Donk. And you saw overall that if you look at the game and think to yourself, who played better as a team, I would almost argue Heroic.
I would agree.
But the individuals from Spirit saved them throughout that second half.
Because there were moments, right? Obviously that Shiro blind double was something that was insane, but just about getting the bomb down in round 22. What was it, like 0.2 of a second that they had?
200 milliseconds.
That's crazy. Like, the fact that they get away with that, I mean, they've got to be thanking the Counter-Strike gods up there. Somebody was looking over them today.
Spirit got away with daylight robbery in this, and it was off the back of individuals like Zontix with this plant right here, even him bringing back a 2v4, the way Shiro was able to get the blind kills. Like, it almost, like, you hate to say this because there's enough rounds of play that, you know, the numbers should even out and everything, but it felt like Spirit got a little lucky. It really did. Some of those rounds they won, I don't know if they could do it again, but that's what major champions do. They just pull off BS, okay?
If anything, I think it was a wake-up call for Spirit, because I think I agree with you what you said from the first half. It felt like they played with confidence, maybe a bit too confident, you know, overconfidence, and Heroic were good enough to punish it throughout the entire game, but I don't expect this kind of Spirit to show up for the second map. So a learning lesson right here for Spirit, knowing that Heroic is good enough to punish them unless they play proper Counter-Strike.
Obviously, they won the first map, but I don't really feel like they won. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like the winner's coming out of that. Were you content with the bounce back, at least, that we saw from Donk coming into that second half?
Absolutely. You can't complain about it. Didn't lose a single entry the entire game. Frequently, as he's going for these entries, he's getting multi-kills on top of it. So all in all, Donk, sure, first 5, 6, 7 rounds weren't exactly what we thought in terms of the flying start, but in terms of finish, it was damn near flawless.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Donk was a big part of the reason in the second half as to why they got back, but also to refer back to your question, Freya, I almost agree with you saying that the winner of this match obviously on the scoreboard was Spirit, but we cannot forget the fact that Heroic are coming in with a stand-in. We cannot forget the fact that they are not the favorites by no means in this matchup. So for them to push Spirit all the way to 13-11, for them to push them all the way to a point where 200 milliseconds is the difference between winning and losing a round, to me right now, Heroic are the big winners of this matchup, and that's set with that meaning that I didn't expect this at all. I thought it was going to be a landslide for Spirit, and already now I have had more out of this game than I could have imagined.
Side note, I'm loving this camera angle on Donk, by the way. I'm loving that we get to see the reactions.
People would pay for that seat.
Yeah,
Okay.
literally. Best seat in the damn house. And you guys shouldn't be going anywhere because we are going to flick things to a quick break. When we're back, we're going to be discussing Spirit's pick. That is Nuke going down after this. By the skin of their teeth, Spirit just about steal away their opponent's map pick of Anubis. Things got dicey, things cut close, and now let's resettle, let's rekindle as we come on into Nuke. That is the map pick of Spirits coming into this. So Heroic, this is going to be a tough battleground, right? They're going to be starting on the CT side. What's key for them to be starting off on the right foot, Jacob?
We often describe Nuke as being a map that is very difficult on the CT side because of all the rotations and because of all the communication you need in order to be efficient on said CT side. Now, knowing Heroic is playing with a stand-in, Madden, that hasn't been practicing with the team for quite some time, that's going to be incredible difficult. We also know Spirit is great on Nuke, as we spoke about, Maui. Seemingly a map that they're trying to force into the map pool of their opponents by picking it straight up against. So I expect Spirit to come in, control that T side, and I'm curious to see if Heroic are gonna change the playstyle, maybe be a little bit more aggressive and try to disrupt Spirit's T side, or if they're just gonna sit back and rely on the individuals, rely on the communication to be good enough in order to put up a fight.
I would just be curious in what I consider the inevitable post-game winners interview with Spirit. We asked them, why are they picking Nuke? Because thinking back to the previous season, it was FaZe's pick against them in the major. It was Mouse's pick against them in the major. And for some reason, they're kicking off this season by picking it into opponents. And I feel like it's like an idealistic view of how you need to punish new rosters. You play a map that is so based on the rotations of the CTs, and as they're ironing all that out, you're so comfortable because you've been a roster for a year now.
How do you then take advantage of that on the T side? What things, like, what are the areas where Jacob's saying, you know, communication obviously really key on that CT side. Where can you inflict the most pain?
Cross smokes. Cross smokes, you're going to be lurking through the smoke sometimes with your outside riflers. You're going to be going down. You're going to test the rotations. Yes. I remember in one of the games, I think with Liquid actually, where they played it against Heroic themselves. For example, there were cross smokes that happened and no one rotated down. Like, that's a failure in the round for a CT side if you see that. And you unfortunately might expect something like that from Heroic today.
I feel like we can simplify it, you know, for people watching at home when you're seeing that T-side from Spirit. The more information you deny of Heroic, the harder it's going to be for them to make the right calls, make the right rotations. So you're saying cross smokes, I'm saying take ramp control. I'm saying make Heroic guess at all times where to rotate and how to rotate and constantly keep them on their toes. If Heroic is allowed to stand still and just hold angles or having a guy down secret at all times where there's no pressure being applied, then it's going to be significantly easier for them. But if you force Heroic to move around on the map, force the ramp guy sometimes to either stay and fight or rotate towards the lower bomb side, force the rotation guy to go lower because there's cross smokes. At that point, you spread out the defense, and that's exactly what Spirit want.
How are the AWPers looking on both sides of the equation? How are we going to be seeing the setup for Heroic on that CT side?
I mean, Sun Payers is going to be vital. Obviously, with the AWP, we heard Dupree last week speak about the fact that he's sometimes a bit too passive. That cannot be the case right here. Sun Payers needs to find impact. He needs to disrupt the way Spirit are going to play. He needs to lock down a certain place of the map, whether that's pushing radio with the AWP, pushing in hot, locking down outside. I don't know, but Sun Payers needs to be the front figure of Heroic on the CT side.
For sure, on the other side, I mean, his rifle did a lot of heavy lifting in that last game on their T side. So I actually, in a weird way, am more so concerned about how much he's going to get involved on that offense, because I feel like Spirit will do the majority of the lifting here by just having a dominant offensive side.
Do you think that's necessary for Shiro to be getting involved with the AWP on the T side? It's a bit more tricky on Nuke, right?
Yeah, it can be. Again, it depends on how Heroic are going to play. I think Shiro is great at being a little bit more defensive, and he will be the guy to punish any sort of aggression coming out from Heroic. I think that's what he's focused on right now. If anyone is going to push in hot, or if anyone is going to play aggressive up yard, then Shiro will be there to punish the initial aggression from Heroic.
Anubis was a chaotic battleground, to say the very least. Now we move on over to Nuke with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, I think for this one, the expectations taper off a little bit, right? For the Heroic squad, it feels like if they wanted this to be a three-match affair, they had to find their success on Anubis, and they certainly had chances. I think that's what's going to make it hurt. For me now, Heroic, if they're able to make this competitive, I think that is phenomenal, because by the time you get onto Nuke, the fact you're coming into this with a new roster, a stand-in at this event, there's so many things weighing against them on this map specifically, where the technical side of your rotations, your calls, your defaults on the T-half, it's all going to get tested. Spirit, meanwhile, looking to be right at home here on this map. As the analyst just spoke about, they've really been trying to force it into their pool, with it being a consistent first pick for this squad.
Yeah, they've taken down the best teams in the world, Na'Vi, FaZe, and G2 multiple times on this map in the last 12 months. So Spirit are no sleepers on Nuke as they come storming out the ramp in this pistol round. Audio is all Heroic have. They start to scramble. Madden on the B bomb side, fill in with those doors as they come flooding into B. He's got a lot of bodies to take down. He's going to pull back instead and give Spirit the space. What is going on with these doors? Someone oil them. Hinges are broke. Not going to try use them to his advantage.
Oh, the four-man through decon push.
Good luck.
Certainly one of the positions you could look to retake from. But as everyone funnels through the fatal funnel of that single door, things were looking dicey for a moment. They've been put a little more interesting here as Heroic came through with a couple, but it is still left onto some Pius. 1v2 and a lot of time ticked off that bomb. Well handled out of Spirit, as the group up retake down at lower does not come through for the Heroic squad.
Shiro, always a delight to watch on pistol rounds, gets behind them, gets a couple in the back of the head.
You know, some things for Heroic to consider heading into this one. It's like the Sangal squad, they did play this map and they've had some pretty good wins in there. Beat FaZe, beat the old Heroic squad.
It's a different team though, right? It's about the micro on this map. It's about those little rotations, knowing who's dropping B and when, and how to play against a variety of smoke walls as well. It's these things that Heroic simply won't have had time to practice or get in place. Not even just with Sunpius, but with Madden even more so.
Yeah, you haven't seen Nuke come up yet for Heroic since this roster was put together, and I think it's because just on a technical level, this map demands so much more of you.
It separates the good from the great as well. Every top team that has ever been at the peak of Counter-Strike has been a master of this map, right? You think about the Astralis era, you think about 2021 Na'Vi, Spirit right now. If you're winning trophies, you're winning Nuke.
Yeah, and you know, that's the belief of even guys like Carrigan. That's always been something he spoke about, you know, if you are a good team, if you want to be the best in the world, you've got to be a strong Nuke team.
It's that perfect combination of, you know, tactical prowess and protocols, but also it's a map that allows your stars to pop off, right? Like, it's not like an Inferno. You get one kill, you get traded, that's enough. This is a map where a superstar can find 3Ks reliably every rifle round, right? Watch Don fighting outside, fighting from main. Remember the Katowice run at the start of last year was on this map that Donk was just shredding tier 1 teams. Anchors can get multi-kills here. So Spirit are a very exciting prospect with that combination of experience and firepower. Donk opens up this one. Heroic's force goes astray.
Yeah, the only other silver lining I can give you for Heroic, it's that also Falcons used to play a lot of Nuke. It was their most played map.
How'd that go for them?
Yeah, you know, that's the problem, is like Falcons didn't really do anything when Madden and Sunpius were there.
I do think of that Sunpius Ents run though, if we want to go even further back. Had some great Nuke games back at Cologne. Beat Vitality in the semi-final, but this is all history. Right now you got to lock in for the present, and Spirit ever present into this upper site.
Oh, Youngster's in a good position here for the 5-7. Shiro, I don't know how he got out with 2, but he's managed it, and that's the top site falling. Madden hot on their heels on the backstab. Spotted now, but a low HP Shiro, no match. Madden's battled back into this. Just Chopper left to beat. A low econ round that Heroic could pull out of nowhere as the stand-in stands up for Heroic. Just Chopper left to find, reroute in towards the single door. Madden's expected Chopper to bring the fight to him, so he tees himself up in a really strong position here up top of the hut. Chopper knows the reposition has happened, but there's now a lot of angles as to where Madden could be. So this is not an easy clutch for Chopper, far from it. As he slowly makes his way out the hut, Madden, right position, right time. Oh, just backs up. And that's given Chopper a window to start to make his way out now. Back turn, and so Chopper collects. Clutch denied. Chopper keeps it clean for Team Spirit.
Oh, Madden's in his head there. He's thinking maybe he's gone back outside. Maybe he's going to come heaven soon. I need to get off this hut. Nope. A second's the difference, turning away from that hut door. A very nice try with just a P250. The captain collects. 3-0 lead for Spirit on the T side.
It's rounds like that that really came to matter down the tail end of Anubis, right? Heroic kept getting into these favorable positions in rounds they had no business winning, but they could never seal the deal, and that ended up mattering a hell of a lot in a 13-11 loss. And so the fact that now you've already had another swing and a miss to open up Nuke, it's that same sort of feeling again. Let's see if they're at least able to capitalize, right? Catch Spirit with a slow start here by breaking their money early after the results of that last round. Donk, oh, not in the mood to have his money broken today. In fact, he wants that bag. The price on the head of Heroic. He goes hunting out in the yard further forward. Sunpius gonna check for him. More aggression coming in, but that's a free kill picked up for Zontix, holding the aggression. Orb spotted on the cross outside, but they never saw Magix make it down. And we talked about Nuke as a test of your rotates, a test of your protocols. Linus is blindsided there on the drop in a lower.
Oh, how'd this happen? Bomb loose in the garage. They've got eyes on it as well, but any repositions, any cross to outside is going to be met with Shiro's Orb. Making some noise at least. That's something for Youngster now, but Sampaius is a long way away, and they're scared about all the gaps that remain on the map. There's really nothing they can do about it. Shot in the back. Youngster does get a spin and a dink, but he's dead to the nade surely as Zontix hunts him down. Sampaius must ace clutch, or Spirit will find a fourth. There's not a lot of time. Orp on the line. Sampaius takes another scalp, and he's got a 1v2 right in front of him. That bomb has not been picked up. They might need the kill.
15 seconds. They have not left themselves with a lot of room here. Bomb's going to start to head down towards B.
Is there time for this?
Vent drop's already happened. It's going to be close, but it looks like Magix might have
he
this.
He can deny it.
5, 4, Sampaius dropping in a ramp. Magix only just getting it planted as Sampaius snipes the round out from under Spirit. Bomb denial, round follows, and Sampaius offers up all the resistance to find Heroic there first.
What a weird plant spot. I think he wanted to get safe on Astralis, but at that point he realized there simply wasn't time. He had to stick it there. Couldn't get it covered from ramp. Sampaius hits the perfect rotate despite going heaven. And 4 kills. How did that bomb get dropped? Did Magix like go secret and he dropped it just on a bit too early outside? That's what it must have looked like. Simply comes down to the bomb being loose in yard. My oh my, that's a kicker for Spirit. Get ready for A-pop and ramp-pop.
It's interesting, Sampaius is super vocal. Every time we've cut back to him on the player cams, he's always weighing in with the things to look out for in the round, what he kind of feels, you know, his read of the game is. It's nice to see that Linus is the support of this veteran player in helping, you know, shore up some of these early rounds. You're going to need the communication to be on point. You're going to need ideas offered up here if you're Heroic. And so it's good to see Sampaius is doing that, especially with the series he's had.
Okay, can Heroic springboard off of that robbed round? Or is it just setting them up for a reset? Spirit's buy is not perfect. 1 AK on Zontix. Donk maneuvers outside for a main split. It's going to be an upper pop. Smokes provide a bit of a wall as Spirit get ready to charge.
Oh, and they're straight in. They're already in the site. Youngster still has nades pulled. He's on a timer here. Gets out with 1. Bit of help from Sampaius, who takes an aggressive line out into the heavens and even drops in side by side with Youngster back at the site. And they send this A play packing. It's only Zontix left up against it. A TK in the mix. Does that give Zontix a route back in? This was 1v3 till that team kill came out from Heroic. And you hope that that doesn't let you down in some meaningful way. Sampaius getting run at, and this guy's not missing a beat right now. The intrigue coming from the Spaniard on that AWP as another multi-kill round is put forward by Sampaius.
Oh, I said it earlier, I'm going to reference it again. When I think of Sampaius on Nuke, I think of that Ents run when Ents were, you know, making deep runs in Cologne 23. When he took on Vitality, he dropped 31 kills. He had over a 1.5 rating in a lost map, 16-14 on Nuke. He's the only guy positive on his team, and he was just unstoppable. Are we really going to get that Sampaius today? We're going to need it. Could barely get the AWP going on CT Anubis. He had a couple of chances, but there's a lot more runway here for Sampaius to take. In his stride, 9-2. Eco for Spirit. A bit of a blunder bomb drop that has absolutely allowed Heroic in this match. Madden calling for support at the right time.
Yeah, and it's Sampaius here to join him. So they brought in their heavy hitter. First shot misses from the AWP, but that MP9 cuts deep into the heart of Spirit. 3 kills as it churns them up on the push, and xFloud was waiting for this outside wrap all round. Well handled from Madden. And so the pistols do not make a dent in Heroic.
Heroic definitely still believing, right? It may be a map they haven't played as a unit, maybe a go-to pick for Spirit after a choke on Anubis. They got nothing to lose in this one, except the 25 grand on their head.
I mean, when they get back to T-side, they can go back to some of these slower rounds, right? And so I think that might feel a little bit easier. The objective in this first half was to try and survive, but right now they're thriving. And a chance to even sweeten the deal before this all comes to a close as this A-pop ends in a 3-on-3.
Bomb is stuck roof.
That's so awkward. It might be another round where the bomb placement comes back to haunt them. Yeah, Magic's doing everything right now. However, here's the backstab timing open for xCloud. Freebie collected on Chopper.
Gotta go.
Bomb only just moving off the roof now as Shiro makes it back into the lobby, but still, they've lost this A control. Gonna have to go back to something else. Sampius is already rerouted. Taking ramp away, but it's the Tech-9 pull. Gonna have to do it with the pistol. Cleanly done. Low HP on Magix. Catches him on the swing, and now it dawns that Sampius AWP. xCloud takes up this angle over at Hell as the round grinds to a halt. Magic's hoping he could have caught him on an aggressive move. Wouldn't even have to play out this clutch if you catch xCloud moving in. And Magix gets rewarded for it. That patience worth wonders.
Is that an ace? Is that everything? Magic's just absolutely destroyed them on that upper pop. And that is all 5 in the clutch.
He played it perfectly. The slow down at ramp. Waiting for the re-swing, the 3K entry in a top site.
I love that he stops here as well. He knew he could plant B, but it just adds so many unknowns. He wants his opponent to make a mistake. He doesn't want to be caught running or planting. And for his opponent to play audio, he just wants to sit back and wait for the kill to come to him. That gets Spirit back on track, and as they hear the vent drop, even though it was a fake, Spirit take the opportunity to jump into this upper site, finding a trade, and again, aggression in the lobby, punished this time by Spirit. They're more aware than before. And that molly might just close the back door for Heroic, even though they have a flank. It's all relying on their shadow advantage. It's a done deal. Chopper locks it in.
I mean, Chopper got caught by the lobby push in the last round, right? So learns what he's up against, learns what Heroic are going to try and do here. And he makes that look very, very easy. Denies 2 players trying to take that lobby control.
Oh,
Chopper even hunting down these saving guns. It's just that AWP looking to survive here for Heroic. As it's them now, about to be reset. Spirit in a great position to run away with this T-half.
Oh, Chopper! Putting the team on his back there. He finds the AWP at the end. Talk about learning from your mistakes. As you said, literally getting shot in the back to being the guy waiting for that up vent door lobby push. It's like a fake vent drop to try and make Spirit think A is free, and Spirit go, oh, A is free? They're out before he's back up. And Spirit starts sweeping this game. Full eco now, this should be easy. Despite how punishing their defaults have been, especially on Anubis, I like the Spirit do have the confidence to just go for upper pops like that in back-to-back rounds. Now in Heroic's, the back of Heroic's head, every round is you got to watch out for that. You don't want to just get popped. You don't want to lose that first kill and the round is over.
Yeah, I think
you need to burn your util.
The other thing that's been so profitable from it is just, it's hard for the Sampius AWP to stop those sorts of rounds, right?
True.
Even when he's been in the right place over at Heaven, you're more limited in terms of how much you can re-peek. Once you've lost the site defenders, if you get caught swinging, it's a hard fight on that AWP once they actually have the site control.
I do find it so funny how Donk is always the guy planting. I feel like he plants so much on T side. But hey, better than leaving the bomb outside, I'll say that much.
Yeah, Magic's lost his job as the bomb carrier after that round.
And clean as a whistle. Team Spirit, 6 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, we might have had the early intrigue of the tied up half with Sampaius looking really, really good, but now we're hitting that point in the game where Spirit, if they do just want to run away with this, they can manage that all on the back of this next round. And suddenly, the worry that this ever closes up would leave their mind, and they could just start flexing here on Nuke. So, ball is in the court of Heroic if they're able to offer up resistance here. If they don't, this first half is going to pass them by so quickly. So we're having a bit of time to weigh in. Chopper doesn't have that 6th man, so the adjustments, the calm, it's all having to come from him as the captain. An extra set of responsibilities on the shoulders of Chopper here.
Maybe Spirit felt a little bit caught off guard at the start of Anubis. I think the worry and any nerves has absolutely gone out the window here. They know this is their game to win right now. It's gone to plan. Gonna have late smokes outside for Chopper. Madam back garage, ramp conceded as X-File comes up secret to confirm or deny what they don't know.
The outside utils are fake, and even though Heroic are going to get this information because of the push in through secret, it's still a lot of resources right now dedicated to outside, a dead angle, a dead position. Spirit instead take away the ramp control, and they've got this for free. There was no resistance. Heroic are able to muster up on this part of the map. This now leaves 3 players down at lower with a 4th player in garage. There is 1 guy watching the entirety of the top site. And so Heroic try to make up for that by sending Linus through the vents. Still, this defense is in a constant state of moving, of shifting around the map. And that gives these moments where they could get caught. They've lost X-Cloud, Sampaius dead on the swing. And with that double kill, the lower site red carpet is rolled out for Team Spirit. Heroic have no real choice here but to save.
Yeah, they should be calling the save almost immediately. Linus goes back up the vents, so nothing to do with this. Clean entries, kind of off timings on those peaks on B. They don't go together. So Spirit are able to reset pretty nicely. 5 live rounds. That's not going to do Heroic any favors. There's no break in this money in this game. It's all about survival now. We've already seen Chopper hunting. I think I'd like to see Spirit. They haven't always, at the major, we were criticizing them a little bit in the RMR, where it felt like they were playing a bit scared at times. Like, they weren't always hunting kills when they absolutely just objectively should. This is a round akin to that. They have the money. They should go for the kills. They're going to let them survive. But it's not going to hurt Spirit much. Oh, that shadow. Catches you at the most awkward of places.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this round also exposed some of that new team playing with the stand-in, the CT look of... They just had too many players lower, and then trying to make amends for that, they're spending time, you know, shifting the defense around instead of making those info plays.
Yeah.
So things just looked a little bit awkward there for Heroic. They were never really in a position to succeed in that round.
They moved the ramp player to outside. They're making adjustments on the fly. Heroic feel like they're being outcooled at the moment. They're not wrong. X-File does have a move in the smoke. They've bypassed him for now. This is going to play to his favor. He shoots him in the back. He didn't see players right in front of him, and Donk gets bailed out.
Important equalizer for Sampaius. And he's even able to get out from behind Unbreakable. So good reposition here. Sampaius keeping the pressure on outside, divides the offensive. Oh, that is an awkward engagement. Spots Magics and Donk, sure, you get some info from it. But now the whole outside area goes dark, and they never even spotted Shiro, making it all the way in through secret. So he's kind of a nasty surprise here. This is a good reaction out of Heroic at least, right? Re-aggroing into the lobby, knowing that Spirit were heavy out in the yard early. Linus in a powerful position as a result.
Shiro is faking lower with nades, and look at the reaction. 2 players have actually just dropped down from the ramp side, so it's on LNZ. It's him or nothing in this round.
Lazy check from Zontix.
It might work out to their favor. Like, there's 3 players coming in main. This should be a trade for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Donk should go first, right? Low HP on this guy. Have Magix and Shiro there to trade him. Gonna get shot with his back turn. They sacrifice the low HP player, but Linus able to get out with the double kill. 2v2 in the post plant.
Up vent. Going round. Madden's going to wait for Youngster, but they don't have a kit right now. I don't think there is one in the round.
This is awkward. They've missed the timing on going up vent, right? Zontic's kind of now teed up in the lobby in a good position to shut this down. Madden walking in, back turn. Zontix collects that for free. And Youngster's been heard on this loud rotate in through main. So Spirit do not break a sweat. In spite of that double kill from Linus, the retake peters out.
Sure, man gets up, but he's there way before his teammate. Like, him surviving, I don't think even justifies that play. I would love to just see them go together, be that vent or be that wait for that main player. Zero trade available in that 2v2. And they had the time to breathe and to talk. See, Zontic catches him through the pixel there. So yeah, just we're seeing the lack of synergy, right? The lack of experience on this map with this roster, with the stand-in as well, on a new squad. It doesn't really get worse. The fact that Heroic have even made us open our eyes in this series, I think is commendable. But this is when reality comes striking. Spirit with a strong T side looking for 9. And now LNZ not taking that all-in bet seems a little bit of a good idea.
If one thing's been clear over the last handful of rounds, it's that Sampaius is feeling a lot of pressure to be the difference maker, to be the guy involved early. You even saw him take that horrible peek out in the yard earlier, just to try and force some of those fights, right? He knows he is the best hope for Heroic to turn this one around. But as he tries his opening move here, it falls on deaf ears, not able to catch that opening on the AWP.
No.
And now Spirit almost want to call the bluff of ramp, right? They saw the AWP there earlier on. Now they hear Madden spamming the MP9, and that's a fight they would gladly lean into. X-Cloud's been mollied forward. They deal with him on that trade, and they've got Madden pinned in. It's Shiro's AWP to pick it up. Donk with one more on the board as Spirit look for this runaway T-side. It's only Linus left to get past.
Right place, right time, but impossible odds. 1v4, and he needs to get his gun out, get tucked in. They might not clear him. There is a world, there is a will, but is there a way for LNZ in the last round of the half to survive the might of Spirit? 3 players here. Donk late to the party. He's got to be patient. They're crawling in above him right now. Check for Linus, gets himself one. That's the bomb loose. The AWP misses the shot. They're right above him. He reads it. He takes 2 as well. 4 in the mag, and Shiro shuts it down. There's no tricks up your sleeve, Heroic. There's no surviving the Spirit train.
Nuke is where the proven teams look to succeed, and with Spirit making no changes and being the proven squad at the tail end of 2024, picking up the major and now starting a new year, they've come in swinging. This Nuke has been a very one-sided affair. There's been glimmers of hope, largely brought forward from some Pious, but it's not been able to outshine the bright lights of Spirit as they blaze ahead, 9-3 on that first half. The opening map of this Heroic's pick might have been a very close affair, with 1 or 2 rounds making a world of difference here on Nuke. Spirit wanted to be punishing. They want to make a statement.
Oh no.
This lower push, Zontix found all alone, so finally something going the way of Heroic. They get free passage in, but Chopper looking to collect that toll, gets out with a double. Keep Spirit in this retake. They scramble the rotates down to lower. Heroic might have found that opening, but all the closers look to belong to Spirit in this pistol round. xCloud getting run at, things getting weird, things getting awkward. And Spirit actually call off the hunt. They don't play for the trade. Instead, they want to set up for this 2v1.
They abandoned Chopper, but it's because they have the bomb. They've shut the door literally in xCloud's face. He's going to have to hunt these kills instead. 1v2 for xCloud. And Shiro, sharp on the USP, doesn't give it away. A fake drop. They don't fall for it. They fight together, head on, in your face. Shiro comes up with that pistol. They are so sharp. Zontix is very optimistic, thinking he can get away there. But luckily enough, Spirit drop in and knock Heroic out. Chopper's looked very good in this series as well. Individually has had a lot of impact, especially across Anubis. Was involved in some of those late round 2vx's.
Picked up that big clutch versus Madden early on in this game as well.
True.
And Chopper means business.
Donk outside is a terrifying prospect, and it's only pistols. Okay, only pistols, I say. Youngster.
That's going on the Youngster YouTube channel.
From one youngster to another, Donk dropped. Maybe there's more for Heroic. Maybe there's not.
Well, Heroic played for this one buy, and it might be the only buy they get to play with on their T side of Nuke.
Spirit at least having some fun today as they look to secure the semi-finals, another $25,000. We're looking at nearly 100K on Spirit's head by the end of the day. Plus some change in the bank that I wouldn't be surprised to see Spirit go all in every single game of this competition.
Oh, I think they made their mantra clear in this first match, where immediately the first words out of Zontix's mouth were, "We're going all in."
That's showing up in the server. Dong does get taken down on this cross outside, so as far as starting off your one gun round, it's not gone too bad, has it? 5v3 quickly turned back around. Madden is low, and Heroic, you can get very much split apart on this T-sided Nuke. 2 in secret, 2 in lobby. This could get claustrophobic for Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic are a team that like to play slow, especially when they've gotten this man advantage. They like to make their opponent sweat, but you're dead on Nuke. I think it's easy to get caught up in that and get split up in these interactions. Ooh. They've lost Madden on his creep back down into the lobby. Topside hit coming through. They know that Chopper is still alive with this lobby control, and Shiro can't barrel up the vents, so a lot of this is going to fall to Chopper. Shiro taking a lengthy route to the rotate all the way up through Secret leaves him out of the picture for now. See if they're given anything, but if Heroic don't give a kill away, it wouldn't.
I think it's a last-second attempt. I think Chopper's going to try and make that kit sing, coming out late as Shiro also catches them leaving from heaven. Right now, it looks like a save. It feels like a save, but it's not anything of the sort. Heroic start to move out of position. Chopper's ready to creep out the hut. The multi-kill required. Chopper gets them both, and Spirit like that slam the hammer down and set up to eliminate Heroic.
Yeah, that is the final Hail Mary from Team Spirit. Every one of the swing rounds, every one of those rounds that stands to break your opponent's Spirit have been able to win. And this one is a mental break as the last second retake comes through. Heroic thought they were being given one more round, one more chance to play, only for Chopper and Shiro to rob it from them at the 11th hour. Last time out used, but surely no more hope for Heroic.
That's an ice-cold call. That's just so clutch for Spirit. They know if they go in 2v3 and just try and take fights, Heroic have crossfires, they're going to have a setup, they're going to be in their favorite positions to win that round. But if they can catch them walking, looking the wrong way, moving out of the sight, it's Spirit's best bet. Really cool call. And it feels like this one is too much to bear for Heroic, while Anubis showed promise. Nuke ain't gonna get better.
Fast event drop for Madden, manages to make it down. Shiro posted on that AWP, but the moment of hesitancy could have cost him. He goes back in for a second and even hangs around for more. Shiro's re-aggressed here. There's a lot of support for him. Donk flying out of hell. Madden's crossed down to lower. He's even come back up the vent now, trying to fight for the yard control. Zontic's ready for it in this one, looking to come undone. Heroic might have been the most successful bounty hunters from stages 1 and 2. They might have turned heads with the quick turnaround time of this unit, but they've met their match now in the quarterfinals. Spirit, their reign of terror looks to start as they pick up a dominant win on Nuke, secure the 25K on the head of Heroic, and sail comfortably into those semi-finals.
Yeah, they end the last year fantastically. They don't stumble here either. 6-0 on maps. They storm through Bounty all the way.
Semi-finals secured as Spirit stand tall. They assert their dominance on that second round of Nuke, despite map number 1 getting a little bit complicated at times. Any nerves, any questions firmly shaken off, and we know that Spirit, they're the most dominant team in the server today.
Yeah, we kind of prefaced it coming into Nuke. We thought it was a bit of a wake-up call after watching Anubis. Somehow, some way, they still managed to win the map, and Maui, it felt like they meant business on Nuke, right? They came in with one clear objective, that was to obviously win the game, but also to make sure that it would never ever be what close, and that's exactly what they did. A very strong performance by Spirit, good T side, good finishing up here on the CT side. Nothing really bad to say.
Barely a glimpse of what Heroic will likely offer us on this map moving into the rest of the season, because they just have a lot of work to do. Obviously, they were hamstrung by the situation, having to use Modin here, who isn't too bad at Nuke when he's on a comfortable team, but it is probably the worst map to be thrust into a roster that you have no experience playing with.
Yeah, very clear why Spirit picked it in this particular series. For Heroic, they will be going home with their 25K bank that they did accumulate throughout stages 1 and 2. For Spirit, they've got 80K bounty now on their head. Speaking of which, we've got James on the sideline with Donk.
Oh yes, I've managed to grab the greatest of last year and a dominant performance as always from Donk. But I'm going to start with, before the game started, you really wanted Heroic to spend some more money.
Yes. We just want to play a win with everyone.
Yeah. Oh,
we don't care.
Wow, okay, so the plan for Spirit is all in every time, as much money as possible.
Yes.
I like that. You're using the format to your advantage. But it could have got a bit scary on Anubis. You go down 9-3 on your CT side, and okay, you fought back on the T side. It is the more favored side. But what problems were you guys having on the CT side? It seemed like you were struggling with what Heroic were giving you.
They were really good on the T side Anubis, and we just was struggling with communication, like because we have first game on the one, and like it's tough, always tough, and it's like it's okay. We're fine with this. We know why it happens, and we're gonna fix it and just try to get our shape better.
And your shape did look very good on Nuke. It looked very comfortable for you guys. People think that right now that obviously at times Spirit can get tilted. We spoke about this towards the end of last year. Do you feel like that side of it is better? Do you think you're getting less tilted, more happy as a team through the games?
Me, yes.
You, yes.
Yeah, I'm the only one who is tilting in our team, so me, yes.
But you're still tilting, or it's getting better?
Yeah, I was tilted on the Nuke.
On the Nuke. Okay, well, you still won even when you're tilted. I say that's a pretty good sign going forward, but I'm looking forward to see Spirit go all in every single time.
Still tilted on Nuke. They won that one-handedly.
I mean, maybe he wanted more frags, or maybe he was mad that the teammates around him were stealing all his frags, or something like that. I don't know, but I like the fact that he's admitting to us and the rest of the world that he's had a bit of an issue with tilting. And as we spoke about, Maui, a young guy who still has to learn. People sometimes forget that just because he's the best player in the world doesn't change the fact that he hasn't been around for long. So as good as he is already, he can still become better at certain aspects of the game. And I love the fact that he's admitting that.
I feel like I'm seeing shades of Blade, just brutally honest with every single interview. Maybe not as eloquent in what he says all of the time, but still getting frustrated, even in a huge landslide victory.
Yes.
That makes for what I consider the GOAT coach kind of making right now. And maybe that's going to be what Donk needs in terms of mentality to be the GOAT, right?
He's a perfectionist. What can we say? He also alluded to the fact that you know, we often hear him say, I don't care. Now he actually has a chance to put some money behind those I don't cares. Like, it doesn't matter who they're going to be facing. They're going to be putting all of their money up for grabs every time.
That's an open invitation to anyone.
Yeah.
Whoever they face in the semifinal, whoever they potentially face in a final, that's an open invitation to go all in against Spirit. Now, do we think any of the teams are feeling comfortable enough to do that right now? Would Na'Vi do it? Would G2 do it? Would Vitality do it?
Vitality would do it.
Sure. Apex?
Yeah. Apex would hear Donk shouting at him and just go, actually, bet. I'm doing it. I'm putting it all down. I'd love to see that.
Without consulting his team?
Yeah, I would see Apex as that kind of guy.
Who needs it? Who needs the cash?
Just money.
Yeah, people want the clout more than they want the cash. It makes sense. Let's wrap up that map of Nuke, though, because obviously starting things off, it was clear it was going to be a tough time for the side of Heroic. Despite that, Sunpaeus was, you know, having some impact, but you can't do it alone, can you?
No, I feel like we called it out, saying that if they want to stand any chance whatsoever in the Heroic camp of making the game competitive, it had to be on the base of Sunpaeus getting off with the AWP. And the first time he got it in hand, he did a fantastic play and a fantastic round. Spirit already up 3-0, they win the pistol, they convert. They even get into a scenario now where they get an awful lot of space on Yard, and the only player fighting back from this position would be Sunpaeus. At this point and onwards, it's still Spirit's round to lose at that point. They get the lower bomb site control, but they play the time an awful lot down right here, Maui, and it comes back to haunt them later stages in the round. Sunpaeus still alive with the AWP. As a matter of fact, he's in a 1v3, and he ends up picking up this kill against Shiro. The bomb is still down right here, so Spirit is now in a big rush, and guess what? Sunpaeus is stepping up to the occasion.
It closes it out right there. You can see that Spirit were trying to just activate so many players at the same time, and actually this was a round that actually I feel like was based on a Spirit game plan that was about misdirection. It's just that Sunpaeus was never in the wrong spot. He was the one that maybe his riflers weren't actually able to keep up in that kind of round, but he was.
Now, you touched upon the individuals. Pimp, I believe you had Magix in your fantasy team, right?
Yeah.
For Blast TV. You must have been happy with the ace round he pulled off.
I'm very happy. I think Magix had a good game, and I think he overall did a good job on Nuke, but I think you could pick any player from Spirit in that first half. Obviously, he had a fantastic round with the ace, and I'm sure we're going to see it one more time, and it's always good to see Magix play well, and I think if you put it into the context of how he's been moving as of late, how well he was playing at the major, his trajectory right now, Maui, it almost feels like Magix is coming alive again after having a rough couple of months together with Spirit. If he can continue on this level and he can have this kind of impact consistently, which he has had now for, what is it, 3-4 months, it's becoming harder for me to see how Spirit are going to drop down to a level where they're not going to be a title contender for every single tournament.
Yeah, he's moving different, Pimp. He is definitely making the non-believers recognize and apologize to what is now kind of becoming a tertiary star.
Should have picked Brave Fantasy then, huh?
Well, just you wait. Just you wait. I got Flames in that same spot, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah.
He's gonna do just fine, okay?
Okay, speaking of just fine, I mean, the T side, as we could see from the round distribution for Spirit, was just so dominant. Let's move on to the penultimate round of that first half. What did you learn from the Spirit approach at the T side here?
So we saw the Sun Pius round where he was able to pick them off in so many directions, but you could see that Spirit just made things easier on themselves. It's not as much of a spread out default. They're just using 4 guys with the cross smokes, 1 guy on top from the silo position, and they're just moving together. Whereas before, they could get a little bit messy. Heroic themselves probably are playing a slightly looser style because they aren't playing with their 5-man lineup. Spirit recognized that, and so they just joined together. Yes, there are people on Heroic capable of finding multi-frags, but at the end of the day, when Spirit is deathballing across the map, the trading is going to be better, the initial firepower is going to be better, and you don't need to try to make this 300 IQ misdirection play. Just keep it simple.
That's exactly what they did. Sometimes simplicity is all you need, especially when you have the better players, especially when you're already the favorite. And I think you could kind of feel it from Heroic as well. Regardless of Sun Pius playing well on that CT side, both with the AWP, also with the rifle, he was trying his best. I feel like they felt defeated after losing Anubis. They knew that was their way into this series. That was the only way they could make it competitive. And as soon as they went down on that CT side, they felt like they were not giving up per se, but it felt like they knew what was coming.
Yeah, and they didn't really have many rounds to work with as we moved into that second half when Spirit winning the pistol, and then they're basically winning every situation that they're put in, even when they're at a man disadvantage.
How instant they are in this round.
I know.
It's so quick.
This is the most terrifying thing to see if you are Vitality, Na'Vi, G2, because the one thing you were hoping for after watching map 1 of Spirit was that, oh, maybe the players on the team aren't activated. Maybe they aren't as locked in as they were in Shanghai. Well, the time to kill was absurd, and this was insult to injury here. The confidence of Shiro and Chopper with 10 seconds left on the bomb to go for a 2v3 retake. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was done and dusted, and Spirit just felt like anything they touched was going to die.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. Spirit played a fantastic nuke game, and I think Heroic, as we spoke about, they had that chance on Anubis, never really got going on nuke.
So any worries, any concerns you had about Spirit coming off of that Anubis? They're done? Put to bed?
No, not at all. I still think, and as Dunk said it as well, you know, maybe first game jitters, communication was a bit of an issue, and I think they played, in all honesty, horrible on Anubis. They were by far the better individuals, but they were close losing to a team who came in here with a stand-in. So, no, if they show up with any sort of that level against a team like Vitality or G2 for that matter, or Na'Vi, then they will be punished for it. So it's still a bit of a concern in that sense. And I will say as well, we're yet to see Spirit being tested against a proper Counter-Strike team in 2025. Hopefully we'll get that by Saturday.
I'm just thinking that maybe it wasn't the most exciting tactically, but until you're playing, I don't even know. I actually don't even. Is Vitality strong enough to hold their own against that? Probably the only team. Na'Vi would be the only one that tests them tactically.
Yeah.
So I kind of hope we get that matchup in the semifinals or the grand finals at least.
I mean, nevertheless, moving forward, Spirit, they've now secured 12.5k from the bounty of the side of Heroic, which puts them up to 80k.
Oh.
80k? That's a lot. That's a lot of bounty on their head.
Apparently, Donk says it's nothing. He just wants it all in. You know, he wants to double it or go home. I mean, the ball's on the kid. The ball's on the kid.
It's an open invitation.
Yeah, I know.
Anyone who wants to fight, come fight us.
Can at least somebody say maybe we don't go all in, but half, and then they say yes? Like, can they go back and forth on that? It doesn't have to be accept or decline immediately, does it?
No, I think you can have a little bit of, you know, there can be a bit of conferring going on in the studio. Yeah,
halfway,
I think that is a tactic.
Add something to it.
Heroic go home with 25k on their head, and I want to get your temperature check on them as a team, because obviously not ideal for them to come in with a stand-in. Nevertheless, though, from stages 1 and 2 to actually qualify for the top 8, I'm pretty content with what we saw from this new Heroic.
Me too. Just the fact that in this studio was a big surprise to me. I think the way they played, the way they conducted themselves, the way they look already now. So obviously has been doing a great job as a coach. Also, we know that I Am Katowice is coming up. We know that Tenier secured his visa, so it's going to be the full lineup of Heroic showing up for that tournament. I want them to confirm to me that what we saw online, what we saw the first couple of games, is something they can replicate. And if they can do that at Katowice, then my temperature check for Heroic right now is well above expectations.
I want to see the younger players do better. And by younger players, I mean youngster. I mean Tenier. Obviously, we didn't get to see Tenier here, but I mean, we didn't really get to talk too much about Youngster, but this wasn't really the game to do it because he got kind of demolished. But I really liked what he brought in the opening stages of this event too. And man, something about the way he aims, I really just taken a liking to watching his demos. So
we will have to wait until Kado to see that going down, though. Nevertheless, Heroic unfortunately eliminated here in Copenhagen. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Sampayas.
Heroic proved to be some of the most successful bounty hunters, but even they were not able to stop Spirit. But you did also kind of have a bit of an unlucky route now with having to come in with a stand-in. Just let's touch on this Anubis to start off with, because this was looking very good from the start. But are you just happy with how that result went, or does it sting still because obviously you weren't able to close it out despite having the 9-3 lead?
To be honest, I felt we were playing good. We didn't expect them to play that fast because they were playing quite direct, right, on T side. And I think that that is what we were lacking, like how to play against them, because we expected them to play slow like they always do. Yeah. But they were playing really fast, and I think it was just duels, because to be honest, it was so many 2v2s, 1v1s, 3v3s, that if we just win one duel, it will be a difference maker, right? Yeah. So sometimes it's like this, obviously.
Now, for you, though, right, it's a new Heroic. You even had Madden now standing in for this one. How is it for you to be back on the server and be back with this team? You look happier when I'm seeing your player camera.
I'm really happy, yeah. I mean, I was just missing this a lot. I was grinding this time, and I am enjoying the game. I'm happy to be here, happy to be on LAN also, happy to just have the opportunity to play against a team like Spirit. Obviously, they are right now probably the best, if not the best, a top 3 team in the world.
Do you feel like it was a bit of a blessing when Falcons removed you? Like, was it a good thing overall?
I think it was needed. Yeah, the team didn't click, and someone had to take a step back, and they decided it was me. So nothing bad to them. It's just it didn't click, and something had to change.
The good thing for you as well, though, is you're back with Saw. How much does that fill you with confidence? Because obviously he knows you very well.
I think it's really good. It's like a close friend for me, and obviously we have really good chemistry inside the server. So I think it's really, really good and fun to be back with him, yeah.
And lastly, just looking at what the team did online to start off with, right, against 3D Max and Liquid, and overall just when you had the full team, how confident does this make you for the rest of the season with this new Heroic project?
I think I'm really confident. I can see already like the practice. When we practice, we are learning and improving really fast, and we are step by step going like up and upper, you know, like playing better on every map. Like for example on Nuke, we didn't expect the peak, and also we didn't practice, so it's hard. Obviously, we did our best, but obviously we didn't have time to practice. Otherwise, who knows? Maybe it was closer again. I don't know.
Well, it's good to have you back, Sampayas, in a Heroic jersey, ready to get the job done across the rest of the season. But that's the end of the road here at the Bounty.
Yeah, despite facing a formidable opponent in Team Spirit, I think there's still plenty of confidence to be moving forward for Heroic. As Sampayas aptly said, you know, that first map, it was a question of maybe 1 or 2 more duels going in their favor, and then we would be awaiting train as a decider.
Well, the results are actualizing the preparation. So that's already a good sign, you know, taking down 3D Max, taking down Liquid, you know, in the moment, Sampayas showing frustration, but even zooming out for a split second, recognizing this is already good for them. Getting top 8, they're happy to be here. They're happy to show the world what they're capable of, and I'm sure they're going to show much more of it throughout the next 6 months.
I think most people are excited to see Heroic play at IM Katowice. I think most people are excited to get an idea of whether or not they can replicate the kind of performance that we saw online, and I think most people are excited to see Tenir return into the lineup as well. And then there is this obvious question with Nilo as well, waiting on the bench. So still a bit of drama.
That's the confusing part.
Yeah,
well,
go on, give me your thoughts. I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. What do you think's going to happen with that?
I mean, I feel like Nilo...
He was expensive.
Yeah, so I feel like he could take the... I don't know who he'd take the place of off the top of my head.
Youngster? Or?
I mean, I feel like he's more aggressive than Youngster. So it's Nilo and Tenir, I feel like, are battling for a spot. I feel like well... Maybe that's not true. I honestly don't know how they're going to use him necessarily.
I mean, if Tenir is going to have ongoing visa issues, then it probably plays out by itself. You know?
Truthfully, I just hate the line they used on the whole tweet. Like, you know, he doesn't... He's not... The roster's locked, so he doesn't have a guaranteed spot, but he's on the team.
He can fight his way back.
He can fight his way back.
How?
Yeah, this is the most vague wording that I've seen on a release like that for a while.
It leaves me scratching my head, if I'm being totally honest. But we'll have to wait to Kado and subsequent tournaments onwards to see exactly how that is going to be playing out. But plenty of Counter-Strike on the way this evening. It's going to be G2 taking on BetBoom. BetBoom securing 5th seed, which meant they were the first to pick, and they went with the heads of G2. We're going to head things to a bit of an extended break, but when we're back, we're also going to be announcing something very, very exciting. So stay tuned for that. We'll see you in a few.
One side should be.
Simple.
Short.
Simple and short. Side.
Short. Elbow.
Nice. One more short.
Short. Under.
I'm nading short. You can push. Careful one. Guys, watch someone lurk. We need to.
CT and then short. Low Rocky as well. Low. 1 HP.
Let's fucking go!
Pick long. Don't be afraid.
I'm holding short.
Let's walk.
Holding copy.
Hold copy. Keep holding.
Don't see.
Come closer.
I have short. I'm watching. I'm stuck.
Keep holding.
Nothing.
Copy. Nice hit.
Nice. I'm coming short.
Guys, I'm only bike. No, I don't have.
Good.
Flashing above apps.
Good. Don't see bike. Bike. Just move, Alexis. Just move.
Headshot.
Apps
I flash you.
Inside.
Хорош.
You're around.
Nice! What's inside?
Hold smoke someone.
I hold. I didn't.
I think
I
it's
can
better,
break.
guys.
I can break. Let's combo.
Running.
Camera.
One more backup.
One more.
Low.
Together.
Off there, Mario. Take the op.
B smoke. Yeah, B don't smoke. I'll smoke.
Get flashes.
Flashing.
Flash.
4B. I can blind. Out. Many.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
I'm showing.
What the fuck?
Bro, you don't think that.
Holy shit,
you do. 5. Bro got 5.
Fucking sick, bro.
Shotgun close.
Yeah.
Bomb drop at B. Bomb drop at B or top right mid. And even mid.
40 seconds.
I'm playing ninja.
Can flash mid for you soon.
Wait.
30 seconds. I can deny if they follow you.
I'm in quad.
Okay.
Come
Me
on.
too. Maybe I didn't see.
Two con. Follow me.
Con dead. Nice. Main.
I'm molot.
B-main coming out. Sun hit.
Sun dead.
One more. Outcon.
Outcon. What's that?
Nice, man.
Remember your defensive smoke, David.
What?
Defensive smoke is.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes, the season of the Rivals is almost upon us. Going live from Monterrey in Mexico at the end of April, April 30th to May 4th. Pre-sale for tickets is live now, so make sure you're signing up to get your hands on those tickets first, because Jacob, these are going to be the best of the best teams that are going to be going to Mexico.
It is going to be the best of the best teams. It's only 8 teams that gets to play the tournament itself. Top 4 on the Valve ranking will get invited into the tournament, and then you have 4 invitationals to 4 different regions: Europe, NA, South America, and of course Asia as well. So you are only going to have top quality opponents at that tournament.
That's pretty sick for Mexico, I gotta say. I don't think they've ever had a tournament at this scale. The closest thing before being the America's RMR that was held there. No real audience for that one.
No.
So I honestly just buy the tickets, guys. Like, get in there. Vamos, vamos.
I feel like the crowd's going to be crazy. You were there for the RMR, right?
Yes.
Do we have any Maui recommendations of any restaurants we should be looking at? Any places for a couple apple juices?
Hey,
you know?
I know you Europeans love a beverage here and there. Mezcal, undefeated over there, okay? It's like nothing you've ever had in the States, nothing you've ever had in Europe. It's a much higher quality. And also, come on, tacos, come on. Like, it's obvious, right? Surely, like Mexican food, not enough of it in Europe.
So much to look forward to as we move on to Rivals in Mexico. Great surprise indeed to be adding to this broadcast. Speaking of, I'm not going to say great surprises, more like crazy surprises were unveiled last night with MOUZ cutting their in-game leader, Maui. Did you have that on your bingo card for literally seconds into 2025?
I didn't have it for years, Freya, okay? The only reason they would have cut him is if they were going to sell him, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere just yet. We'll see how scenes unfold in the coming months as the season progresses. But for Spinks, are you kidding me? They're making Brolin the in-game leader, and with no experience doing that. Like, no one's ever really talked about him being that big of a secondary caller, a secondary voice. There were times during the ESL Pro League broadcast where Exertion was expressing his frustrations, and I'm pretty sure it was with Brolin not talking enough on the team.
Oh, wow.
So, like, that, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that's about, and if he can actually step up to the plate. The takes on this one, like, I got 100 still, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. I remember those times as well. I remember observing Brolin as well, body language, you name it. You can even look at his position within MOUZ. He's an anchor player. He's on the outside perimeter of the maps. Even in the seating position in real life, whenever they're at the LAN and whenever at the studios, he's sitting on the far right. He's as, I guess, detached from the team in terms of being the mid-center and the voice of the team as he could have been. And now, all of a sudden, he's the in-game leader. Now, can he do it? Don't know. You know, I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out. I think he's going to get a lot of help from Cyclone as well, the coaching, and maybe he sees something in him that we haven't seen yet. To me, that's not the biggest story, though. The biggest story is still Shuhei. You know, having a player of that caliber, having a relatively young in-game leader that should be sought after by so many different teams, free on the market now, arguably maybe even at a discounted price instead of just sitting him on the bench, running up. You want to sell him now when he's still hot. You don't want to sell him in 6 months when the value of him is going dramatically down. So there's teams out there right now that should probably look into Shuhei, look into the contract scenario, and figure out whether or not they can collect some money and buy him out.
Let's put a pin in that conversation for now. Production, if you could do me a solid and bring back up the Shuhei tweet, I want to focus some attention on a couple of words in here. Clashing visions. Does that make any sense for you? I think that's the thing that surprised me the most out of MOUZ.
Who even cares about what they say? They never tell it.
That's true. The truth will reveal itself, surely.
Yeah.
No, I mean, clashing visions, to me, the one speculation that I've caught on to just kind of going through the weeds of this issue is just people thinking, was this MOUZ acquiring Spinks, and did they want him for either Brolin or Shuhei, and they just eventually voted, we're keeping the fragging? And frankly, I don't agree with that.
No.
Everything in my being disagrees with that, as a matter of fact. I think that this is a horrible route to go down if you're MOUZ.
Okay, there's many layers we can dive into, you know, a couple of them being one. Jimfat, we know he was rumored to FaZe, Vitality, you name it. For some reason, I don't know how, I don't know why, MOUZ found a way to secure him, re-sign his contract, stay within MOUZ. That was a clear sign to me that the entirety of the lineup would stick together. Jimfat would not have re-signed with MOUZ had he known that something would change or new players would come in and go. He would have joined FaZe then. He would have joined Vitality if he wanted to. Another layer to this one as well, and this is one of my favorite things to do. Instead of reading a statement like that, that, I would just like to translate it. He could have wrote something along the lines of, I can't tell you the truth, I'm not allowed to, so I'm just going to write whatever, and then we're going to find out in the future what's going to happen. That's the thing. So instead of, speculating, we don't really know. What I will say, though, that is, I don't believe that they found Shuhei to be not good enough to lead that project for the future. Could there be clashing visions within the team? Could he want to go in one direction, other players in another direction? Maybe that plays a small part into it, but I bet you Jimfat would not have re-signed with Mouse had he known this was going to happen. Then he would have went off to Vitality, faced somewhere else.
I mean, the only clashing vision I can see is Shuhei saying, guys, I've led Gamer Legion to the major finals before, okay? Like, my vision is to make it deep in arenas. You guys are letting me down here. And they just said, I'm sorry, Shuhei, we're going to leave you right there to dry.
You want to hear what happened?
Go on.
I have a
Spill the
theory.
tea.
I have a theory, and I know this from a player perspective as well. What happened is that somehow, some way, Mouse convinced Jimfat to re-sign the contract. Unfortunately for Jimfat, G2 came knocking on Shuhei's door, or came knocking on Mouse's door. Maybe another team did as well. Could be Liquid for that instance. What then happened in this iteration for you was that Shuhei expressed a desire to leave and join those projects. And now all of a sudden, the rest of the team feel very betrayed by Shuhei, wanting to leave the team after Jimfat re-signed his contract. It has happened before. We've seen it before, and I think that's exactly what went down.
Where were you on January 6th, Pimp? That's a crazy conspiracy right there. No, I'm just...
Anyway, moving on. For Spinks, is this a good move for him, objectively? Does this make sense for him to moving into Mouse?
I figured
better than NIP, I guess.
Yeah, I figured this honestly to be a landing spot for him when I was just kind of theory crafting where he could possibly go.
But not with Shuhei being removed, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was more for a shifting of roles. Maybe Brolin out was kind of the figure I would have identified as the odd man out in this situation because, yeah, he has some of the space-taking positions. It's not one-to-one, role for role, like position, but in terms of overall gameplay and style, I feel like Spinks could have slotted into Brolin, or they just shift a couple people around. Like, Maus have tried shifting positions multiple times on Dust 2. Like, they swapped Exertion from mid to B to long to now being the CT rifler, and it's like, they're going to keep moving him around, and nothing's really working right now, and they crashed out of this tournament, and so they're saying we need to hotfix this by switching out our in-game leader. I think you have a player problem, not a leader problem.
I am curious to see how Spinks is going to work out in Mouse. I think Mouse is known to be a team that always makes the most out of the player material they have. I also think Cyclone is going to work together with Spinks and get the most out of him as well. You'd also assume that Spinks going from Vitality into Mouse probably means a reduction in pay as well, so it's probably a desire for Spinks to come in and I guess regenerate himself, reignite himself, rediscover himself as a player, because people low-key forget how good Spinks were. I know his latest days in Vitality wasn't as impactful as you'd like to see, but in Spinks and when he first joined Vitality, that was a player that a lot of people, including myself, we had him in our conversations when we talked about the 5 best riflers in the entire game. Spinks has not been at that level for quite some time, and maybe he can rediscover that form.
We can bring up the tweet from when it was officially announced that Spinks would be joining the team just a few hours earlier. Yeah, totally makes sense. Excited to be joining the boys. Looking forward to playing with them. And yeah, I guess, I mean, he's been on the bench for the Vitality, bringing in Rops. He kind of had to make that decision. I think it does make sense. Maybe, I wonder if he knew who he was going to be traded in for. Like, I'm very curious to know the kind of ins and outs of that.
Me too, and I think that's where the whole conversation gets spicy, you know, what did actually happen and what actually did went down. I also think, as I said before, it's a better move for Spinks to go to Mouse than NIP or someone else who could afford him. We know NIP just got a big investment from some big company that probably could have afforded him, but I don't think that would have been the project for Spinks where he could showcase himself. So overall, I think it's a great move for Spinks, and it could be a great move for Mouse, but Shuhei out there on the market, that's curious.
I would pin the chance of success of this move at sub 30%, really.
Oh,
like,
wow.
I think they would fall out of the top 5 for sure. You know, Maus were a mainstay to make it to the playoffs of practically everything. They had a little stretch last year where they weren't able to accomplish that. At ESL Pro League, they crashed out. But overall, even though they're not necessarily delivering in the big games, they're still oftentimes in arenas making it to semifinals. You know, like, they're even winning games. Like, at the end of what happened last year where at Rio, you know, they beat Vitality. They sent them home. And then they beat Furia. They made it to the grand finals. And also at the major, they beat Mongols in an arena. Like, things were trending up. And I had such high hopes for Maus into the season because it's like, okay, we've renewed everybody's contracts. That should in turn renew faith for the team. And that's why I find this move just way too crazy for this team, because they were, to me, steadily trending upwards in the right small area where they needed to, which was arena play.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more I probably tend to agree with you, saying that if, like, the chances of it to work out are quite small. The issue is if it doesn't work out. If Brolan as an in-game leader doesn't work out, then you're forced to go out there and find an in-game leader. And what is the lowest capacity of players you have available right now?
Let's go Hooksy.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Let's
That's
go
in-game
Hooksy.
leaders. How do you replace, a guy like Shuhei with another great in-game leader? That's going to be so tough. Think of it from a player perspective as well. If it doesn't work out, you're applying a lot of pressure to Brolan, maybe even Exertion, maybe even Torsi, because you know that if it doesn't work out with Brolan as an in-game leader, they have to cut someone to find a new in-game leader.
I think everybody's leaving at that point, no? Surely everybody just goes, this is dead. Let's just find a new vision for myself. They're all
just
pretty
sell
big.
them. Sell them.
Everyone but Jimfed.
Fire sale.
Everyone but Jimfed, who didn't go to Vitality, who didn't go to FaZe Clan, who didn't go to G2. He had all the options. He is arguably one of the most interesting anchors and on one of the most important roles in the game. I bet you he could have gone anywhere, but he decided to stay with Mouse. If I'm Jimfed right now, I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is not what I was promised.
Maybe he did want it, but I mean, no. I hope not. I hope not for his own good.
Yeah.
If he's got his head screwed on correctly, then I don't understand this at all. But like for Shuhei, and what comes next for him?
Yes. There's a couple options, right? There's one that we'll talk about very soon. There's another one, though, but more North American flavor.
Joka Steve, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone and call Mouse right now, Joka Steve. Okay, we see what's happening with Liquid, all right? Dial that number. I know you got him on speed dial. Hit him up.
Who do you cut?
JKS. Okay?
There we go. Yeah.
You get JKS out of there, unfortunately. You're not actually playing with an Asia spot for the Valve rankings anyways. That new ruling came in that they can't actually switch over to that.
Yes.
And so you're going to be an American team. And at this point, like, you as Liquid can solve so many problems with an in-game leader like Shuhei tomorrow. You can solve the fact that Twist isn't fragging at the level that we know that he's capable of. We can solve the fact that on various maps, their finishers are very uninspired. So Shuhei would bring that level of leadership, and he would enable all of the stars to thrive as they should be.
There's two things that can occupy that move, because I agree it's a fantastic move. On paper, it will make an awful lot of sense. You want to free up Twist. You want to make sure Liquid becomes competitive. And I think with Shuhei within Liquid, you look at that lineup potentially, and that's a lineup that could be a top 5 team in the world. One thing is, it's the beginning of the season. I think this is a curveball, and you know how these big organizations work. They have budgets, and I think the entirety of the budget within Team Liquid have been planned accordingly already, so they have to go out there and find a new big portion of that budget to make the acquirement of Shuhei and put JKS on a bench, who's probably on a big salary as well. That's not going to be cheap. Another one is Twist willing to give up in-game leading? Personally, I hope he is, because I want to see Twist at his absolute best. But I also do sense that he's quite passionate about this new role of his. So is he willing to give up that position and allow Shuhei to come in? Those are the two questions I have. Otherwise, it makes an awful lot of sense to get Shuhei into Team Liquid.
I guess we don't know the intricacies of his contract with Mouse just yet, right? Because this is so fresh off the papers, right? I guess there would be a buyout in place where teams would have to offer Mouse some money that they want, right?
Yeah, surely. I mean, they would have to expend some cash at that point.
Nilo was bought for 200K. Wasn't that reported or something along the lines? I feel like I've read that.
You've reported it.
I reported it now. I read it on Twitter, so it must be true.
Yeah.
If Nilo is at 200K, imagine what Shuhei would be at.
You would think that it would be something that Liquid don't want to pay tomorrow, but Liquid are a pretty big org at that, and I also feel like if you're Mouse, you're gonna feel out the initial suitors, and you're gonna say to yourself, okay, that's what they're offering. No one's gonna offer anything more. And keeping Shuhei in contract jail, I'm sorry, but Mouse have gained a lot in terms of fandom, and if you throw that away by keeping Shuhei in contract jail, the fans recognize that. The fans see that you're doing that to one of the players that they love, and they will turn against you. So think about your own PR too, if you're on the Mouse side there.
It's a business.
Yeah, I want to get a North American's take on Twist, releasing him from the mantle of in-game leader. Even though he brought it upon himself, he said he wanted to do that. Would you like that? Do you want to see him going back to just worrying about fragging?
Just frag, okay? Like, you lost to Heroic here, okay? No hate to Heroic, but Tanir shouldn't be out-fragging Twist in a series. I don't care if it's online.
Yeah.
I don't care if they prepped in advance or anything like that. That just doesn't feel right to me, okay? It doesn't sit right for me. Unleash him again,
Imagine a trio of riflers where you have Twist firing on all cylinders. You have Nerds, who I think is one of the most underrated players in the space of Counter-Strike right now. And then Naf is your weak link. That's a very strong core of rifling right there. So yes, I would absolutely love to see Twist, just back to fracking.
That's like a top 5 team right there. If you're just taking that rifle core right there and what Ultimate has shown us in glimpses, not as consistent, but in glimpses. And also, Shuhei has been the op whisperer, okay? He made A-Core. He brought A-Core to a grand finals of a major. Okay, he is the op whisperer. He made Torzi feel like he had a renewed sense of self after what happened with Dexter. Ultimate is going to play 20% better under Shuhei
And he's
on top of
Polish
that.
as well, so I'd say that's going to be an extra 40%. Man, he's going to be dishing out the pierogies, he's going to be speaking their native language. It's going to be great for them. But I would argue that there's another team that maybe is a little bit more likely to be having their eyes on Shuhei. That team is arriving in the studio right now. They're already setting up right behind me, and that is G2. Obviously, it's a bit complicated with them coming into this new season. We knew that Nico, he locked in that Falcons deal. He made no secret of it in the last months of the year.
Sure.
I would say that, I mean, Maui, maybe you're the man to speak on this. Makes sense for them to be looking for a new caller, considering how much Nico was inputting in those mid-rounds.
Be careful, you may have to apologize again.
Hey, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one saying it, okay? Because I feel like I maybe got this train off of the tracks, like, you know, initially started it up right there, just saying, hey, let's watch out. I don't think Snax is qualified for this position. And then we're starting to see, you know, these signs here and there. These mid-rounds are a little bit awkward. Hey, they're some of these big moments, they're falling apart. Hey, on the webcams, I'm seeing Hunter talk way more than Snax at this point. What team wouldn't do better than to bring in a guy like Shuhei, instill some confidence because he's actually done it before with worse pieces, and then actually show him how you actually mid-round, because that's really been the biggest flaw for G2. The firepower is there, and if Shuhei has this kind of roster to work with, I really feel like they're going to be a top 3 team in the world.
I want to be a bit harsh here and just be completely honest. I think if you're G2, if you're the G2 management right now and you're not looking into securing this deal for the future of your club, for the future of your team, you're not doing your job properly. It's not even about Snax. I don't care how good Snax is. I don't care what kind of impact Snax is going to have with this lineup. I feel like we both agree in the sense that I'm leaning towards Snax perhaps not qualified for the job. However, give him some time. Maybe he can make it work. But look at what Vitality did after winning the major in Paris, right? They kicked Dupree and they brought in Flamesy. They guaranteed success for their future team by making a tough decision, but by making the right decision. If you're G2 and you're not replacing Snax, who may or may not be qualified for the position, with a guy that we all labeled as arguably the most interesting prospect in terms of in-game leading, a guy that could take over from Kerrigan and face, a guy that could walk into any team out there. If you don't secure that deal and you have the funds for it, if you have the money and you're G2, you're simply not doing your job. So make it happen regardless of what you think of Snax. Is he good enough? Is he not? I don't even give a damn.
Say it louder for the people at the back. Oh, by the way, that's Snax, actually, who's right behind you.
This is my job. He can do his job.
Kind of makes sense then why BetBoom would be picking into G2. BetBoom coming in as the 5th seed into the top 8 for the LAN finals of the Blast Bounty. I said there was an asterisk for Heroic earlier. There's 2 for the side of BetBoom. They're arriving with 2 stand-ins, no less Maui, and it's 2 pretty instrumental roles. We're talking the AWPer and we're talking the in-game leader.
This is about as bad as it gets, honestly. For a team like BetBoom that really upset expectations there, overperformed with Boomich at the helm, with Zorte firing off as their AWPer. We're going to see Nafany and Chiron back in their stead. And yeah, I mean, you can rate Nafany all you want. You can rate Chiron all you want. But this team, this BetBoom core that we're now witnessing once again, they never were able to beat a team ranked into the top 9 in the world for the entire time that they were on the roster. So this is unfortunately an objective downgrade. For me, before, it was a subjective downgrade, and I think now the world has witnessed that it is indeed objective.
I just love the fact that you have Nafany on one side and you have Snax on the other side, and Maui on the desk. It couldn't be any better. This in-game leadership.
My 2 favorite ideals.
Exactly. It's hilarious. I mean, Nafany, Chiron coming in. I think you're right with Nafany. I think it's been proven that he was not desired to be in BetBoom. He's not been desired to be in any of these top teams. So I guess people within the scene would know better than we do as well. Chiron is interesting in the sense that a couple of years ago, I think most people thought he was going to be the next big thing. You know, he was brought into VP, have a crazy good aim, but maybe there's some, I don't know if there's behavioral issues.
Out of server issues.
Yeah, out of server issues. That's what it feels like. I do want to say, we saw the lineup of BetBoom before. It's not even a team. It's a glorified mixed team. The 2 stand-ins coming in are replacing an AWPer, and none of these 2 players are playing with the AWP, so they're just coming in as a complete random glorified mix.
It's what you queue on Face-It, and then you just realize, oh, no one can play AVP. Who'll pick up AVP? AVP.
No one. Literally no one.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think, yeah, it's obviously going to be very complicated for them, to say the least, but we do have some words from Nafany, courtesy of Banks.
When did you find out you were having to come back and play, and how much time did you have to get ready?
I mean, I saw in social media that Magnolia said that they will play without 2 players, and I was like, seems like
they will write me soon. And around like 10 minutes, our manager told me that, hey, we really need you. Is it fine for you if you will play with us? And I said, like, I think you really need points. And I had some plans, let's say, but as far as I really, I mean, my ex-teammates really need me. I said that, okay, let's try to do our best.
Good guy, Nafany, just throwing those plans aside. They need the VRS points in all seriousness to be, competing in what this new circuit is going to be in 2025. We got some thoughts from Magnajez yesterday during the draft show. Banks posed the question, who on earth is going to be calling? What's happening here? He said 50-50, right?
Between
Do you like that?
It felt like it was between Magnajez and Nafany.
Yeah.
They were going to take 50-50 calling duties. And for a player like Magnajez, I feel like this is actually a great opportunity for him in a live environment to develop more of what will become his secondary voice as a caller. Because obviously, Boomich is going to come back in, take up the mantle once again. But for Magnajez, sometimes teams do that. They've talked about, I've heard people like top tier coaches say, sometimes the way we mix up practice is by actually making our secondary caller our primary caller, even making the third caller into it. And I actually feel like it's a great trial by fire for him to just kind of think about the macro picture, because Magnajez as an individual, maybe he didn't pop off the page with a 1.2 rating through the group stage, but he had a lot of impactful moments as a player. And I feel like his recognition of when there is a win condition that needs to be found and when there is a losing condition that needs to be shored up is actually quite strong.
It's a freebie, when you think of it. As you said, Maui, they're coming in, there's absolutely no expectations, there's no demands from anyone, there's no argument to be said that BetBoom should win this game, so anything they can get out of it, whether that is Magnajez, getting some experience as an in-game leader, getting a feel for what it's like to make a game-defining call at 11-11 if we ever get to that point, everything they get in here and experience today is free for BetBoom in a sense. I don't expect them to win, nobody does, they're playing as a mixed team, but there's always a learning in it, there's always some players that can use some more stage experience, gain something, maybe getting to know, okay, Magnajez, how do you react when pressure's on in a LAN environment? You name it. So we can always learn, but again, it's a freebie. If they were to lose 13-5, 13-5, I wouldn't even be surprised.
More permanent changes over on the side of G2, however. This has been the first time that we've got to see Heavy God in the server for G2. So far, how are you liking it, Maui?
Heavy God is hitting, I'm going to grade him a B+ so far, okay? He hasn't completely blown me away. He had an excellent Dust 2 to close out big in their series there, hitting shots that I know not many people in the world can hit with a rifle. So that was obviously impressive, but there have been moments in the first series where unfortunately he goes for maybe a peak that he shouldn't. One that, he thinks he can hit the shot, but it actually creates a way for the bomb site defense to break apart. So
sounds like he fits right in G2.
That's exactly, that kind of wild card style, that kind of way to just kind of upset expectations is something that attackers are always going to have to be worried about, because Heavy God, he has incredibly strong individual movement. Like his movement mechanics are so precise and sharp. It's like you're putting Donk in an anchor position with all of the shifting body positions and the way to use CS2's movement to just make himself so hard to hit, but his accuracy is crazy too.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Heavy God. I think he's coming into a team that obviously are going to face some difficulties replacing Nico. That's been the conversation every time we talk about them, but from an individual standpoint, he's shown off to be a very reliable player. Maybe consistency will build into it as well. We don't know if the online form he was showing is going to be replicated on LAN, but I think overall his debut as an individual within G2 has been better than most people probably would have expected.
And it's not been him that's directly, had to fill any of the holes that Nico's left. It's more been Malbs being promoted into those positions. We kind of knew that when Malbs, well, we didn't know it. We were speculating that it was going to happen when Malbs joined G2 back in summer of 2024. How has he been faring so far?
Malbs has looked pretty darn good. It's clear that he doesn't have the same voice that Nico did, but in terms of pure fragging output, it's hard to find many people in the world that can compete with him, okay? Yeah. First bullet accuracy is simply sublime. And in terms of choosing engagements, I would say that's probably the one thing that Malbs isn't always throwing himself into the fray with the consistency that Nico did. Like, Nico's game sense is also going to be difficult to replicate. Yes, at the beginning of rounds, maybe Malbs can go toe-to-toe with Nico in terms of pure firepower, but it's kind of what happens next and sometimes getting caught in the rotations. But I also think that's probably part of G2 having to iron out their comms, their staging, their protocols, which Malbs is trying to put into place. And in a weird way, Hunter's actually the one that seems to be orchestrating it.
Yeah, and I think, when you say that, I come to think of the issue, right? I think we're missing the big picture. To me, Malbs, we know from an individual standpoint, he can maybe go toe-to-toe with Nico in the future. Maybe he can find that level, in terms of raw impact on the server, getting the kills, you name it. But that second voice, which we constantly talk about, someone will have to fill that void. And I think if anyone can do it within G2, and if anyone should do it, step up to the occasion, use the experience, it'd be Hunter. And I feel like he's gone under the radar a little bit. We speak about Heavy Guard, we speak about Monacy for obvious reasons.
Yes.
We speak about Maltz, and again, we center the conversation around this, awesome individual output G2 is always going to have with the way they play Counter-Strike, but someone got to be that second voice. Someone got to help out Snacks with the calling, help to keep the troops together, help to keep a rather unexperienced or inexperienced team together, and I think Hunter is the player for me who can do that. Is he going to step up to that occasion? I don't know, but that's how he becomes valuable for G2.
Let's flip the script to talk a little bit about Monacy, because this is where the comparison between the two teams gets incredibly skewed with for obvious reasons.
He's playing against no one.
Sure,
yeah, there's just no comparison, really, is there?
He's fighting 0 right now. Yeah, there's nothing to even battle against. I mean, in terms of Monacy, though, the real conversation for me is just that the Shanghai Major was one of the first downturns we saw in his performances throughout all of 2024. And coming into the bounty, it feels like map to map, you'll get this superstar, supernova player that we're used to. But at times, he's not really quite there. He's not actually always shining in these kinds of moments. And I'm not sure yet if he's found his place on this team. Thankfully, in their second series that they played, I did see him going for more individual picks, talking more on the webcams. And so I think he's beginning to recognize, okay, I can't just let things settle. I need to make sure I call my own number every single round I have an op.
Well, let's have a conversation with the man himself. It's Monacy with James Banks.
You had your first few officials with the new G2. I just first wanted to ask you how it was with not having Nico by your side after so long.
First of all, hello. It's welcome to the new season. We started kind of slow, I think, on the first official against Bait. I mean, not having Nico on our side is just not having like big voice on City side, because he was usually calling a lot, and he was like kind of our, I would say, leader on City, but you just need to get used to it. I mean, and we just try to all step in, and help each other on City, and I think everything will be all right.
How much does it affect you in terms of that voice not being there? Does it make you maybe sometimes change the way you want to play, or if you want to go for your own ideas and plays?
I think it kind of make me feel maybe even, I feel like I have even more freedom. Okay. I think, yeah, because when I have, for example, it's the same as before. I think we don't have like the guy who calls more and maybe have some like ideas, but I don't feel like it affected me in a bad way or in a good way. I think I feel even more freedom, maybe, I would say, yeah.
Insightful words, as always, coming out of Monacy. What was your takeaway there, Jacob?
No, I mean, it's a great point to bring up the conversation around Monacy. We speak of the voice in Nico being gone, and we've also heard Monacy praise Nico over and over again and say that part of why Monacy was playing so well and part of why he was integrated into G2 early on was because of Nico as well. So now the kid gets to stand on his own legs, and either that's going to elevate him to a new level, or we're maybe going to see that he's going to drop off a little bit, with more of that responsibility, less of a help from Nico. I don't expect that to be the case. I think Monacy is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but at the end of the day, now he's left without his sidekick, and sometimes that can make or break a player that is doing well.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's time to see what we're left with in the picks and bans. Okay, Maui, set us up for this one. What should we be expecting to be played today?
Well, we got the Inferno out of the way. That was BetBoom's ban throughout their history with Nafany, and I'm just curious about their pick, because G2 are getting rid of Train as they have throughout this series or out this tournament, and BetBoom, they go for Anubis. I actually think that this is probably the best pick you could go for without an op. Of course, the op is instrumental on every single map, and G2, I think they've been liking, they've been liking Dust 2 quite a bit lately. They obviously defeated Big to get here on that one.
Yeah, I'm curious to the Anubis pick coming in. Nuke not being played makes sense. BetBoom don't want to go into that very team communication-based map. For G2, Mirage is up for the grabs, and I think it is going to be Mirage as the third deciding map. Ancient Gun right here. That makes an awful lot of sense.
This isn't a bad map pool for them. No?
No, it's not a bad map pool for BetBoom either.
No.
As a mixed team, and that's what they are. I'm going to call them a mixed team because they are a glorified mixed team. You get to play Dust 2. That's probably the most simplistic map out of all of them. You run a couple of defaults on the T side, and you can always hit them with a B split on A go. Everyone knows how to do that. That can be dangerous. I think Anubis, to pick that as yourself, you're right in saying that you don't necessarily need an AWP player, but I almost would put Anubis in the same category as Nuke in terms of communication and synergy on that CT side in order to be competitive. And I think that's going to be incredibly tough for them. They will start most likely on the CT side as they pick the map, and I think they could go down and only get away with 1 or 2 rounds, and that is it. Game over.
We'll see. I mean, big points for me is Axel going to keep up the individual form? Like, that's really all I'm really worried about here, because I don't expect BetBoom to win this series, okay? They're in a really difficult situation, so can the individual levels from the people that are actually moving forward with the team hold up?
Well, we've got our maps, but we do need to take a quick break before the action can ensue. When we return, G2 versus BetBoom team, a second quarter final here from the Blast Bounty 2025.
What does mental health mean to me?
What Movember does is we're the largest men's mental health charity in the world, and we've identified that esports is one of the best ways to reach kind of isolated young men.
Are you with me? For me, mental health is so important to make sure that you're vigilant of how you're feeling. It's something that you can't take for granted just because things are going good. You always just need to be aware.
How should we try to cope with uncontrollable stresses?
I mean, I remember I walked out the Blast Fall Final like 2019, and before the game started, I was like, we know how to cast. You know what I mean? Like, we know how to cast. It's a crowd, like I've seen 1 or 2 of these before, no big deal. And then I walked out, and then I remember I was just like, like I couldn't do my intro, I couldn't speak, and I didn't know what to do.
In 1 year, I had a child being born, and then my dad died of cancer later in that year. I had some crazy anxiety attacks. I'd basically be in my bed for like 6 to 8 hours, just like, I could take deep breaths, but it was like I couldn't get enough oxygen.
Do you know, I think the players, though, they get it the very worst because people don't realize that outside of the game, they also have a normal life.
You play so many matches, you have shit travel days, like so many things that go into this. It's not really in your ability to choose how you perform in game.
I think definitely overwhelming part about Counter-Strike is the schedule. It gets just tiring to travel from event to event.
People, when they want to blame you for something or they want to criticize you for something, they come at you from a point of where they're anonymous. They don't have their face, they don't have their real name there. Death threats and all sorts of people get.
We're all human at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're gonna get stressed out, it might be bigger than you, you know? You don't really have a choice. You can only decide whether or not you're going to address it.
That's what this is day one of. How can we create psychologically safe spaces that help improve mental health such that the hundreds of thousands of young people that watch this tournament engage on Twitter and all the media streams go, I want to be just like you.
At the time, it was nerve-wracking to talk about it, but now I have no problem doing about it. And you see the wonderful benefits of being able to speak out about it.
So when those things happen, what strategies do you guys use?
Maybe it's praising them or saying, don't worry
Building
about
them back up.
Yeah, building them back up.
Part of being a pro CS player is looking after yourself.
I actually started doing this to people when I meet them, like talking each other up before going on camera. It just makes people happier.
Every time when we play against any team, we prepare the same ways.
We need to stay in present always and not think about that we are better than anyone.
Here comes the pad hit. Modest is on the ramp. Barely any time. Bomb has to be planted. Head trick comes off, and now he needs the kill. No bled. Oh, what a shot from Modesty.
It's really good opportunity for us because it's showing we can do things really good already. You have one chance, you need to do your best.
Axel wrestling it back, but it's the 1v1 now, and he knows where K-Toronto is. Mid-air for Axel.
we're taking to the stage once again for G2 taking on BetBoom team. And these guys now have a chance to fight it out for some extra money and raise the stakes just a little bit higher. They've got MagnaJez with me, they've got Munacy with me. And I'll start with you, Munacy, because you are the favored team in this one. But you've had some shaky games. You've not looked like the best G2 just yet. Are you still going to risk it? Are you going to go all in?
Of course we go all in. All in.
Oh, okay. I expected that, though. Now it's up to you. Are you going to accept his challenge? Are you going to put an extra 5,000 down for this and go all in as well?
For sure, no.
For sure, no. Why no? Come on, fight a little.
Because money is a dust. It's we don't need it. We're just gonna bank it and it's fine.
You play for interest?
Yes, let's go.
Okay, well, it's going to be a normal game. No money happening. No money extra thrown down, at least. We'll have to see what happens between G2 and BetBoom team.
MagnaJez is just a little 5K.
It's kind of interesting though because you realize it matters to them.
Yeah.
You know, like some
it's
people.
5K.
Well, some people might think. I mean, you could look at some salaries and go, yeah, 5K. I mean, they make that in 4 days. But if you look at these guys, like to know that that amount of money still matters
Yes,
is,
sir.
I think, what also makes this format really cool. So no bet though, but $5,000 I think is like kind of. I mean, $800 each if you split with the coach and everything like that. It's like. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Yeah,
that's kind of funny. I thought he'd be like, of course.
Let's just take it.
Of course.
You know, because they do have a 25K in the bank, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, you know, that was only 1/5 of BetBoom savings. It was the max that G2 could bet themselves. Obviously, the bounty that they have on them.
Connor, how can we believe in them when they don't even believe in themselves?
That's what I always say. You're using
but
my...
now we have numbers.
That's true.
Now we have numbers to reference. Before we used to just assume they didn't believe in themselves.
Very
now we
true.
know.
I think it's, you know, we'll save all the gambling for tomorrow. I don't know if you watched the draft show last night, Mohan, but we did have a little breakdown with how the experts, so they're called, over with Freya, broke down that and had their expectations. And it's like, which games are we going to end up getting bets on? And like you said, you know, for some teams whose salaries and also, by the end of this year's tournament winnings will be so much higher. I think that's where we're going to get those moments. BetBoom, you've done well in your upsets. Take that cash. Walk away with it. You know, maybe that extra 5,000, maybe that's what they're handing over to Nafany for showing up.
That'd be nice of them, yeah. I mean, maybe they leave with more today and wish that they actually made that bet. But we also have to mention that this team is not the lineup that they qualified with, so I can understand why they maybe don't have the same level of faith.
Of course, that's not just one player swapping out, as we saw on Heroic earlier this evening, but also 2 players, Mohan. And a big one in Boomich, because Boomich was the new head of the operations.
Boomich isn't big anymore, my friend.
Well, he still towers over me, tall guy. And yesterday, on the, you know, one of the most interesting things about, well, one of the funniest parts of the draft show was hearing Major compare his opponent to
Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson.
Yep, and then Blade probably slipping the Corralho out once Payne selected Na'Vi. But I think one of the most interesting tidbits of information that came forth was MagnaJez saying that with Nafany, ex-in-game leaders returned to this roster, that MagnaJez and Nafany are splitting in-game leadership roles 50-50 for this matchup.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just a bit of a curtain pullback to the inner workings of a roster that has been kind of ragtag put together for tonight's matchup.
And I think it's not because Nafany is incapable, but Nafany isn't a part of the new system. So there's stuff that must be understood from Nafany that he can't simply call. So there will have to be, I mean, you know, it was emergency preparation coming into this stage.
Surely.
But man, with emergency preparation, BetBoom did a lot already. They, with 12 days, said they were 10 days, said they were practicing 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
And then put together a real lineup. And yes, they started missing grenades on day 2.
Well,
so they started to get a little bit worse. But what's actually more impressive is how good and clean the CS was on day 1. So they have a lot of things in place, and they have history with Nafany. It's not a totally random person to be on the team.
Yes.
So makes sense. And Maui brought up that this is a good chance for MagnaJez to sort of have an opportunity to try calling.
Yep.
Maybe you can lock down that Mouse contract.
Well, okay. Yeah. Maybe. Who knows comes knocking? Because it felt like Roster Mania was over until, you know, last night.
The biggest move of the season.
Insane. So, yeah, who knows? But, you know, I think entering this matchup with just the open possibility of causing an upset, and if you get eliminated, you can always point to the excuse. Not that you're going to use the excuse going into the first round of the map as we're about to. This is a G2 that showed improvements over time. This is a G2 whose T-sides, in some rounds, looked valuable. However, clean out of the gate was where I kind of placed G2 by the end of the first week of Bounty. It's
fallible?
Yes. Exactly. Will they come out swinging? That's the big question. Will BetBoom off-kilter them? A pistol round for the CT side of Anubis. That sounds real great.
Okay.
But we've got Snacks in a clutch pushing through a smoke, and he has actually not been noticed by Siren, who was trying to keep eyes on this. He is now behind the 2 players in dark. This is one of those magical Snacks moments. Or at least it could be.
Oh, it's just so many players. If it was only 3.
Oh, baby.
Oh, my God. Wait, he didn't get spotted? He doesn't even think about it.
He is blend into
Are we
the
gonna
walls.
kick it off with
Money
the knife?
first.
Kick it off with a knife.
Love that.
Okay, the comms are going to come in, and he's going back to the same hiding spot.
Obviously, Siren had already ran by. Should know a second player's down in dark.
Pasha would say in this moment, you know I know.
And I know you know you know I know. You know?
My brother, my friend. Snacks, what are you to do?
And no brother realer than Snacks for the Pasha biceps. So bomb to be retrieved right now. 1 CT sitting on it. Honestly, they continue to give him like winnable spots. Tag down to 70. If he hits this headshot, big if, then there could have been a moment to scoop up the bomb and depart. But
if he gets the first kill, then the waterfall of players after that, headshot.
But that's why he knifed.
All-time classic moment.
Because you recognize this is a great opportunity to win an incredible 1v4, or at the very least, take that extra bit of cash.
I mean, it's what Cadian would have done.
Sure.
To start off a great moment.
And as Cadian does, you do too. That is BetBoom. Pistol round win. If you had to put
it's
percentages,
an invaluable amount of money made there.
Yep.
Got him on round 1, folks.
Not as bad as, what did I say the other day? Mosaic?
Mosaic. You covered, though. No one actually knows on broadcast. You said that it was because you're French that you said it.
Mm-hmm. There's always an out.
Oh, no. That's the whole round, isn't it? Monacy with the gun from the money made from Snacks.
Don't tell me that's enough. CT scrambled down into the site with some flashbangs out from middle, just trying to be disruptive if anything follows. We do get Monacy catching a second.
It's the golden AK that Snacks bought for him.
Third servings, perhaps? Magnajez dropping the smoke. Does that open a door for G2 to push up close to B?
They're all going to be rotating around now. Chiron could get caught, but he could also catch something. Let's see. Monacy goes down. They'll have to go back and grab this, just taking a quick glance. We're not seeing armor sets on the rest of the players.
Chiron moving fast, making sure to clear up what he can while he can. So they probably have a good idea as to where and how far the T's got back from A main.
This is your next best first bullet accuracy player, maybe even better on entries and mobs. So when it comes to not having armor, I'd say for sure this is the guy to leave it on.
AK to Malbs, that picked up MP9.
Man, Heavy God still outside of A is pretty awesome for G2, I think, because if he makes any noise at all, they're going to be extremely confused. They're the ones down a player. Chiron saved the day last round. Let's see if he can again.
If that bomb can even get into the tucked, protected corner of this B site, but if Chiron doesn't turn, he's going to find a deagle to the back of his head. Oh, Snacks! Up close, puts him down, bomb plant from it. That knife funded a singular AK-47. Monacy goes double kill in, and Snacks calls that rotation, leaving Heavy God, who's still up here on rugs. And you'd think this CT is just a sitting victim if he tries it. So to go back into the bomb site here, Magnajez, him and Nafany cut their losses. G2, single AK works.
And Magnajez has a visitor, but smartly, he's being very careful here, even in the saves. And it is all about the money for Snacks on the last round. And that money made that golden AK. That brings G2 this round.
Doesn't win the pistol, but the knife funds an easy bounce back here for G2. Right ahead of the smoke. Siren with the SMG just gets straight up bested, and this kill really made things that much worse.
I mean, not preempting that smoke. Maybe he threw it when he was there, but just was there a second too late. That's all Monacy needed to see.
Sips his tea with class.
Yep, they're
Yeah,
there.
that's
that's this game so far. Just a second too soon. Yep.
Yep. Confirmed. Confirmed.
Oh, yep.
Crazy thing, this is a buy round as well for BetBoom, so they're trying to get one back in. Desert Eagle's missing here from Axile. Chiron can't see a damn thing. Would have known about the second player Temple. Axile retreating. And that is going to be a B-bomb site evacuated, offered over to G2. The T side begins strong.
Mango Jazz, like, this is why I don't call. He was such a, I mean, will still be, but he's such a good player to watch right now. I think he's going to be at the heart of the lineup success if they are successful, because with this the current iteration with none of the stand-ins, Boomich is trying to recover his career. Axile's trying to recover his career. But both these players still have so much more they could give in their careers. And then Magnojazz is the guy who's supposed to help them get there, essentially. And he really does seem like he's going to be that guy.
Made evident by the fact that without Boomich here, he is still hanging on as second caller. The representative of kind of this new system to try and mend with Nafany, who I think does still bring a wealth of experience to this kind of an environment.
For sure.
So, you know, obviously
Nafany's kind of been through it all already. You know, I mean, even in the light of like public criticism as well as lands, like he's been through the ringer, and I think all this stuff is just really valuable experience to grab early on in your career. I think, you know, like I've even been critical of his interviews and the way that he talked about the team when they were playing on Cloud9 and on Gambit Youngsters back in the day. I always said a little bit too rigid, right? Bends, but then sometimes doesn't bend, but then sometimes breaks. And I think with those lessons learned, like, look at what we have. We had LNZ calling today, and they, you know, it was kind of one half of beautiful Counter-Strike out of Heroic, but there was also other games from Heroic at this event that were really great. And LNZ is somebody who I think when he played on Ninjas, I think a lot of people just didn't believe in him anymore. Like, that's the last of it we're going to see for LNZ. So he went to call for Sangal, recovered his career, got another chance given to him, I think, probably by Saw. You know,
yes.
He probably did some scouting here.
Yep.
And, oh, nice find.
I think that's a real nod as well, because we go back and we talk about how Saw was very adamant about having to rebuild Heroic, and he went and found Kixan.
Yeah,
you know,
I just want to say that's just to say that anyone is redeemable in CS. You know,
Anyone?
when it comes to people's careers, you can show your worst self on a team, and on the next team completely erase that preconception of you. So always believe in yourself.
Because if you don't believe in yourself, how can anyone believe in you?
That's right. So, well, BetBoom didn't bet on themselves.
Exactly.
Well,
but we'll still give them a benefit of the doubt. It is early days in this series. Early days and up against a team that also showed flaws. A team
they
that
looked lazy,
was missing
they
their
looked
second voice.
discombobulated, and it's still the same roster, but they're trying way harder now. They're trying way harder. They get the rust off. First game doesn't count, all that.
JL said it, I believe it. Nice kills on the exits here with just pistols, so racking up a bit of a cost, but honestly looking to clear the board. Magna just dies out to the bomb. G2 get rid of the pistols, losing 2 players on the fallback. 3-1 start.
This was a team that most people wanted to play, I think.
Yes.
Coming into this this stage. Makes perfect sense. Obviously, when Bait took them, they seemed like it was like the perfect situation. Like they were just a little bit too weak, and that game was close. Almost didn't see them at all. Axel holding down mid.
Good recovery from a 4v5. Molotov gives Nafany a bit of a play here.
Yep.
Yeesh. He honestly racks up a lot of damage, but clearly well worth it. He found that bit of a position where he could still nab one back.
Wow, and he doesn't get spammed off in the corner. He's allowed to stay alive. It was an expensive kill, but it's the material advantage that matters to BetBoom.
So these are those kinds of mid-round moments where we still, I think, should have a critical eye on the G2 camp. When a spanner gets thrown in the works, how does the recovery look? Will it continue to be convincing, considering BetBoom have not had their in-game leader show up with them?
This is a big moment for Heavy God because, timing though.
Finds his kill. That little bit left from Nafany dealt with. Heavy God dropped pretty low himself. Snacks trying to find a timing on the B walkout. And remember, last time Chiron found out solo in dark.
It's very possible that Heavy God knew there was going to be a double push, but didn't have the HP to fight it. So Snacks here looking, but they seem confident on the cross.
This is twice now. Snacks has just that extra second ahead of Chiron, who looks to be drawn towards the bomb planter, but also doesn't want to get clipped out by that long peak, so he falls back suddenly. Let Siren get a little closer. Pressure from Dark, and Snacks wants off sight. He's going to go for Temple. This will cut off Chiron. Heavy God's also got an angle here on the walkout, so Siren, you really have to be the player to make the first move if you want to have a favor in either of these fights, but BetBoom, they buy time for themselves. We're now beyond the halfway point. Tap onto the bomb. No kit for either CT. Snacks sliding out from Temple. Siren gets the long kill, and Snacks gets caught in the air, but it's all down to time, and it works for them.
Whoa, okay, that works. Perfectly played. It's a 2v3 win out of G2 as the bomb goes off. 4-1 up.
Squeezing it through with a cost. Obviously, both players dropped in Heavy God and Snacks, but that was a near 4v5 recovery made possible by this Nafany frag. You know, running a huge risk there, burning for 70 HP. Like you said, no spam caught him, but he would have known how likely it is to get spammed out of window by a single bullet. So he ran a risk, it pays off almost. Time ultimately robbing it away from BetBoom.
Well, his team were set up to succeed in a 2-on-3. Just didn't, obviously.
Water drop.
And MagnoJez won't have any targets here with the smoke down on the stairs, but CTs can take some more interesting spot. This is really good to delay for time because re-clearing canals is it's such a lofty undertaking with where all the kind of crevices that you can sneak into on CT side. So even if you don't play here, the Ts have to just take some time to get it back.
Also just a good strategy to throw out on a round like this when you're working with SMGs mostly.
Oh, so many tricks in the book.
Yeah. Trying to remember that playbook that Boomich had made for them. So I like that they got frisky out of the gate. It has left them with a lean into this A-bomb site, and contact comes through favorably for Snacks. Heavy God waiting the smoke out. We just saw him waiting for these sorts of double pushes. This time, though, 3 players coming at him. Will they clear this? They try to, and MagnoJez, effective trades here. Double kill MP9 is fantastic. He gets the numbers evened out, but middle has already been taken over by G2, and I don't think this is the direction BetBoom are ready for.
Yeah, G2, they smoke themselves out, but they make a right choice in actually going through it. And Nafany right to their side has a chance with the 5-7 to put together a clip, but it's only a kill.
You got m0NESY and Hunter left over. Molly won't stop the dark peek, but Hunter gets off that bomb plant with a few seconds to spare. m0NESY's on the angle, will not miss his chance to strike down Siren. MagnoJez clip trying to cross. We've got G2 on fire, and nice answers in rounds that I think are made interesting by BetBoom. Throwing out these strategies to start, trying to catch G2 off, but G2 playing a good, safe game in this last round.
And Connor, even when they got their act together in their last series and played better, G2 still showed that they can struggle heavily in mid-round situations, which, again, it's so early. It was great to see that, like, opening strats are better. They're more well-fortified when it comes to people making crazy plays. There's support behind it now, so everyone's on the same page. And again, my suspicion is that they simply were just calling their own stuff, and there wasn't really a central authority in Snacks to make sure that things were, you know, there's always some baseline of protocols that you followed first instead of just scrimming it. But even with all that sorted out, there's still some getting used to, you know, Is it A or B, and how are we committing? Like, we saw that Inferno round.
Yeah, that's the one that I think kind of cost them their fans' faith. Nice to see Heavy God bringing some energy to the LAN. Got big shoes to fill in Nico's in-server performance, but I think also just kind of as the glue of a lot of this roster. I saw photos recently of the last day with Nico of G2 back at Shanghai once they got eliminated, and, you know, Hunter kind of consoling him, and Monacy in tears, in fact. We had at the HLTV award show, Monacy giving credit to Nico as he was presented his #2 player of the year, saying that he wouldn't be the same player if it wasn't for Nico, the driving force behind his commitment of practice. So Nico has been sharpening these blades for some time. But right now, all 10 players with blades of their own. Full buy, and enough nades to slow things down at a minute.
Great time to block. I mean, but Snacks, and I mean, they're going to get a peek, yeah, for sure. There's no one holding Dark. This is a little weak on the map for BetBoom, especially on a buy, where they simply do not know what's happening, and then they don't have a safe way to go back and get map control. MagnoJez was thinking, my smoke's going to come up in a few seconds, and we don't have sufficient enough control of the site.
Player catching them off in platform. Monacy then not anticipating an obelisk peak, so good positioning from the BetBoom pieces to catch both those Dark players then off guard. Man advantage shifting in, but yet again, Heavy God playing this solo A lurk has found great timing and space inside of a site for the bomb to be called over. Couple that with an opening kill to Siren. The bomb plant not getting interrupted as they'd hope. That Molly comes up short here from Axile. Not ideal. Already of a retake for BetBoom. And if Hunter finds his timing on this mid-peak, it goes from bad to worse. And timing to a T. Chiron with his hands busy. Contact out from Axile. Effective trade from Mobs. Confirming that Nafany is up in heaven. It's going to fixate Nafany in. This threat of the Hunter peak also on his side with bomb beyond the halfway point. No hit again. And a beautiful back and forth. The dance here from G2 is so smooth.
Never given too much. The only reason they were peeking him was just to make sure that they knew his position at all times so that Mobs can stay at the pillar exactly where he was. So it was a foregone conclusion they'd win that round once this kill came in, and then Heavy God found his way through the A site.
Mohan,
I feel like they had a weak attempt at trying to take B, and actually were really thinking about Heavy God sneaking in.
And then the recovery here, right? Again, like I tried to allude to it, it's the mid-round calls, it's the adaptations where I was still a G2 critic. I think already 7 rounds into this game, we've seen some stronger output in that regard.
Yeah. I mean, the mid-rounds, again, with 2 stand-ins are definitely going to be like one of your weakest points.
Of course.
So this is something where G2 should be playing this well, but I mean, BetBoom were a team, unknown quantity, and impressed so much. So it's not as if they couldn't do that again.
Yeah, it's definitely a head-to-head where we should see that edge. I just, despite the first week performance, was nervous that we wouldn't see it anyways. Yeah, it's a great chance for G2 to kind of put themselves on display. Maybe raise their stocks here in Bounty. Axile trying to lean out for an AK. Got his hands on it. Big duel for Axile to straight up win. We saw what Monacy could do with a single rifle. Now it is Axile's with Kevlar. He gets a 3rd frag. So putting them back to work. Man disadvantage for Monacy and Heavy God to figure out.
Again, 2v3 again here. Monacy full kit of utility. Plenty of time to make a decision, of course. The A walkouts have been really painful to deal with for BetBoom. But if they continue to play retake spots like this, I fear that they're going to run into similar issues. 2 very strong performers for the team right now coming towards the site. Chiron also sitting here 15 health.
Eesh, not ideal. They gave him the AK, and he's going to tuck into the corner. So trying to go contact with the full bar of Nafany. This is going to bank on Chiron catching them at the right moment. But that Molotov's going to spell disaster for Chiron. Easy clear out.
Called it out.
And man, that just seems to take the edge off for G2. Coverage offered by Heavy God and a peek from Nafany before the teammates here. Long flank coming through with a pistol that stomps its way through the water. Ooh, Heavy!
Wow.
Damn! With another headshot to close it. Right now, G2 can't lose rounds, it seems.
Yeah, Heavy God on this team already feels like when Mobs came in. It's like no onboarding time. Just one map was a little awkward for the whole squad, and then after that, Heavy God's been like
plug and play.
A massive reason why they win. He's so good. Yeah. God is good.
God is good. God is great. God bless Counter-Strike.
G2 are in the money. Maybe BetBoom did make the right choice.
Yeah.
Not risking the 5K. I think that should be somewhere on the screen for these matches. I think it is actually such an important talking point.
When the bets come out?
Wagered, you know?
Sure. Ooh, nice timing from Nafany to find an opening and a gun round here for BetBoom.
They always know he's going to be close by. He's been playing mid extremely aggressively by himself. And I think G2 are just like, okay, well, we'll focus on that then, because that's the freest opening kill you can get. Heavy God's listening to this push. And they have the A site. They know there were A players here, so I think it's just understood. He doesn't have to move, though, really, until they lose a player. Interesting retake spot. If Heavy God comes around to the stairs, he's got a better fight. But the CT's got to get going soon.
Heavy God gonna take his sweet time. It'll afford Mobs a bit of aggression. Nice kill from Chiron. Heavy God activates. Then they double up, and Chiron's gonna keep the hopes alive here for BetBoom. Yes, sir.
Ooh.
If they've got the kit and the time, which they do, so no sweat. We've got a BetBoom team round 2 win. As this first half starting to conclude, G2's streak comes to an end.
Kind of freestyled some flashes there in Heaven, and I think we're a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that A main was still secured by the CT side. If Heavy God had wrapped around a little sooner, or of course found a fight a little bit sooner, then maybe they would have been less scared and didn't feel the need to expand. But fair enough. I mean, BetBoom did hold on to good spots, and they made G
clean.
Yeah, they made BetBoom a little insecure. Chiron's been getting some hard kills as well this game. Second round well earned.
Great spray control there to really open up the Heaven retake.
One thing I appreciate about Nafany is he's playing aggressively at mid by himself, but also like he will be a liability. G2 are going to focus on him.
Well, he's bolstered by Axile here in round 10. And G2 still disrespecting the smoke. Good flash from Axile trying to finish off Malts. Can't get there. Not in time to go for the multi-frag. He'll catch his one. An immediate reaction over from Temple and the solo A play. Heavy God disrespecting the smoke, knowing that Siren being approached towards camera, but he drops down and you see Siren hear that. He knows he is so compromised, burned out into the fight. He will take Snacks down and still staying on high alert for that camera peek. Finally, the molly burns out, gives him safety inside of the storage. And Hunter's gonna try to keep them pinned in as bomb plant comes through. Monacy's got it easy. A second set of feet comes forth. Siren able to get a few more shots off, but still it is G2 thriving on this bomb site.
Dude, Heavy God's so impactful, man.
8-2.
This is actually a great call, too. I mean, first of all, it's taking advantage of Nafany, who I hate to say it, but this is just, I think it's G2 understand what he's going to do, but I don't think Nafany realizes how obvious this has been. And even though he's won a fight or two, I think G2 are happy to go down, trade down to a 3v3 or something like that. Magno just walking in for another ninja. Not going to happen this time. But then the other part of this is they combine the mid control with the molly outside camera right away, so they can abuse two things that have been working. That's Heavy God sneaking into the A site and them taking over mid control. You saw the transition. The A main was smoked while this happened. Molly landed in front of camera, pushed Siren back, and Heavy God snuck out again, unscathed.
Love how sharp G2 are looking. I think this could bode well for a run here in the land portion of Bounty. I think BetBoom, in their minds, G2's that is, BetBoom are just appetizer. And then it's about really showing why G2 earned #1 seed coming into this event, why they were targeted by any of the teams that could have picked first. You knew the Bounty Hunters were shooting for G2 with how wobbly the year started, but this is a level up. And of the top 3 players of 2024, Monacy was the one who started slowest. We were already discussing Donk and Zywoo last week. Nice to see Monacy getting a chance to reclaim statistically atop towards the spot. Getting those numbers up. We'll have Magno just try to get aggressive, and you know, Monacy just feeling like he's kind of in the zone now. Hitting some of those harder shots, being a part of the bloodbath.
Another play through the smoke on the A site, opened up, and another easy op shot for Monacy. That's full control. It's round 11. I don't know. BetBoom want to think about this, but not anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Monacy sharp as hell. Nafany tasked to the 1v4, will not even get the 2 along the wall. So that's 9, and on the swiftest road to victory tonight, double digits on the line for the G2 T side. BetBoom's map pick, by the way. But obviously this was always going to be a tough fight for them.
See them try this play before, but with Monacy's position behind this pillar, it helps you avoid someone fighting from dark, but it also dodges flashes. That's the other really important part about this position, whether or not you know they're coming, which is the other thing. So there has been some freestyling this game. This round doesn't work out too hot for BetBoom. No way. Did he go through? He did.
Oh, and he snaps over. Good thing Axile's there to try to pick it up, but him sticking around. It's a numbers game, and G2 emerging through smoke a bit quicker with higher trade potential. Magnajez, good recovery here, but gets stuck in and still hangs on. Huge attempt from him to just fight tooth and nail for the very least the 3rd round on this CT side. Hunter on the recovery, finishes it with Monacy, and an op shot rings out as Nafany hangs on to the angle. Molly destined for his feet. Opens the door for the Monacy cross, and he will make the most of that gap. Strong T-side performance from the Flash to kick off this series. G2 hitting the ground running here in week 2 of the inaugural Blast Bounty, making mincemeat, Mohan, of the double stand-in situation, which is obviously not ideal for BetBoom team, but it is what it is. And
it is what it is.
You know, they're trying to put up a good fight nonetheless, but 10-2 scoreline on their map pick, not ideal. A T-side to try and bring it back will bank on Pistol.
m0NESY is here, folks. Not missing, peeking everything.
Hallelujah. Mobs is going to get gushed, has m0NESY to help him. Ah, the classic unsilenced USP, striking fear in the hearts of your enemies.
Let's see if Heavy God is protecting a site that he was so good at sneaking into.
He'll give Bricks the jiggle. Chiron on the recovery here versus the 2. Siren looking for the bomb plant, and it looks like it's retake on. Fast flood out from the defenders. Reload is going to cost him. Poor Axile didn't have a gun to fight with. Hunter defuses. G2 to 11. What do you want to do after this, Lunders?
Very close trades.
Very close indeed.
Very close trades.
Chiron, if he gets that double up, I don't know. I think it just boils down to how quick the tempo of the retake happens. You know, you had Nafny and Chiron still occupied at B.
Heavy God was, you know, one hit. Nice! Was that really good? Nice. There were chances, but I'm also not surprised to see G2. Looking better on pistols, too, is big because I think their pistol stats so far this event haven't been amazing.
Yeah, come on, Hunter.
When they're at their peak, you know, that's the most important thing for G2. Them Hunter pistol strats. Makes everybody aim better.
I done laid that trap. Catch a rabbit.
That's what Hunter should sound like.
Yeah. Be very odd if he did. Coming from the country that he does.
The Iraqi accent. Sneaky beaky. Snack's kind of a tall guy to be standing here.
He's keeping his head down, and these pistols get a little closer. It's double, triple Galil. Doesn't quite feel like the same boom that m0NESY brought to the solo AK buy in round 2 of their T side.
The second he gets peaked.
Ain't life funny?
BetBoom readying the A play. Snacks is coming back. I don't know if he dropped off utility. Just wanted to make sure camera timing isn't there. But they don't hold it perfectly. It's really nice by Snacks.
That's not ideal. Tech9 will push through from Nafny. Rotator and Temple already found out. They're going to try to pressure down into Heavy God, but he's got support in heaven. And m0NESY finds the right angles to collect the camera kills. Third one, not so easy. Siren comes out with a nice headshot. It's a clutchable round here for Siren if the Galil sings, but Hunter connects to the instant headshot. Pistol converted, and G2 on the highway to victory.
I love the CT setup for the swing on camera. The first guy goes wide. You see how they pass off the aggression to the other player. m0NESY has a perfect angle where he's not exposed to main. No one's exposed to main the entire time, but they know he's going to be able to get the trade. Clean stuff from G2 this round, and of course it helps when Snacks gets the 2K. Definitely a mistake from BetBoom to not. You can run and throw that smoke, but you run and clear the you run and clear the connector as well, or you wait till it's popped.
Pop, pop,
pop, pop.
No, keep talking.
That's what we want to see. Snacks getting into the mix.
Obviously, we are privy to a little bit more of their communication once they're on land. Nice. 20-6, by the way, here, folks. m0NESY ain't playing games. They say don't play with your food, but in this case, is it food if you just chew it up and spit it out? BetBoom getting mauled by Mobs in dark at the start of round 15. 3 players inside of this execute. BetBoom going all in, trying to get this game to extend. They find footing on the site, but the kills trickle out of Hunter and Malbs. Nafany tasked with what feels like an insurmountable 1v3. At the very least, the player on site has given him a little more room to wiggle around in. Pressure from the utility, bomb to be scooped up. Poor Nafany, 58 health. Trying to do his damnedest as a stand-in, but G2 have come to Copenhagen with something to prove. Haters gonna hate until they show up on LAN.
Yeah, G2 looking simply commanding here in Copenhagen. That may have been the map pick of their opponent's BetBoom team, but they'd only permit them 2 rounds across the entire first map. That was just such an impressive way for G2 to show up to the stage today.
Yeah, I think exactly what I was fearing actually transpired in this game. You pick a newbies, you start on the CT side, and you never give yourself a realistic chance of making a game out of this. I think had they started on the T side, it probably would have been the same case. I think G2 were looking great today, you know. The individuals were showing up, they seemed to be on point, but for BetBoom, to pick Anubis to me was a bit of a risk. To start on the CT side, which they were forced to do, given that they picked Anubis, that was never gonna bound well.
I don't really feel like there's any particular map that I feel like this was going to go too much better, which leads me to Scrawny's finishing line right there, saying haters going to hate until they show up on LAN. Like, Scrawny, we did build this up as like a huge undertaking for BetBoom. Like, this kind of was unfortunately sort of what we preempted. At least Axel did show up a bit.
Yeah, we'll get onto that in a moment, but I think starting off sourly from BetBoom, basically from the word go, because guess what happens in the first round? Oh, that's right, it's a knife kill right into you.
Yeah, I mean, that's always nice, you know. At the very least, they won the round, you know. Snacks coming in from behind right here, doing a bit of the sneaky beaky that he used to be known for, gives a bit of money, and it has a massive impact, because guess what happens in the next round, you know? And I think we should play that straight away, because that's when I knew the game was over. I think to myself, BetBoom, you win the pistol, you convert, you get off to a good start on the CT side, but round 2 happens. That's Monacy with an AK-47 and head armor. Guess why that's possible? Well, that's thanks to Snacks and his knife. And guess what Monacy does? A double entry towards the B-bomb side, doing it beautifully, surviving with 12 HP, but did enough damage to make sure that they could win this round. And from this point and onwards, as soon as BetBoom lost the second round, I thought to myself, GG.
Well, that's how it played out, definitely. Yeah, nice of Snacks to be selfless right there, to go for the knife for style points and for the economic boost.
Good drop, you know?
Yeah, obviously.
Has that boosted Snacks' aura points in your mind as well?
Does that give it aura?
I think Snacks' aura was at maximum capacity during the Virtus Plow era. I don't know if he's really gotten back to that point for me, but yeah,
I mean, let's get back to the point. The point is Anubis, and the point is Monacy just doing the dirty work. I mean, this makes sense from the second best player to come out of 2024, but I love that he showed up immediately from the word go, just looking absolutely fierce.
And the fact that he does it with the AK-47 to begin with, he picks up the AWP later in the game as well, as you see right here. Deathmatching, running around, doing whatever he wants to. He even said coming into the game that he feels he perhaps has a little bit more freedom with Nico out of the lineup, and so far he's using that freedom to his highest abilities. I think you labeled this as perhaps a bit of a face-it mix, you know, the way BetBoom is coming into this, and if there's one player out there that is hella good at playing face-it, it's Monacy.
Absolutely. This game, watching him in these kinds of defaults in the latter portion of the first half was just fun. Just simply fun. I have no really other way to describe it. He's not holding the line, waiting for someone to hit a tripwire angle, for him to just click him right then. He's flicking around as he's just kind of backpedaling throughout the map. It's just so fun to watch, honestly.
Gentlemen, we've got quite a special treat, because I do believe we have Taz checking in with James Banks after that dominant map victory.
G2 get a very comfortable opening win here on Anubis. It might have been BetBoom's pick, but I'm just going to ask you with this one, feels good to be back on LAN?
It feels good to have a good start on LAN.
Yeah, definitely. Now, looking at this, did you expect them to be going for Anubis, especially with the fact they had stand-ins? I know they can play it, but obviously they're kind of up in the air.
I feel at the moment we are expecting everyone to go for Ancient, and everything else is also good because we can, you know, practice our map pool and see how we stand on other maps.
Does too. Any worries about that at all? You won both times right against Big and Bait, so you feel comfortable with this?
We feel comfortable, but we only played one map, right? Time to focus and play another one.
Keep the focus. That's very key. Let's see what G2 do going into the second map.
Yeah, keeping focused, obviously going to be the name of the game for G2 going forward. Taz, looking quite relaxed, sounding quite relaxed. I don't think there was really any point where they had to even consider pushing the panic button on that map.
No, I mean, we labeled the game as a freebie almost for G2 as well. In no world could we imagine they would lose, but I still think we got to give them some credit for winning in the style they're winning in. You know, it seemed like every player was fired up. Obviously, we saw m0NESY play well. We saw Heavy Guard having a great showing as well, as per according to the leaderboard. Hunter, which we mentioned coming into it as well, had a good showing, found an awful lot of impact, involved in the clutches. So, you know, A+ all the way around for G2.
Yeah, and Snack showing that he's a fragging in-game leader. Big upgrade in terms of rating over Hooksy. No, I'm just kidding, honestly. No, I mean, there was really never any doubt in this game. And honestly, even though it's 6-11 scoreline, like the knife kill was instrumental to getting off on the wrong foot, 100%. On the right foot at least. So no, I would even give him credit there. Not really too much to say.
What have you learned about Heavy God so far here at Bounty, particularly on this map of Venus?
I was impressed with him online, and I think I'm still impressed with him after watching this game. Scoreboard, you know, 12-7, not that impactful. Look at his highlight package, how instant he is in some of these duels. Like, it's an instant headshot. It's not giving the opportunity to the opponent for actually refragging him or getting the kill. It felt like he was very much on point, and as Maui said as well, a player that moves around and does a very good job at making it difficult for the opponents.
And that's the thing. Heavy God, to me, is ushering in this new era of players like Donk, who use movement to just the fullest effect. I know people have talked about that in the past, just kind of like what movement means, but if you watch how concerted every angle peak is for Heavy God, he's taking optimal fights on every single angle, and what has happened is that we are now in a state of Counter-Strike that is so drastically different than 2015, where every single corner that is peaked, people are doing it now in these optimal ways, whether you're close to the wall, far from the wall, you're crouching, uncrouching, there's all these little tricks that people throw in, and once he even engages. Sure, a lot of those were just instant headshots, but if it's a prolonged fight, he goes for these crouch, uncrouches, just like Dong, throws in a couple slides here and there, just makes it so difficult for people to hit him. And I want to see more on the CT side, though. That's why I want to see him play against a Vitality or a Spirit later, where they're really going to test his mettle, because this game, he really just feasted on him.
You can even see that, like, crouching, uncrouching in this round, right? It's kind of wild.
It's so concerted. It's like people were talking about Robs in this rarefied air because he was one of the first people that did that. Every single angle, he clears it so slowly. The thing that I like about Heavy God, he's a little faster, and he still does it with the same amount of effort that people like Rops bring.
It's a fun thing that involves at all times. You know, we see the donk slide as well that came in, and that became popular back in the days to those who played Counter-Strike 5, 6, 7 years ago. Subnix became known for always shoulder peeking, like it was impossible to kill him because he would never show his full body anywhere. He would just constantly keep you on your toes by constantly shoulder peeking. That's something everyone is doing now. So I like, you know, this tendency of following the meta in terms of movement, and I bet you in a year, 2 years, it's a complete different way of playing Counter-Strike in terms of peeking or going for the duels.
Well, we've seen the man, so let's hear from him himself. It's a Heavy God in this mic'd up moment.
Just positions, guys. What are they playing before? Siren A?
Siren A-Lurk, XL B-Lurk, Magnojazz and Nafani probably. Magnojazz will play probably.
Guys, Nafani should be mid, Siren should be A.
and Tyron mid. But XL was B-Lurk, like.
Okay, XL B-Lurk, Siren A-Lurk. That's important. Everything else we'll see, Yep.
Okay, interesting. It's having some input in half-time as well. I mean, this is one of the areas that we were, I guess, the most concerned with for G2, with Nico not being in the mix anymore. I like it if he's able to give his input here and
there.
He
was in Cloud9, you know, he knows some of the players, and some of the players used to play a lot with these guys in BetBoom. If anything, this just suggests to me that we're right when we said that they're a glorified mixed team. I think G2 came into this game maybe even unprepared, in the sense that why do we prepare for a team that we have no information on? Why are we preparing for a team playing with two stand-ins where we don't know where they're playing in that sense? So to me, that was a sign of G2 who came into this game saying, we're just going to play our game, and then we're going to figure it out as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to figure out the positions and everything, though, too.
Normally you'd prepare that going into a game, right?
You would hope, yeah. But kind of sounds like our segments before we go on air, Pim. We just saw, like, who's playing where again? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that playing long, right? Yeah, okay, we got
One certainty that we did know coming into this game, Axel, obviously he's had a bit of a resurgence. We liked what we saw stage 1 and 2. Obviously, there's massive caveats to this game, but at least he was delivering in some aspects.
And that's really all I wanted to see. I wanted to see Magnojazz pop off if he could, Axel as well. I wanted to see the core players of BetBoom and what they're doing moving forward. Are they going to be able to find some output, find some frags? And really, Axel did. Axel took some good fights in this one. He was really kind of testing G2. If their spacing wasn't good, he was able to punish with multi-frags. And I feel like a lot of people have been sleeping on him. I really think that Axel has been a totally solid piece for last year's Cloud9 team, and just because they weren't going deep in tournaments or even qualifying for them, people kind of forgot that he was putting up throughout that entire time like 1.15 ratings. Like, Like, this stat blows people's minds. In almost the exact same amount of maps in majors last year, he had a higher rating than Yimpat at both majors last year, okay? Like, people don't want to believe that, but it's true.
But it's those deep runs that they were lacking, and looks like it could potentially also be stopping here as well. Dust2 does lay in wait, the map pick of G2, and they're looking to close this one fast. We're going to dive into it after the break. G2 looking to end it in 2, and that will fall down to Dust2. That is their map choice coming into this series versus BetBoom team. And if I was a betting man, Jacob, which I'm not, okay, I'm going to be honest, I would be betting that G2 will be closing this just based off of the performance on Anubis, because that was so dominant. BetBoom team obviously starting on the CT side of things for Dust2. They've chosen that side. Why do you think that is?
That's a very good question. Obviously, they chose that heading into the series. It's not something they've just done, but I think after watching the first map on Anubis, I wouldn't start on the CT side. I think the only chance BetBoom have is by coming out on the T side, both on Anubis for that matter, but also on Dust2, and try to set the pace. As I said, Dust2, probably the most simplistic map that you can play in the map pool right now. Everyone can run a default. Everyone knows how to take long control, or at least can contest for it. And everyone knows how to throw the B-split smokes and go for that. So if I'm BetBoom, I want to give myself a chance at setting the pace on the T side, maybe rattle out Monacy and the boys on the CT side, but it feels like when they're stuck to playing, you know, laid back and stuck to playing the CT side, they will just receive the sick right from G2, and I'm not sure that's a great idea.
I also would just never pick CT side if I don't have an opper. I don't think
Yeah.
you can
Who's gonna op, yeah?
Yeah, I don't really think you can play a defense on this map without one, sometimes even two oppers, depending on what setup you're going for. And so I don't see this getting any easier for BetBoom.
Do you want Axel to pick up the orb? Did I just hear you murmur Axel?
I mean, he's done that a couple of times I've seen when they were struggling back in the days, but no, probably not.
No.
I don't know who else though. Like Mangojas?
Also no.
No.
But there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just give Nafany or Chiron it. Like, I don't really see any of these guys picking up the AWP as a secondary for the actual team. Yes, like, it has fallen into Axel's hands before, but it shouldn't become a regular occurrence.
Can you maybe put into words just like, obviously map dependent is the orb efficiency, right? Like Dust 2 is one of those maps where you really do need to be pulling it out. Why is that? Why is it so important on this particular map?
Long range fights, a lot of opportunities on the defense. There's certain routes that you're gonna take as an opper where you get the first pick on catwalk. Usually you're gonna fall back at that point. Either play ramp, play car, then you're gonna take another shot. There's so many unabated shots, or you're forcing the utility out of the tees that you need to be able to punish. If you actually just don't have an op and there's no threat of an op, then you're going to give the tees all of the map control in the world. They're gonna have cat, they're gonna have that mid to B corridor area ready, and if they have that much staging without any threat of an op, you're just gonna get run over.
I think it's the most important map to have an efficient op on.
Yep.
I think historically speaking as well, you're spot on. So for them not to have one, it's going to be a massive issue. I will say though, they get more than 2 rounds.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How many?
3.
3.
Okay.
I guess that is
Real
50% more
generous
than last time. I mean, is there anything they can be pulling out on the CT side, or is it over, Jacob?
Just push lower B a bunch, okay?
Yeah.
Just like be annoying. Like that's all I want. Like go up cat fast, push lower B, go for tunnel crunches. Just be really a nuisance, because if you play back on your hands, you're just gonna get demolished.
Well, G2 looking to close this one out quickly. Let's see if that can happen on Dust 2.
That's a pretty generous day for Jacob, I think, Mohan. He's very clearly in a good mood this evening, I think. But the question boils down to whether BetBoom can keep the mood high after a thrashing on Anubis.
$5,000 says they don't believe that they can, and with the 2 stand-ins and everything, it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case. G2 obviously also scaling with LAN, having players on the team show up like they've never shown up before. So it's about as scary as it gets here for BetBoom.
LAN God.
God is good. Here it is, Heavy God. He was he's also the scariest part about this new G2 lineup when it comes to Dust 2. And we saw what that meant when he was teamed up with m0NESY versus Bait. So, okay, let's see if their game here on Dust 2 is going to be better than when they played versus Bait. And if they are going to 2-0 this, go over under on 3 rounds.
Game on. Dual Berettas into the tunnels. Maui gets what he wants immediately. Some tunnel play.
No one to play with.
Always makes it a little more nerve-wracking. Well, he's got Nafany behind him, so they can hang out, I guess. But that long contact sends Chiron. Oh, excuse me. Sends Chiron,
Damn, okay, Hunter.
Sends Chiron running for the hills.
Dang, just
He getting on out of here, you know. Where'd that come from?
I'm the guy who randomly swears. Not
Excuse me, everybody. Whoa.
What are you, Freya?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. She's a bad influence. Exile keeping his head tucked. Nice pop-up. It's actually Siren's kill, but it clearly catches them, and the pistols looking good for the BetBoom team. m0NESY grabbing the dual Berettas up in tunnels, deals with Nafany as well. And we're talking about m0NESY with the bomb.
It's interesting, though, because he's clearly trying to get towards Heavy God, and there is no smoke left for the T side. I don't know if there's one dropped.
Oh, yeah!
What a shot, Heavy God.
More of that.
See if he got one more in him. Oh, he's got a little bit more. That's a body shot to Chiron, but a flick nonetheless. Here's we got Siren now in a 1-on-2. He hit a zinger, but the bomb getting planted already. That's going to be his heart sinking, I'm sure.
Man, they recovered the pistol. BetBoom on the road for 3 rounds, and the pistol gets taken back because of the m0NESY duels picked up in tunnels. Individual fight here for Siren. No support yet for m0NESY, so he could just clip that head off the bomb site. Little shoulder tag. m0NESY just goofing with him. He'll lock into Gandalf, bit of cover, but he's got to get it going. No kid on the play, so you got to get the kill. And now Heavy God can lend a helping hand just as the gun goes empty.
What?
It's ugly. Monacy runs. Launders, back to you.
Yes, okay, nice try, Siren. No, nice.
Where does Hunter come up with these strats?
They're playing laser tag here. That's wild. I was like, Monacy's strat worked beautifully. He got all the ammo on a Siren. Then he couldn't get the kill. Used his mag too, jumped off the site. That round really had it all.
For better or for worse. Yes, it did. Big recovery though for G2. That's really kind of the sad, gut-wrenching feeling for BetBoom. He had a man up. $25,000 bounty on BetBoom's head will push G2's bounty ever further.
Huntua.
Okay. I want to see who gets the $100,000 bounty first, but we're not there yet. More where that one came from, Snacks. Beast, brother, beast. Down beneath Malbs. Clean snap down to Siren. The unarmored pistol's not working out too much, but 2 frags in a round like this, listen, I've seen worse. Hunter's got a back turn. Shake it off, shake it off. And prepare to get sharper as the gun rounds are about to begin. I think it's cool to see Malbs and Monacy now sat side by side. Obviously, for so long, we had the Nico and Monacy kind of bromance and duo going down. You know, always pumping each other up during the struggles of G2. You had that really strong, hard-headed side of the sitting arrangement. Now it's Malbs right in there, so.
Wait till we get to Austin. He's gonna be the new Stewie.
That's true.
Besides a leash.
Yeah, that's true. That's, wow.
Streets are gonna be hyped for Malbs.
One of us. Guns in the hands of BetBoom team for the first time, and they allow for that mid walk up to start to crawl into a bit of a cat challenge. Bomb is there, 3 players in position. Minute to the clock and no test thrown out by BetBoom team just yet. Siren looking like he might take the first foray into action with this push. Great flash dodge, or actually, never mind, it just started to come around the corner. No, I thought the pillar blocked it, but it actually never exited the tunnel.
Ooh.
So it came up a little short.
It's probably aimed for that sliver peak, you know, specific position.
Hunter with a good reposition. Bomb gets dropped as 2 kills do come through from BetBoom, but it gets scooped up and it gets into the bomb site, leaving Heavy God outside a window. Curious as to what he gets up to. Challenge coming forth, and Chiron's going to keep this one clean. That is his 2nd frag of the round. Crossfire here between Monacy and Hunter. Hunter is low, so anything he adds is well worth it. Chiron's going to chase him down. Hunter from the back of car.
Oh, and Nafany's moving so slowly.
Behind him, and then he starts to run, and as he does so, Hunter keeps it clean.
Wait, a flash and...
Why?
Nafany was so staggered right there. With the attack that was coming in, that was not... I mean, obviously, stand-in situation and all that, but that was a very, very segregated attack right there. They needed to... If they're going to commit that hard, obviously through the window, it was a matter of trying to trade out Hunter, who started by peeking down in the CT spawn. But as we like quickly look at the mini-map, you know, Nafany's not close yet.
1v2 from Hunter on sub 10 HP. Monacy right to the long contest. Magnajez and Axile signing up for this fight with pistols. Nafany's got a Nova because he can. Trying to throw that into the tunnels, but makes 0 contact. Fast flush from BetBoom back into the A site. What's that Nova gonna do on A in the face of the Monacy scope down long? He's gonna have to hope they come to him. Oh, he's also got a Deagle, Mohan. He's prepared for multiple types of fights.
for that whole setup. Still less than a Thomas. Yeah, they're there. Yep.
The jumping Nova.
Oh, it works.
Why not?
Not bad. Some money made. I can kind of see why they didn't bet the 5K now.
Yeah, it's an extra $1,000.
I wonder if that decision was made in practice.
Right? Yeah. $200 extra per player. You take that. $200, Mo. That's a business upgrade on the way home tomorrow. Assuming they are eliminated tonight.
Yeah, you don't know that.
I don't.
Here we go. Wow. Jokes. Cheeky smile. The other thing about shotguns, extra money made.
Of course.
Thomas just has no advantages, man. Thomas can't do that. Thomas can't make the money from that.
Sounds cool.
You can't get the deagle with the Thomas without spending an exorbitant amount of money. He paid for his deagle in one shot. Plus you strike fear. Plus you bring the mood up.
You're bringing strong arguments to the game.
Yeah.
But I've never seen you buy a Nova.
Yeah, I buy a Nova sometimes.
So you buy a lot of scouts.
I do buy a lot of scouts. That is my, that's my vice.
It's not the worst addiction.
That is noose. Oh, tagged. Just barely through the corner of the door. You can one-shot through that door if it's through just the lip of the doorway. MagnaJazz doesn't know how lucky he is.
Chiron blue boost. No mid contest again. Round 2 in terms of gun rounds for BetBoom.
Did you watch the Elite interview with DDK?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. How'd that go?
Really good. And they kind of have similar, I think, methodical approaches to you know, to the game and stuff. So it was good conversation.
It's definitely two people worth listening to.
Yeah. Elite referenced how anime has helped him.
Really?
Yes.
Oh God.
So, well, you watch anime now, so now you're just joking when you say, "Oh God."
Shut up, Wonders.
Connor watches anime, guys.
Shut up, dude.
Send him recommendations.
No, I don't. Siren tucked into the corner.
That smoke's too deep to protect Siren.
On his own, man. This is not an ideal spot for Siren, but if he can catch them off and keep the spray hella clean, it's his for the taking. Dink on Snacks, not enough. And that is going to be MagnaJazz waiting for his moment in mid, and nobody comes his way, Mohan. They all come out tunnels instead.
Yeah.
And G2 offer one gunfight to BetBoom to try and stop them from the post plant. They lose that gunfight. They lose round 5.
That's not a great way to solo the site. Just, I mean, obviously he had a smoke there for a few seconds, but it was so deep as well that he didn't even know when it was going to be done. I mean, unless he kept that timing in his head, he wasn't watching anything. He was just hoping and praying. And what's going to happen after he gets the first kill? Just a 3K spray down? That's the only way you win the round once you give the site up. So that was a very flimsy defense for BetBoom. Oh, hat spotted.
So really, you're saying there was like no solo. Oh, the top box. Hang on, Chiron. Hang on. He's fighting tooth and nail for a Thomas. You got to work hard to keep a Thomas nowadays. So really, just no potential for like solo leveling from Siren in that site is what you're saying.
Yes. Good references.
Okay. Okay. Oh, headshot!
That bounce did look like it. That's great. Oh, my goodness. Nice shot, Axel. He Stewie's him.
This get that one for the highlight reel, shall we? Because Axile, we just had a conversation about him picking up the op on the desk and our pundits not wanting it per se. But Scout, maybe a different story. Clean kickoff. But how many 5v4s have we seen BetBoom establish just to have it taken back? Usually it won't
I think
stop.
all of them.
Yeah, right? The 2v4s, the 3v5s, the 1v2s, the
2v3s, yeah.
On top of their own 5v4s, 4v3s. In short, all the rounds, barring 2 so far in this series, racked up by G2. Tyron, that FAMAS, he fought hard for it, and it gets him 1 more kill. But now we get to see what else this Scout has in store for us. We didn't see the zinger that kicked off this round. Axile, cue it up.
See, that's the other thing about the FAMAS. Like, you get that, and then the weird spray, and then you don't get the second kill. You get a Nova, nobody asks you for a second kill. You just get the first one, that's it.
Job done.
Got mine.
Axile waits for the ramp approach. 35 seconds, so a bomb drop could make things weird if the flank timing's perfect, which it is. Snacks doesn't see it coming. AK upgrade to attack the back line. Low HP on both remaining players. Is it enough for a 5-7 and AK to chew through? Magnojez now, he's been tagged as he awaits for that SMG to back him up on long. Both players fighting from long, spotted along the wall. He could easily clean it up. It's Hunter.
Jump, do it.
Yes! The headshot from Magnojez denies.
Could have planted safe in that position. Magnojez had to do it that way. Beautiful, another jumping kill on the site. See, it just brings the mood up. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's a lot of walls, I feel like, on the way there.
Oh, looks like a lineup, the way he positioned himself in the corner before the peak. I mean, a lineup for that boost exactly would be pretty nasty.
You still gotta, like, stop at the perfect time. It's nice.
Would you expect less from Axile?
No, not at all.
All right, BetBoom. It's unorthodox, but it's the first of how many?
And it's a clutch.
Yes, sir.
Which is nice.
I like. What do you think of the double up on long? You could see them kind of wary of Cap for a moment, but then that second player adding up on long really.
That's how you know it's successful when the A players are not willing to plan for anything, because even if there's no Cap player, they thought he was there.
So scared.
It's good. It's very good. Honestly, will not be deterred.
Heavy God will be bested by Axile, so another man advantage established for BetBoom team, and it's an instant response with the flood up to the catwalk. 3 members of BetBoom leaning over on this A site. Nafany peeled back from the long setup. This is low HP Axile on ramp, and then Nafany. But a well-timed incendiary is going to slow down G2 for the time being. Follow it up with the last smoke between the actual site players. And that's all the grenades that BetBoom can offer this hold.
Nafany has to be kind of careful. And in spots like this, he's been real frisky, but I think G2 have not really fallen for his tricks that often. And they don't need too much right now. They still got the 5v4, and they know they have a utility dominance over G2, though they did use a lot of utility just now. 3 players on the A site's also looking very strong, even though Axile's Lay's got a headshot angle. Long control to open that up. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it, Nafany.
He's gonna do it. Moe's gonna do it. Oh, and it works!
It worked. That was actually really beautiful.
Double kill plus the dink, so plays a dangerous game, but comes out on top of it. Oh! Hunter offers a reminder. Needless headshot on the low health Axile, but clean as can be from the Kovac.
That was nice.
And that, folks, is BetBoom's second, matching their score count of Anubis.
That was clean. I thought Nafany was going to jump up
a little too soon.
Yeah, too soon. But that was really, really beautiful timing out of him as they were just kind of like lining up, all looking towards long.
Yeah. Yep. But as the guy who's jumped out B apartments and got a headshot on a cat peak last year, that Axile moment that made no sense, can't be too mad when those moments happen to you.
Did they see, how many did they see crossing? I mean, they think they know there's at least
quad. Yeah. rack them up. Easy kills for Axile. An assist on the 4th, so no ace. Snacks is going bounty hunting. And Nafty's going to shut him down. So BetBoom hit their 3. That's the quota put forth by Jacob Vinicki.
Pimp is shaking right now, shaking and crying.
Little size 8s.
Though, that being said, it is just 3 now.
BetBoom ain't got nothing to lose. They're playing on Dust 2. And they've already made the journey to Copenhagen. Locking in. Da. Reinvesting here, G2, despite limitations, so be it. They will try their hand once more at long. Bulb's going all in on this one. And Chiron does a good job of killing him. You could see how quickly he was looking to snap into a second victim. Bulb's put to bed. His 9th frag posted so far on Dust 2.
Not really much you could do about that. That's about as fast as a response as you could ask for at a Chiron, but the 1 bullet to the dome through the smoke with his own flash. Mob's really scrimmed this one.
That's all difference.
It's a full-time offer versus a part-time offer right there.
Part-time offer, part-time in-game leader.
Oh, hey, hello.
Hi.
Oh, that's
hey. Luckily, Heavy God's there to clean up the mess.
No smoke to cross.
Monacy, Hunter, and Heavy God.
But they could easily just walk. I guess the smoke's still there, so they're good at this moment. Yeah. No molly for elbow, which means Chiron has a timing he could find, maybe. We'll see if he gets lucky.
Does
but
keep
they
taking
don't have
a
info.
look.
They actually don't know if G2 are still here. Siren's still looking at his flank. They're still spotting long. I think time is the antidote here for G2. Low grenades, and that's it.
Ooh, they find Chiron. He tries to sprint into a different position and gets punished on the attempt to exit. Siren's already cut his losses here, and that's going to be G2 back to winning ways. So off of the Mobs play, you know, one of the moments that we saw G2 struggle was kind of Mobs going for hyper-aggressive openings on Ancient, first T side of the event. But nice to see him be able to tap back into that potential off a good long spawn. Despite Chiron's best efforts, the long leak still works.
You know, a lot of times you see oppers call plays for themselves, and you call around it, and that's totally fine. And what Mobs did on Ancient could be fine if it wasn't just so many times that he tried to play. But Dust 2 is a map where so spawn-based. Plays like this, you can't really even support them much more than what we saw. And if Mobs is feeling it, certainly send it.
Luckily for BetBoom, the funds flow. And the rebuy made easy by that streak of 3 round wins. Honestly starting to take off. We saw such a strong performance from Ilya back on Anubis to kick off the series. 10-4 at the moment. Looking to get right back to the top of the charts. Start of 2025. Right now, again, no peaks coming through that doorway. Offering over spacing for G2 to push forth. Axile, could have been caught, but he was just chucking the nade before leaving. And he'll be allowed to do exactly that, reposition onto the ramp.
We're gonna look for that, 50-second or so timing where Nafany's gonna assume they're not coming long. And he gets tagged on his way out. Very smart there from Heavy God. But this does mean that they might want to, mid B, honestly. They don't think the long push is coming out. The CTs are going to be really worried about A for the moment. So, 3-2.
Good adaptation and a lot of pressure here. MagnaJez and Siren try to play it in mid. Siren, nothing. Just like MagnaJez, 2 players down with no frags between them.
Ooh.
And so many members of G2 up that Hunter decides to stick around on the close van corner. It's going to be a difficult retake to push through this. And I alluded to the money that BetBoom had, but a lot of it would get swept under the rug if they failed this retake, so they'll cut their losses, keep 3 up.
Kind of.
Best case. We'll see if Snacks can topple anybody else.
Yeah, they're all sort of vulnerable right now. Axel separated away from this. Monacy will find him.
Yep.
Snacks is already past Playground.
Yep.
Yeah, not playing this one together, so we'll see.
Looks like 2 will get away. So, still plenty of funds for fun in the BetBoom camp. We could be talking about another 9-3 half if G2 keep it up. Good adaptation to the mid play. Looked like they didn't waste a second on that transition into the mid.
See how much one audible is worth so much in a game like Counter-Strike when you get that late into a round, 5v5, and you see the info. Someone's pushed in a position, you know, that you don't do if you're in a 2-1-2 setup or whatever the read was. That, okay, that's enough for us.
Nafany tries to get into a little bit of a safety, but Heavy God's not playing games. He's taking names. 2 kills on long with ease, and everybody on his team that's still standing right there with him. m0NESY in anticipation of a similar op peak that we've already seen him win. But I like the, cross from Chiron.
Oh, but he'll give us position away now.
Yeah, that's another part-time opper here. And honestly,
part-time oppers.
I think like a conversation subject that the analysts really nailed before the game went live. It's just a difference maker between m0NESY and his counterparts, as obviously the double stand-in situation removes Zorte from the BetBoom formula. Zorte's at home right now saying, oh, I thought I was... Let me at him.
Don't peek that, don't peek that.
Let me at him. Unfortunately, has to wait for his next chance.
Yeah, he definitely would have come up with a couple kills.
Just looking to keep money for the final round of the half. BetBoom, you got 3. Don't stop believing now. It is a journey, after all.
Do it for Pimp. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Jacob can do both.
Did he actually run a marathon? He did that recently, right?
Yo, he ran a triathlon.
Yeah.
Is there a marathon in the triathlon?
I don't know if it's a full marathon in the triathlon. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't.
So much less impressive then.
No, but he like surprisingly only ran his first marathon pretty late.
I'm pretty sure he has. I'd be surprised if he hadn't. I remember Jacob, when we were doing World Finals in Abu Dhabi, almost signed up for a marathon before broadcast went live.
Yeah. I think that was going to be his first one, actually.
That'd be nuts. In the desert sun. And then...
Oh, there is a full marathon and a triathlon.
Well, there we go.
But you didn't make up that he did a triathlon now, did you?
There's a chance.
Okay.
I do make up a lot of stuff.
We're going to find out.
Chiron trying to make up for lost time to close out the half with a fourth. Malbs has other ideas. Fighting tooth and nail for everyone. Magnajez's gun barrel betrays him. Heavy God on the pillar angle that they were previously trying to flash for. Now m0NESY's hot on the heels. And this bit of a delayed mid-split will give Siren a bit more of a chance. Oh, Siren, a bit more of a chance to hang on. We get the Nafany fast flank a little quicker with, again, the delayed tunnels hit means he walks away with one. Tap. No.
Just got out of there.
Just got out of there, but he got to get back in. Skibbity D from the back slide. Siren down empty-handed. Bomb will not be stopped. Heavy God's got that one guaranteed. It's a 2v3 retake demanded of the remnants of BetBoom team. Malbs fancies another frag for the road, and the Opper is going to strike down Nafany from the back. Snacks is op in mid, as poor Axile worried about all directions and all roads pointing to the 9-3 half here for G2. Snacks adding himself to just really cement this post plant. Nobody even giving Axile a chance in. A little unfair, so Malbs offers something, but that activates Heavy God. We do indeed go 9-3, G2 making mincemeat of the BetBoom team. Ouch. up when it matters. G2 making the most of what is Mohan in easy opposition.
Yeah.
With no disrespect, obviously, again, it's the sad reality of the double stand-in spot. It's a talking point that Pimp, Maui Snake, myself, and Freya had yesterday during the draft show. Is it's like, in a way, G2 are kind of lucky that BetBoom were 5th seed because BetBoom got to pick first. The team with the 2 stand-ins picked first.
Agreed.
And they were gonna shoot for a team that showed some weakness.
That being said, I was thinking in my head, you know, would BetBoom at full strength beat G2? And with G2 getting better,
oh my god!
Oh, heavy goud!
What? Not allowed.
What in the world?
Flag on the play.
Not okay.
Rude.
Heavy goud!
3 kills in. Heavy god. Only got 3 so far. Axile 1v5 clutch attempt. Seen him do it, but not tonight. Full house between Heavy God and Mobs.
You can't explain this.
There's a nasty little
What a
smoke
play.
slap, huh? That was like, this is the equivalent of a backhand.
You can't even see the other. Nah. I know, I feel you, man.
That's what I said.
He's been hitting insane shots all tournament, though.
Scout for Nafany.
Man, maybe Pimp was right.
Early tags. If Pimp is an analyst,
I'm an astronaut.
Exactly. But he may be onto something in this one. A streak of 3 rounds, perhaps all that BetBoom are able to bag on Dust 2. You know, it's sad that we don't get the full starting roster here in Copenhagen, but it does still excite me about when we will get to see that BetBoom starting 5 on LAN as the year goes on. Their first outing in the online portion of the event, an absolute success. Can't take that from them. And this loss will be easier to write off.
When you see the stand-in thing, you're like, just not the coach. You know,
Right.
just not the IGL, you know? Boomich could have had his Kerrigan moment, you know what I mean?
But, you know, you do bring back 2 players that have LAN experience for sure. Some real accolades for Nafany. But it's all getting mopped up. G2 thriving in a bit of a gift of an opening BO3 on LAN.
BetBoom having fun with it, though, still.
Yeah, you gotta. Lucky to have 2 stand-ins that do have their visas in order, though. Because then it would have been a coach, you know?
That's a good point. Didn't think about that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Not too shabby. Force buy all the way from here to the end. Guaranteed. BetBoom looking to keep it simple as the numbers stack up into the tunnel. Snacks is going to get tested with an MP9 in hand. Flash was good, but Chiron, while blind, connects with the headshot.
Honestly, a little lucky there. That was all the nade setup for G2 was perfect.
Yeah.
HP down, they were blind. And Snacks didn't even, he swung wide too to make that hard to hit. Well, let's see if they can build some momentum off this success. But if they're going to go into A, I mean, this is the site that still has 3 players. Nothing's changed over here. Well, now it has. They'll start to go. Maybe this is the golden call, but they're going to hear some setup grenades on Cat.
Ooh, they peel the players
Mobs
off.
Gets both.
That draws both the front runners back to them. Chiron's bomb carrying.
Oh, they sneak to the...
Is it much of a sneak? He makes sound on the fall down.
No. I mean, the CT snuck over towards B side, and they almost came out to him.
Flashes blinding all 3 players there for BetBoom, so
Oh.
easy pickings for Hunter. Lineup. Oh, Chiron kills the second. Both players low, but headshots nonetheless, and he is on for an ace to try and extend this beyond Pimp's prediction.
For that reason alone, please get this ace, Chiron.
Or hell, even just let Siren clutch up. They fall silent to the 15-second mark. Monacy keeping his head down over on the ramp.
They let him rotate all the way over here.
They start walking out. Chiron starts sprinting. Molotov goes down. Oh, Monacy, easy pickup. That's Chiron dead. Ace denied. Knife out. How dare you, Monacy? No.
Yeah, this round's
Come
over.
on.
Yeah, he knew it was over. That was in that mid-round situation, them just taking a little bit too much time. Right? They knew at best case there's no one on A. Worst case there's one. Right? And after those 2 kills, they should have just made a decision.
Those nades were perfect. Look at the way the frag grenade landed on the first 2.
Yeah, nothing better you could do there if you're Snacks, really. Just kind of unlucky. That was a nice shot from Monacy.
Scout tag again to kick it off, to try and keep the dream alive. BetBoom denied the $5,000 gamble offered by G2 so that they could walk home with it instead. And now we all can understand why. This is good though. I mean, again, the story kind of setting it up as the 4 teams with the bigger bounties all look to sail through their quarterfinals. G2 stepping it up on LAN only bodes well for the level of competition that we're going to get as we get closer to the big games. Mobs dispatches of Nafany. Quick drop into spawn, decides not to pop the smoke open. He will delay it, and that's going to find the scout and the ramp runner exposed. Magnaj's no-scope headshot, why the hell not? Deagle in hand here as G2 are going to prove to all in Copenhagen the step up is strong. And Magnaj's one more reminder for the road that he is going to be a key piece for this BetBoom team as their year goes on. The upsets online can't be denied. It's a harsh reality that they tried to go up against G2 with. No shame in this loss, and a good showing from G2.
A good showing, a great showing from G2. Only 5 rounds lost over the course of the series. Sure, as Connor was aptly saying, there's a huge caveat to the opposition they were facing, but they have steamrolled their way to the semifinals, Jacob.
They did everything we expected and more to it as well. I thought that BetBoom would be able to, at some point in this game, apply a bit of pressure. Whether that would result in maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds on a map and us, you know, begging the question, maybe it could have been close. However, at no point in this game did I feel that BetBoom showed up. At no point did I feel that BetBoom stood a chance whatsoever against a well-playing G2. Malp showing up, you know, in spades. Monacy playing fantastic as we expected. Heavyguard continuing the online form into the LAN stages. You cannot ask for much more from G2.
Super impressive, and it nets them a whole ton of cash as we move on forward as well. $77,500 now on the bounty for the side of G2. 2.5K of what Spirit are now representing, but we can head down to the stage where I see James Banks with Hunter.
Oh yes, I've got Hunter here after a very clean and clear victory. There's a big smile on your face right now, and I guess I'm not surprised, but I'm also not surprised that you were able to win like this. So just talk to me, when you got up against a team that does have 2 stand-ins, do you just play a bit looser, you just try to stick to your game? How does G2 do it?
I think we try to stick to our game because in the past I had a very bad experience losing to stand-ins and many times. So we just needed to play our game. We needed to stay focused always in the present, to not give them a chance because they are really good players individually, and if you give them the chance, they will use it, of course. So we always try to stay focused, and I think we played well.
Now, you did play well in this game, and you've had a few games now, a couple of online, this one here just gone up against BetBoom, but you've got Heavygod next to you. He's very loud, I've been hearing. How is it playing alongside him?
I mean, he's a very nice guy, a very good player overall, and I think we finally have an anchor, like real good anchor that you can like trust and leave him sometimes even alone if you don't have a good economy, and trust him that he will do a good job. And it's very, very good sitting next to him, but sitting between him and Snacks, it's not easy, trust me, they are eating a lot, so yeah, on bootcamps. But yeah, he's a very nice guy, overall everything is fine so far, and I just hope we'll keep going like this.
So you've got to make sure you stay away from their snacks.
Yes, exactly.
And for you, you've been looking better on the server as well. Has this change brought in some change for you?
I mean, not drastically changed anything for me. Maybe 2 positions overall on all maps, like on Ancient and on Inferno. So yeah, overall, like, I think I'm happy with the team. I didn't expect it that good overall, like without, I mean, losing Nico is very big thing. It's very tough. He was very vocal in the team, and of course, Nico is one of the best players in the world still, and he's the best rifler. So losing him is not easy. We all need to really step up, and that's what we are doing so far. And I just hope we'll keep going and keep playing like we played today.
Now, you just mentioned that Nico was very vocal, but I've been looking at the cameras. You're talking a bit more. Are you trying to be that extra voice? Are you trying to add some more to it?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing the main job and he was in the team, but now Snacks cannot do it on CT too much because he's anchor on most of the maps. So I'm trying to help the team because I have a lot of experience, and I want my boys to be really focused on Crosshair, because when they are focused on Crosshair, they are really good, all 3 of them. So yeah, I'm trying to help as much as I can, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it certainly worked out in this game. G2 and Hunter move on forward, but we'll have to see how they get on going into the semis.
That's some very good insight, very valuable insight coming out from Hunter, because not only we talk about Nico, you know, the firepower is unquestionable, and the amount of heads he can hit in the server, always super consistent. It's that experience factor. And sure, Malbs can grow into those roles, he can grow into the positions, but having that knowledge, it comes with time. So I'm glad that Hunter's able to chime in here and there for G2 now.
A lot of people may question why Hunter gets some of the better spots on the CT side, but that's exactly why. He is a more vocal leader on this roster, and oftentimes throughout the last few years, we've seen people like Shuhei, people like Apex, they put themselves in those rotator spots, and people say, oh, that's the hole on the defense. But if it weren't for those voices that are there in these pivotal positions, they wouldn't be able to uplift all the people around them, coordinate whatever is going on the defense. And so for Hunter to recognize the void that is being left by Nico, he is filling some very big shoes.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that insight from Hunter. Kind of what we expected it as well in some sense. As James said, we've been observing the body language, how much he's communicating, so it's good to hear from his own mouth, you know, that's something he's trying to work on and improve on and help out the rest of the guys. And then I also come to think of, you know, that's the G2 DNA, as I said, just focus on your crosser. m0NESY, Heavy Guard, Malbs for that matter as well. Maybe not try to overdo it. Don't think you're the best or the smartest player in the world. Your asset is your incredible skill in the game, so the more we get out of that, the better.
And that's exactly what we saw basically from the get-go in this series. Let's go back to round 1 of this very map, because even when G2, even when they're down a couple of men, they somehow have the ability to turn it around.
Again, you think to yourself, BetBoom, win the pistol, convert the pistol, maybe we have a close game, but I think they turn around a 4v2 scenario. You see they get off to a good start right here. Magnuji is getting a kill, Kaiwan sitting in a good position as well together with Siren. They do a good job, you know. They find themselves in a 4v2, and then m0NESY is starting slowly but surely to punish his way into this round. Again, it comes down to the individual skill. That shot right there is absolutely disgusting. Heavy Guard continues, and at that point, there's not much you can do if you're BetBoom, not much you can do if you're Simon.
This is almost reminiscent of what we saw versus Big, where maybe Big had better strategies, better tactics as a whole, but the level that the individuals on G2 can hit in terms of just pure firepower, pure aim, in terms of first bullets, like, I don't think there's many teams out there that can really match them 1-to-1. Like, if you actually put this team in aim labs, they would probably have a high score with their core 3.
I think that's a very fair assessment. There was a moment in this game where I thought, okay, maybe we're going to start to have at least a competitive map, maybe not a series on our hands. That was round 6, because things got quite exciting in this round, right?
Yeah, I think there was some incredible cool kills in that round. We start off with Exile with the Scout, destroying m0NESY. You get to see it from Exile's point of view, but you also get it from m0NESY's point of view. And at this point, right, what are you supposed to do? A Molotov in front of you, and then you just get destroyed. Then the round unfolds a little bit. Malbs, you know, fight his way back into it together with G2, a double entry on towards long. And then the shenanigans begins, Maui, with a backstep coming in, MP9, and then some jumping shotgun at some point, no?
I think the shotgun was for another one. This is a jumping AK.
The jumping AK.
There were multiple jumping shots. But basically, this is what we're showing this just because this is what BetBoom had to reach for in order to even secure their first round win. Like, it was not easy, not gifted anything at all. And when G2 are just in a pack, it's very difficult to disrupt them, with very few exceptions, including a jumping AK shot.
They did get 3 rounds out of that. You know, they won 3 in a row, and we thought to ourselves, maybe a little bit of a comeback, but 3's all they get.
No, yeah. Oh, you actually predicted that exactly right, Jacob. Have you read the script? Where's the script?
Well, it's on my Twitter. Actually, I put it out yesterday.
Right, okay. Yeah. Subscribe to...
Did you predict every round score on that too?
No
map score.
No
so far,
way.
2 for 2, you know?
So far, so good. Speaking of so good, Let's talk about Hunter a little bit. We got some good words from him in that winners interview. As he said, obviously getting a lot more input in terms of being vocal in the team as well, but also getting a lot of input in terms of those kills.
One thing that I actually didn't expect from Hunter in this game is that, I don't know if you're necessarily going to see it on the highlights because it's points where he's actually dying, is that when he was going for B splits or going for any kind of site hit, he was often the first man in. I was a little bit surprised about that. When they were doing a mid to B at one point, Malbs was actually trailing him, and then I think they had equal HP. And those kind of moments, Hunter is so frequently in the back line, and this time around, I'm seeing Malbs get to be the star player. He's getting to be the trade fragger going into that, and I didn't think Hunter was going to relinquish that sort of spot in the entry pack, but instead, he's just going in first. He's selfless.
That's why I like working with you, Maui. You make me think, you know, and thinking of Hunter back in the days in Crazy when he was not playing with Nico, he was way more aggressive. He was the spearhead. He was kind of that player that I guess Nico has been in G2 for the vast majority of his career. Do you think there's a world where Hunter then revert back to what he was, you know, good at? I know it's been 5-6 years ago before he got into G2, but people maybe not know at home because you didn't watch Counter-Strike back then, but Hunter, when he first came alive, when he first became a pro player, he was the spearhead of this Crazy lineup together with Esperanto. He was a guy that took a lot of initiative. He was constantly fighting, and he was hella good at it. Do you think that Nico leaving could create space for Hunter to maybe regain some of that form and once again get to showcase the best of himself?
You know, I wouldn't mind to see Hunter take up the responsibility.
It's a bit of it, you know?
Yeah, because I feel like at this point, I will say it. I mean, Malbs and Heavy God, they're just obviously better. So I would want them to go in second, like go in third. I want to see Hunter just create some space. I want to see Snacks and him go in first, because that trio that G2 has is still disgusting. It doesn't matter who the in-game leader is, what's going on with the game plan at all. If you get them in a free-flowing situation, 3v anything, I feel like there's a chance on a gun round.
Obviously not the most tough opposition for Heavy God to be facing on his LAN debut for G2, but nevertheless, great showing from him. Are you content with what you've seen so far, Jacob?
Very much. I was very impressed with his online presence, very impressed with him coming into G2. His time in Cloud9, dare I say it almost didn't count, you know, in a way, as that team was not really functional at all. I don't know if G2 is going to be this, you know, symphony or home where everything is just going to click together for him, but as an individual, I think he thrives in a bit of the chaos, and maybe it's even a good thing that he was in Cloud9, because that team was dysfunctional. That team did not work out, so I think him coming from Cloud9 into G2, a team that we label as maybe not the most tactical team, it's still going to feel way more comfortable for him. It's still going to feel way more, you know, I guess, less dysfunctional, and so far it's paying off for Heavy God. As an individual, he's been stellar.
One other thing about Heavy God and him performing well with G2, the Cloud9 roster, he already did very well in terms of statistical output. He wasn't actually even comfortable playing in Russian. Like even though he is bilingual, he is more comfortable in English. It is his first language. So he is, when he was on that team, he said it took a while to adjust to playing with a team that spoke that language. Well, now he's back in a situation that's more comfortable, and I'm sure that the comms in English, both what he's giving, both what he's hearing, is going to be processed a lot faster too.
Let's round out by talking about, you know, the end of the star power in G2. Obviously, when you have the second best player in the world on your team, you're expecting him to deliver. He did in Buckets and Spades today. Looked super confident.
I know it's early on, and I know this is not going to be the most important tournament all year long, but isn't it cool that we've seen Saivu so far, albeit online, has been hitting his shots, has been firing on all cylinders. Donk, we saw him earlier today. He looks very, very sharp, and so does m0NESY. We had this conversation last year, the 3 best players in the world. Something suggests to me, given it's early on, sample size is small, that they're just going to pick up where they left in 24.
Yeah, in a sample size of 2 maps, m0NESY is the best LAN Tier 1 player of 2025. I mean, what he did today was fantastic. It really did feel like he was deathmatching, just popping heads everywhere he looked, or just really hitting disgusting op shots. No one in the server was able to challenge him. There was no op presence. In fact, I think Magnajez, Axile, and there was one more guy, Chiron, actually, all had sniper rifles in this one, but no one was able to even really come close, with the exception of Axile's one good scout shot.
What's a sniper rifle?
Yeah, scout or an op.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, with a
sorry,
scope.
I've just never heard that term.
You never played? You've never heard sniper rifle?
Sniper rifle.
Snipe? What?
No.
I think we need to just throw it to an next interview whilst we educate Jacob, but we do have Axel with James Banks.
No, nothing about
For BetBoom team, this game certainly didn't go their way, but the online portion did look very good when you had the full roster. So I'm just going to ignore this G2 game because you had 2 stand-ins. It's not very fun to prepare like that. But how does it feel, at least, where you got to play these games with Nafani? Because obviously you haven't played with each other since 2023.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because anyway, it's good time to remember past time. So yeah, it's fine.
Some nice memories. But you guys were very successful when it came to the bounty format in order of like taking down Furia, taking down Mouse. This team surprised us, I guess, in looking so good from the start. Do you see like a huge potential in the lineup you have currently when it's the full team?
Yeah, I think we have good potential because anyway, I think we have the space to grow up. Yeah. And I feel that, and I hope it will be like this.
How important was it when you moved over to BetBoom team that you went with Boomage as well? Was it something you wanted to do and stay together?
Yeah, we talk about it together, and we decided to make this decision. Yeah, together.
Together and making your way through it in this new season. And for you right now, coming into 2025 individually, I'd say you're looking a bit sharper. You're feeling more comfortable and confident. How are you feeling about your individual game?
I'm feeling fine and confident because I feel a good space on map, and I feel I can do like the things which I can do, and the guys are believing in me, and it's pretty important because then the team believe in you. It's give you like more power.
When you say they believe in you, did you kind of have that same belief on the end of Cloud9, or do you think it's a new style here on BetBoom?
I think maybe a little bit less, but still it was good, and it just was hard times, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least Axel is being honest. It's hard times. I mean, if you're BetBoom team, can you actually take anything away from this?
Unfortunately, I don't know if you really can.
No.
You just got demolished on 2 maps consecutively. Honestly, you're just here for the LAN experience, for the vibes. Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying it. You're here for the vibes, just to see your teammates in person. Because I don't know if they had a boot camp before this. I don't know. Did they?
No, let's forget about this game. I think what they did in the online portion of the game, what they did with Boomage on the lineup, what they look like, you know, getting to the point where they qualified in for the studio, that's something they can take away. That's something they should be proud of. That's something they can build on. But this game in particular, there's absolutely nothing they can use it for. It doesn't count.
They do go home with 25k in their bank.
That's good.
They maybe get, you know, 5k each. I mean, if you're going to be sharing it with the coach as well, hopefully they do.
Do you think the stand-ins get it, Freya?
Oh, God, yeah, now we're splitting it by 8.
Yeah, putting you on the spot.
What's 25 divided by 8? I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever done that.
I don't know.
Predictions. Let's discuss that, because there are some winners, and it is us. Wow, shock horror. We all went with the most wanted. None of the bounty hunters slaying the big dogs today.
I want to highlight one thing, because when we all get a prediction wrong, you know, it gets on Twitter, people retweet it. What about when we get them all right? Can the internet show us some love for one time where we all are correct?
No, you're asking.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That's never going to happen.
No, unfortunately.
Should we look at what's going to happen tomorrow, though? Because maybe we've got another opportunity to get some correct picks, or maybe we've got the potential for some upsets. We're going to be opening up with Vitality taking on Eternal Fire, followed by Na'Vi versus Pain. Maui, which match is going to be more competitive? Which match are we going to see 3 maps?
Neither.
Right.
But the one that I think is going to be more competitive I think it's going to be Na'Vi Pain. I'm going to take Na'Vi Pain. They took him the distance at Shanghai. Pain has an upgrade in personnel with David Deas. I'm loving this guy. I think I'm calling him now. The Chilean Elige, okay? The Chilean Elige.
You're really trying to make that happen.
I'm selling that one, okay? I'm trademarking that one. I'm making merch with him, actually. Boxer collab coming soon.
Patented already. I would have gone for the Eternal Fire Vitality matchup just because they beat him twice last year. Is Rops going to make that much of a difference?
I think so. I think so, especially on LAN. And I think Vitality are hungry to come in and show the rest of the world that they are still a great team. I also do think Eternal Fire is great. I think in terms of competitiveness, sure, it can be a game where you get into double digits on both sides, but I also have Vitality winning 2-0. But I think tomorrow's games are going to be significantly more fun and interesting to watch for many different reasons than, unfortunately, what we had today.
Well, we will have to wait until tomorrow to see all the action unfold. Thank you so much for joining us for the first set of quarterfinals, the first day of LAN finals for the Blast Bounty 2025. We'll see you for day 2 tomorrow.